Chapter 1. New York, Lower Manhattan. Andrea's Bar. In a typical Mediterranean retro environment, a sexy girl with a petty bourgeois style hums folk songs on the stage. Her occasionally swaying waist and slender legs attract the attention of most men. But in this corner of the bar, the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, which was out of tune with the surrounding bustle. Boss Roy, the family is so unfair. It was us who killed that ****ch Teresa. That's right. Without Teresa, the Black Skull Gang is nothing. Boss, are we really going to give up our territory in the Bronx to that ********************************* D Hertz? F****K, I went to do him. Several tattooed men with sturdy auras were cursing and saying something with angry expressions on their faces. Some of them were so excited that they were about to pull out the guns from their waists. That's enough. Following the gentle words of the leading young man, everyone fell silent. The young man was in his early 20s, with three-dimensional features, black hair, and blue eyes. His handsome mixed-race face showed no emotion, but had a kind of breathtaking majesty. Roy glanced at everyone and finally looked at the bar owner who was standing next to him without saying a word. Drake, what do you say? Drake was the oldest of the group, a typical Italian middle-aged man, missing 2 fingers. Different from many of Roy's men. Drake was a local tyrant that the Corleone family had planted in Lower Manhattan a long time ago. In a sense, before Roy completely took control of this downtown neighborhood called Little Italy, Drake was still directly managed by the family, not Roy's subordinates. Facing Roy's question, Drake took a deep drag on the thin cigar in his hand, his face covered in smoke, and said, Roy, I have to remind you that the family only said that the reward for this mission is Little Italy, but they didn't say which one. And in New York, there are 2 Little Italys, including this block we're standing on now. As soon as Drake finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became sticky. As Drake said, there are 2 Little Italys in New York. One is in the Bronx, which is a gathering place for authentic Italians. It is huge and has a lot of money. The other is the block where everyone is located, in Lower Manhattan. In New York, although Manhattan is the city center, it is far more prosperous and lively than the Bronx. But in recent years, a S.H.I.E.L.D man named Martin Lee rose from Chinatown and established the Devil's Gang, whose power has swallowed up more than half of the territory that originally belonged to Little Italy. The name of Little Italy for these streets in the downtown area is almost dead in name only. In a sense, Roy was tricked by the gang boss above him. Definitely, this is also related to the fact that there is no one behind Roy. Roy Corleone, 24 years old, 187 centimeters tall, is an Earth traveler. His father in this life is a S.H.I.E.L.D, and his mother is the daughter of a high-ranking member of the Corleone Mafia family. Unfortunately, when Roy was less than 4 years old, his parents, grandparents, and the entire family died in a car accident. The Mafia is a tight-knit organization linked by family bloodlines. In each family, the identities are divided from low to high into formal members, gang leaders, second bosses, and big bosses. Most of the big bosses are based in the family headquarters, and the second-in-command acts as a consultant to whitewash the company. On the surface, they are mostly glamorous figures in the upper class. The gang boss is the executive of the family distributed in various cities. Without the support of his maternal grandfather, who was a senior member of the family, Roy was able to become a formal member of the family at such a young age. This was already a testament to Roy's outstanding ability. Today, the Corleone family does not have much influence in New York City. Apart from the gang leader, there are only 2 official members of the family in New York. The Hertz that Roy's men referred to as the other of the 2 official members of the Corleone family in New York. It is said that Hertz hooked up with Frank Lucas, the new drug lord in New York, and gained the appreciation of the second boss of the family by selling the new drug, Blue Magic. In this case, in the distribution of territory among formal members, it's normal for Roy to be tricked. A Little Italy on one street, that is still Little Italy. Even if Roy brought the matter to the attention of the family committee, the other party could easily say that Roy had misunderstood. The distribution of territory was basically a foregone conclusion, and being angry alone was useless. Fortunately, after becoming a formal member of the family, you can obtain the complete family inheritance. Compared to these minor problems in the land allocation process, for Roy, the most important thing is to start the system. That's right, as a glorious time traveler, Roy also has a system. However, unlike the conventional systems distributed by the Crossing Administration, Roy's system evolved on its own with the help of a Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is known as one of the 4 ultimate alchemy techniques in the Western fantasy necromancer system. At the same time, the Philosopher's Stone is also known as the ultimate product of the magician arcane system of magic crystal science. In his previous life, Roy had a stroke of luck when he took out a Philosopher's Stone pendant from a courier package. Unexpectedly, during the journey, this pendant absorbed some of the concepts of the Philosopher's Stones in the universe and integrated with Roy, evolving into a very rigid system. In this life, Roy knew about the existence of the system early on and had been trying to find a way to activate it. It wasn't until Roy killed his first person at the age of 16, gained recognition from his family, and was taught some defective breathing techniques that the system showed some movement. From 16 to 24 years old, a full 8 years, relying on his extremely strong skills, Roy carried out execution missions for the family 32 times before he was truly considered an official member. Not only was he allocated a small piece of land, but he also received a complete family inheritance. Roy actually doesn't care about territory or anything like that. If it weren't for appeasing a few of his partners, Roy wouldn't even be in this bar. Until now, Drake spoke up, laying out the reality before everyone, temporarily calming down several of his men. Roy then knocked on the table, glanced at his men, and said, "All right, that's it for now. Drake, make some arrangements for the brothers. Starting tomorrow, get familiar with the surrounding area and gain a firm foothold in the downtown area before moving on to other things. Remember the wisdom left by your family. Keep silent and know when to do it. You must know when to be patient and when to attack." Chapter 2. Manhattan, Upper East Side, Continental Hotel. Sharon, a black man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, is as polite as ever, with a natural aura of caution and elegance, and looks very polite. This was one of the very few black people Roy didn't dislike. "Hi, Sharon. Good afternoon, Mr. Roy. Accommodation? Or other services?" "Accommodation. We will be neighbors from now on." "Congratulations, Mr. Roy, on becoming an official member of the Corleone family. Would you like to open a bottle of wine for lunch to celebrate?" "Let's wait for next time. I just came from Europe and I need to get some sleep." "How about Executive Suite 2505? It's decorated with orchids from the East. It's quiet and elegant." "Good. A room worth 1 pledge gold coin, $100,000, is naturally great." "Definitely. The most important thing is that it is safe enough here." After arriving at room 2505, Roy did not call out the system immediately. Instead, after pulling all the curtains, he took out a table-type signal blocker and activated it. Beep. The conspicuous Stark logo on the signal jammer lit up. Roy finally relaxed, then couldn't help but curse. Damn America. In this life, Roy was born in Chicago. After his parents passed away, Roy was brought by his family to the family headquarters in Italy, Europe to grow up. At that time, Roy simply thought that he had traveled to an ordinary parallel world. At the age of 16, Roy began to receive family training and acquired defective extraordinary breathing techniques. At the age of 20, Roy debuted as a peripheral executioner of the family and joined the Continental Hotel. At the age of 22, Roy discovered the Stark Group in America. From an ordinary parallel world, to a hidden supernatural world, to the American variety show killer world, and finally to the seemingly real American comic world. Even now, every time Roy sees something that stands out in his memory, he can't help but want to complain. This kind of cognitive advancement makes people feel too insecure. Now, let me see what the trump card is that allows the Mafia in this world to gain a foothold. After complaining, Roy quickly took out a retro scroll from his gift box. When he opened the scroll, he saw a familiar Latin language written on it. Roy was very familiar with this language, having learned it in his family when he was a child. It was the most widespread of the Latin-French languages, the ancient Roman language. F***K. Holy shit. I quickly scanned the opening preface. Even though Roy thought he had a strong psychological endurance, after seeing the inheritance roots of the Mafia family, he still felt an indescribable sense of complaint. Revelation, the stairway to God, missing. Saint Angel meditation method, missing. Holy breathing, incomplete. Judgment breathing method, missing. Judgment night bodybuilding technique. Willpower breathing method. Who would have thought that in modern society, the Mafia, which is known as one of the world's largest gangs, is actually the descendant of many knights of the ancient Roman Holy Inquisition? Although the legacy left by the Mafia is very defective, its roots are the same as those of the Vatican. Complain for a moment. Roy finally calmed down and took out a box of soul crystals that looked like dark gemstones. Philosopher's Stone, let me see your limits. System started. As Roy crushed the soul crystals one by one, a strange light flashed in his mind. At this moment, the originally defective scroll inheritance, with its large amount of Latin text, seemed to transform into strange lines, breakpoints, and string patterns in Roy's eyes. A torrent of knowledge, like a tide, kept surging in Roy's mind. One mysterious rune after another, Each one has an extremely gorgeous spiral, three-dimensional shape. These runes gradually formed multi-dimensional patterns in Roy's mind. Buzz. A large number of soul crystals disappeared into nothingness like powder that had been drained of energy. It took more than half an hour. Roy's extremely empty pupils began to show some signs of life. Just now, Roy felt as if his mind and soul were thrown into a sea of runes, and he studied for a full 100 years with an unprecedented concentration and immersion. Damn, you have a brain. System. As Roy called out softly in his heart, a system list appeared in his mind. Roy Corleone, Sage System Gender, Male Age, 24 Ability, Sage's Proof, Analysis and Answering Questions, Will of Truth, Protecting the Origin, Cosmic Frequency, Personality Transformation, Divinity, 3 Attributes, Strength 7, Agility 8, Constitution 7, Intelligence 14, Charm 9, Values Increase in Multiples, Magic Power, Energy 12 Rank, First Ring Skills, Meditation on the Will of Truth LV1, Alchemy LV1, Runes LV1, Potions LV1, Magic Crystals LV1, Creation LV1, Creation LV1, Combat LV4, Firearms LV5, Camouflage LV2, Driving LV2. Ability Spell, None Spells. None a simple system that is extremely concise and lacks any intelligence. Looking at this thing, Roy felt a little excited but also a little disappointed. What makes me excited is that I can finally use my gold finger. The sad thing is that the benefits that the Philosopher's Stone can bring to me have been exhausted. This simple system was originally formed from the Philosopher's Stone. It comes with the 3 abilities of Philosopher's Witness, Will of Truth, and Cosmic Synchrony, which are also Roy's 3 divine attributes. The Sage's Certificate can help Roy analyze the essence of all things. The Will to Truth can protect Roy's soul forever and is also the foundation of Roy's cognition. The Cosmic Synchronization can stabilize and conceal Roy's fate, and at the same time, it can carry out material and energy conversion based on Roy's cognition. Just like the soul crystals that Roy collected through executions and murders, they were the product of cosmic resonance. However, Roy used to rely on luck to get soul crystals from killing people. And now, Roy is able to transform any soul into a soul crystal. If you calculate it this way, my own methods are more or less inclined towards necromancer. However, the means of advanced meditation are a bit like magician. At the same time, the means of analyzing everything is more inclined towards the arcanist. It's okay if he's mixed race. Even the profession is mixed. Although the upper limits of the 3 are very high, without spells, they are just pure blank accounts. It is not easy to avoid eating beef. How about going back to Camartage to study abroad? I just don't know whether the Ancient One boss recognizes my identity as a Mafia gang member. Duh. Chapter 3. Studying abroad in Camartage was just an alternative idea for Roy. After all, Roy was also afraid that his Mafia background would be exposed by the magicians of Camartage. Without considering studying abroad in Camartage for the time being, Roy was silent for an entire afternoon and finally absorbed a wave of knowledge brought by the Sage system and worked out another development plan. Whether it's a necromancer, a magician, or even an arcanist, all professions rely on knowledge as a ladder for advancement. Without contacting Camartage for the time being, you can completely use the alchemy that comes with the Philosopher's Stone to study and advance on your own with basic rune literature, potion science, magic crystal science, creation science, and other extraordinary knowledge. Anyway, it's only 2002 now, so it's not easy to show off one's extraordinary abilities. As far as I know, this world is most likely based on the movie version of the Marvel Universe. The first year of superhero was when Iron Man was born in 2008. Even if the Chitauri invade New York, it will be 10 years later, and there are still 15 years before the world-destroying crisis-level extinction event. Such a long time is enough for me to improve myself to the point where I can protect myself. I won't say anything else. According to the basic knowledge brought by the Sage system, building an army of golem puppets is enough to dominate New York. Building a magician tower is enough to make yourself the uncrowned king of America. If a floating city could be built, defeating Thanos' space fleet would be a piece of cake. It is not impossible to beat up dimensional Mephisto like Dormammu and Mephisto. I'll talk to Ancient One about it then. Haha. By then, even a coin that falls on the ground will be mine. As long as you protect your own Earth, you will have enough time to climb all the way up until you become an unprecedented magic god. Dingling. The crisp call from room service woke Roy from his futuristic fantasy. Take a look at your system panel. Roy sighed again. He only had 36 basic runes in total, not a single spell, not to mention the golem army, magician tower, and floating city. We still have a long way to go to protect our planet. A towering building rises from the ground. Damn, get the money first. After a sigh, Roy answered the phone in the room quickly, and Karen's cautious and polite voice soon came from the microphone. Mr. Roy, it's already 6 p.m. Do you need dinner service? Yeah. Mr. Winston has prepared Italian food and would like to have dinner with Mr. Roy. Is that okay? Old Winston? Sure, but I prefer S.H.I.E.L.D food, the unadulterated kind. Mr. Roy, I will make a suggestion to Mr. Winston. Can dinner be set at 8 o'clock? See you in 2 hours then. After hanging up the phone, Roy casually poured himself half a glass of whiskey, his eyes slightly deep. In this atop world of American variety shows, there are countless outrageous and bizarre things, and even the Mafia may be the black gloves of the Vatican Inquisition. It is not difficult to accept the addition of a killer platform like mainland hotels and the Peace Hotel. Continental hotels, a force capable of building killer platforms in major cities around the world, should not be underestimated. So Roy had no intention of refusing Winston's dinner invitation. The Continental Hotel in New York, even at its high table behind the scenes, has a certain influence, not to mention that Winston has been running the Continental Hotel in New York for nearly 30 years. Among the global underground forces, Winston is considered a top figure. As for New York, Winston is a local tyrant with extremely strong power and connections, just as Roy said when he checked into the hotel. After Roy's family assigned his territory to Lower Manhattan, he became a neighbor of the Continental Hotel. There's no harm in making good terms with Winston, the old fox, in advance. After making a decision, Roy quickly relaxed, took a shower, and changed into relatively comfortable casual clothes. It was almost 8 o'clock when Roy went out and went straight to the rooftop restaurant of the Continental Hotel. I have to say, Old Winston is a man who knows how to enjoy life. The entire rooftop of the Continental Hotel is designed in a semi-open layout, with potted flowers everywhere. Looking out, you can see the prosperous scenery of half of Manhattan. After arriving at the rooftop restaurant, Roy immediately saw the Old Winston, who looked like Rambo, swaying the aperitif in a crystal glass elegantly at the table next to Guaigiaccio. Their eyes met, and Old Winston invited them to raise their glasses, with a gentle, refined, and surprisingly friendly demeanor. After a while, Roy sat down opposite Winston and took the thin cigar handed to him by Old Winston. Cohiba Bentley, my favorite. It's so thoughtful. No wonder the Continental Hotel in New York has become more and more popular in recent years. It's definitely because you deserve it, Roy. Welcome to New York. Shit, Winston, you sound like a scumbag in a movie about to trick a woman into having S***X. Please don't treat me like this. I'm really scared. Hear Roy's joke. Even an old fox like Winston was slightly stunned and his hands trembled. Roy then smiled heartily and said, Winston, it was just a joke. Let's eat first. Coming from Italy, I only had one flight meal. God, it was a disaster. Winston smiled and shook his head when he heard this, then waved to the waiter to serve the meal. It only takes a short while. One after another, extremely exquisite and sumptuous S.H.I.E.L.D meals were served on the table. 8 dishes, 1 soup, and even rice. I have to say that Old Winston is really considerate in dealing with people and paying attention to details. At the same time, this strange yet familiar original S.H.I.E.L.D food also whetted Roy's appetite. A dinner that was enjoyable for both the host and the guests. After the meal was over, the rooftop restaurant, which was once very lively, was gradually emptied out, leaving only Roy and Winston. Roy wiped his mouth and finally spoke. Winston, I don't think this dinner is just to welcome me to New York. It's just a street in downtown. It's not worth such a grand ceremony. Winston looked sleepy and said calmly, Yes, Roy, if that's all, it's not worth it. But if it's Robin Hood from Sicily, it's naturally different. Roy was not surprised that Winston knew his background. Just like John Wick is the famous Baba Yaga and Night Stalker of the Continental Hotel in New York, Roy also shines brightly at the Continental Hotel in Rome. But after hearing Winston's words, Roy rolled his eyes and said, Winston, you should learn to use words correctly. The goddamn horse comes from Robin Hood in Sicily. He is the Black Knight, the knight who walks in the dark. Chapter 4. Since the beginning of the 13th century, a secret society called Cosa Nostra, Family Affairs, has emerged in Sicily, violently rebelling against the law. In the early 19th century, the first Mafia commission was established in Sicily. In 1911, the Mafia was officially named Mafia to commemorate the past Sicilian uprising. In 1913, the 11-member Mafia committee officially issued a law of silence within the family in Sicily. Until now, it can be said that the name of Sicily has been completely tied to the Mafia. Therefore, the nickname Black Knight that Roy used in the underworld, the assassin business, and the Continental Hotel, in the eyes of many Westerners, means Robin Hood from Sicily. This is not the first time Roy has complained about this matter. But seeing Winston's confused and ignorant expression, Roy could only wave his hand. Barbarians are barbarians, without any cultural connotations. Forget it. There's no point in arguing with a foreigner who often can't wake up. Forget it, Winston, just call me Roy. The meal is over. The polite greetings are over. Winston, tell me your true intentions. There's no point in talking to foreigners about language and culture. The rednecks and black guys who will never know more than 26 letters in their entire lives, they know shit. Roy casually lit the thin cigar in his hand, looked at Winston calmly, and his left hand rested vaguely on the edge of his slightly open coat at his waist. There, hidden was a highly concealed modified M1911 pistol. At the same time, almost no one knows that Roy, who is no different from ordinary people, is actually left-handed. Roy's left-handed shooting skills are his trump card that has never been exposed. At this time, Winston had no idea that his life was almost hanging by a thread in front of the gate of hell. After hearing Roy's words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes that never woke up. After preparing the wording a little, Winston tapped his cane with his fingertips and said, Roy, I asked you to come here because I want to know more about Hallstatt. Hallstatt is the most beautiful town in Austria, no doubt about it. Hear Winston's words. Almost immediately, Roy thought of the place where the decisive battle took place in the movie John Wick, The Last Airbender, that he had seen in his previous life. Then, Roy reacted quickly, and information about the European underground forces flashed by quickly. Roy then interrupted Winston and said, You're probably asking about Cult X. That's not Hallstatt, but Snow Salt Town across from Lake Hallstatt. Have you been offended by those lunatics in the X-Cult? Winston, those lunatics are not to be trifled with. No, to be more precise, the monsters behind those lunatics are not to be trifled with. They are most likely related to demons. For many forces in the underground world, the existence of the supernatural, hell, demons, etc. has never been a secret. It's just that most people have never seen them. Even so, hearing the word devil, Winston frowned and his expression became serious. Rubbing the tip of the staff in his palm, Winston smiled stiffly and said, Forget it. I'm an old man and don't want to get into any trouble. Roy, what I'm trying to say is that Baba Yago, John, is ready to retire. He's repaying the blood oath he once owed. Snow Salt Town is most likely his last stop. Definitely, I believe this won't be a problem for him. Whether it's the night demon or Baba Yago, John has his own destiny. Actually, I'd rather talk to you. Roy, after John, the New York Continental Hotel needs to establish a new leader in the assassin world. If you agree, I can negotiate with Rome to transfer your settlement to New York. The killer platform and the killer can achieve mutual success. It's like merchants and celebrities. A good celebrity spokesperson can sometimes really play a huge role in boosting the business behind him. The mutual success between John Wick and Winston allowed Winston to control the Continental Hotel in New York for 30 years. Winston is not yet 60 years old and hopes to continue to control the Continental Hotel in New York for another 30 years. So at this juncture when John Wick is about to retire, Roy's arrival gave Winston an opportunity. Dinner, Snow Salt Town, John Wick, etc. These are just Winston's excuses. Its real purpose is to win over Roy. In this process, Karen's courteous and thoughtful service, Winston's friendly attitude, and warmth towards John Wick's friends, etc., are all preparations for winning over Roy. In fact, this was not unexpected to Roy. It's like John Wick is treated with caution wherever he goes. Roy's reputation in the killer world is slightly weaker than John Wick's, but that's only because he has been in the industry for a short time. In 4 years, he has carried out 32 executions and accepted 41 orders without a single failure. The number of deaths that can be verified is at least over 200. The fame in the killer world is all earned through killing. There is no data more detailed and reliable than this one. The attitude displayed by Winston is enough to prove his sincerity. Similarly, when Roy came to New York from Europe, especially when his family was tricked in allocating territory, he did not mind using his identity to gain the friendship of old Winston, the local tyrant. He is just a killer who is on the waiting list, not selling himself to mainland hotels. Whether it's the Continental Hotel in Rome or the Continental Hotel in New York, it makes no difference to Roy. If you really want to get down to it, the Mafia Commission has a seat at the high table. The Mafia is a family organization, and every official member owns a share in the committee, even if this little bit of shares is a little less. But if you round it up, you are also half the owner of the New York Continental Hotel. It's just a transfer, not a change of fate. It's not impossible to place a reservation at the New York Continental Hotel, but you have to pay extra. In a flash, Roy had made his decision. He crushed out his cigar and said, "Winston, what can I get?" Ordinary services in mainland hotels can be purchased with gold coins. At this moment, Winston instantly understood the subtext of Roy's words. Winston then nodded to Sharon in the distance, then looked at Roy and said, "Roy, I know your situation in New York, so I prepared 2 gifts for you." Chapter 5. The advantages of local tyrants are sometimes really obvious. The 2 gifts Winston mentioned were actually 2 pieces of information about Roy. One of them was information about Martin Lee. When Roy came to New York and took over the family's Little Italy in downtown, more than 3/4 of the territory had already been swallowed up by Martin Lee. The information sent by Winston recorded in detail everything that happened to Martin Lee after he came to New York. To be precise, Martin Lee is not the real Martin Lee, but an unknown person in an unknown snakehead organization. During a smuggling operation, the ship encountered an accident at sea. After this unknown person came ashore, he was ambushed by the Magia organization in Queens and sent to be a test subject for a comprehensive drug, thereby gaining the ability to cause people to have extremely negative emotions. After escaping from the laboratory, the unknown people fabricated the so-called Martin Lee's smuggling, dream of freedom, etc. He even made up stories and created hype, and was awarded the Medal of Freedom by President Aim. Immediately afterwards, Martin Lee used his super abilities to manipulate finance and establish the Devil Gang. But in front of the public, Martin Lee built the Feast homeless shelter and became a philanthropist. In just a few years, Martin Lee has almost become the kingpin of Chinatown, known as Mr. Negative, and continues to constantly fight against the Magia organization led by Hammerhead. Moreover, the reason why Martin Lee annexed 3/4 of the territory of Little Italy in downtown was because Hertz, a formal member of the Corleone family, had close ties with the Magia organization. Another piece of information is about Hertz, another official member of the Corleone family in New York. Compared to Martin Lee, Hertz's information is much more substantial. Hertz is a typical Italian-American, born in Chicago. Because his parents were busy with crime, he grew up in boarding school. Because he was short, fat, and ugly, he was very inferior in his teenage years. At the same time, this inferiority complex also caused a distortion in Hertz's heart. In high school, Hertz was forced by his father to shoot and kill a classmate who often bullied him. From then on, Hertz began to evolve into a sinister, vicious, cruel, and completely inhuman perverted D. After he came of age, Hertz's father died in a family tragedy. To compensate Hertz, the Corleone family accepted him as a formal member and sent him to New York. At that time, the Corleone family tried to make a second comeback in New York after retreating from it 40 years ago. Hertz doesn't have much ability, but he manages to survive by relying on insidious and vicious means. For a full 20 years, the Corleone family suffered heavy casualties and was only able to gain a foothold in 2 Little Italys in New York. Hertz also survived by secretly getting in touch with a congressman and reaching a lot of cooperation with New York's new drug lord Frank Lucas, Hammerhead of the Magia organization, and others. With this network of connections and profits, Hertz also gained the appreciation of the second boss of the Corleone family. Therefore, in the land allocation, Roy was trapped in the almost disappearing Little Italy in the downtown area. At the same time, below Hertz's information are New York drug lords, congressmen, and others. I have to say, these 2 documents are indeed great gifts for Roy. Winston, the old fox, is very good at understanding people's hearts and winning them over, comparable to the timely reign in New York. Although Roy has no obsession with territory or gangs, he is still very unhappy about the fact that he was cheated by the gang boss and Hertz. Anyway, building a magician tower, researching magic, etc., requires money. It is a very good plan to use these people to vent your anger and make a lot of money at the same time. These people are all high-quality blood packs. Winston, I'll leave the settlement and transfer to you. Now, I want to ask if the Continental Hotel here has any orders from Hertz, the drug lord, the Hammerhead, the congressman, the gang boss, the second boss, and Martin Lee. Well, these people's subordinates are also okay. New to New York, big reward. Regardless of good or bad, no limit on the number. At this moment, Roy was filled with murderous intent. At the same time, Winston's face lit up with joy and a smile, and he said, "Roy, welcome to New York. I need to contact Roma now. Maybe you can go to the bar on the underground floor. Today is my treat, where you can get everything you want. Rooftop dinner ends here. Winston rushed to the office to arrange for Roy's transfer. Roy quickly arrived at a bar on the basement floor of the Continental Hotel, as if he was familiar with the place. It's not much different from an ordinary quiet bar. At most, the patrons in the bar, in groups of 3 or 4, would occasionally exude a hint of danger, like beasts or poisonous snakes disguised in the jungle. Roy didn't care about the looks from the bar patrons. Although Roy's hunting grounds were mostly in Europe before, New York is the most prosperous city in America, and Roy has visited the Continental Hotel here many times. Walk through the open bar hall and go straight to the bar. A blonde woman in a bartender's outfit glanced over at Roy, giving him a perfectly placed smile. "Hi, Roy. Welcome to New York." "Hi, Griner. Does everyone know I'm transferring to New York now?" "Definitely. You have no idea how much Winston misses you. I swear, even the hottest Latina chicks haven't gotten him this crazy." "Griner, you succeeded in frightening me, and I swear I will never tell Winston." "Roy, okay, I take it back. You can order now." Griner has a good figure, but her appearance is at most above average. Moreover, a woman who could become the head of the intelligence team in a mainland hotel would definitely not be as naive as she appears now. It's okay to tease a woman like this, but Roy has no intention of getting to know her in depth. Soon, a note filled with names appeared on the bar. Griner took the note, glanced at it quickly, and burned it after reading it. Then, Griner poured Roy a glass of whiskey on the rocks and went behind the bar. It takes about 10 minutes. Roy hadn't finished his glass of wine or cigar when Griner reappeared in front of him with a sealed document bag. "Mr. Roy, this is your list of eligible hunts, with detailed instructions. Happy hunting." Chapter 6. In Executive Suite 2505 of the Continental Hotel, a wall is covered with densely packed photos and names. Hertz Corleone, Joseph Harrow, Hammerhead, Frank Lucas, Congressman, Martin Lee, and all other targets were connected in various ways around the name of one person. Dr. Simon Marshall, Professor of Biology and Chemistry at Imperial State University. At the same time, Simon Marshall is also the Chief Technology Officer of MIU. MIU is the company of the Member of Parliament. The drug lord Frank provided Simon Marshall with special materials and was taken care of by the powerful. Hammerhead provides Simon Marshall with homeless people, illegal immigrants, etc. for drug experiments and obtains funds for expansion. Hertz provided Simon Marshall with a money laundering channel and obtained the rights to sell blue magic in bulk. Even Martin Lee's super ability was born out of Simon Marshall's comprehensive drug experiment. And these are just the surface information provided by mainland hotels. At a deeper level, these people, centered around Simon Marshall, may have even closer and more complex transactions and entanglements. There is no doubt that this is a very large network of interests. Congressmen, scientists, drug lords, criminal organizations, local tyrants, etc. It is shocking. If it was before activating the system, Roy might have been a little wary. But now, even though Roy has not yet developed extraordinary powers such as magic and spells, just by virtue of the physical improvement he gained from being promoted to a first-ring magician, he can be comparable to half of Spider-Man. Simply speaking of basic attributes such as strength and agility. The average person's score is 1, and the maximum limit for a human body like Captain America is 5. But Roy, the lowest basic attribute, is 7. After exceeding the limits of the human body, one will be sublimated and break into the extraordinary realm. Every time one level is increased, the difference in the way the power is presented is huge amounts of. According to Roy's inference, the newly born Spider-Man's level is only about 8 or 9 points at most. After training to the limit, it is estimated that his level will be only about 10 points. The basic combat power of characters like Thor and the Hulk in regular movies is only about 20 points. Even if it is the next door super, as long as it does not enter the bug mode such as Silver Super and Gold Super, it will only be around 30. Compared to these top superheroes, Roy may not be worth mentioning now. But in this era where the extraordinary is not obvious, Roy is enough to kill people directly even with his bare hands. Captain America can make a big splash on the battlefields of World War II with just a round shield. Not to mention that Roy also has 36 basic runes provided by the system. Even if he only relies on the little magic power generated by his own body, he can enchant clothes, guns, and the like. I glanced at the photo wall again. Roy felt that there was no need to study whether there was a plan or not. As a magician, you must rely on wisdom to disintegrate and destroy the enemy. Now, Roy's wisdom told him to just push forward. This feeling is very wonderful. It's just like before, when Roy saw Superman next door not using his super brain and being so reckless, he couldn't stop complaining. And now, Roy suddenly understands Superman next door. Extraordinary beginning. Although Roy has not yet reached the level of not eating beef, He has already felt a bit like Guan Yu, who thinks everyone is a traitor, especially the Hertz family's accomplice. He survived in New York for 20 years by relying on the help of powerful people, and he couldn't even become a gang boss in his 40s or 50s. Damn, he's really good at internal exclusion, betrayal, and killing people with someone else's knife. It's so rude of him to take advantage of the fact that I'm unfamiliar with the place and try to use Martin Lee from Chinatown to deal with me. Since he's jumping so happily, let's attack him first. I continued to rest for 2 days in the mainland hotel and familiarized myself with the alchemy that comes with the Philosopher's Stone. Relying on the only 10 magic points on his body, he simply enchanted the already bulletproof combat suit with the rune of solidity, enchanted the shoes with the rune of lightness, enchanted the gun with accuracy, enchanted the silencer with acceleration, enchanted the dagger with sharpness, enchanted the watch with focus, and so on. Especially the bullets, which are enchanted with explosion, freezing, penetration, burning, etc. So what if the system doesn't give you spells? Rune bullets is your own system. So what if the Earth is a magic-free environment? 10 points of magic power is enough for you to fire hundreds of shots. First try the effect with Hertz, Hammerhead, etc. If the effect is good, this is a good research direction. Checked into the Continental Hotel on the 3rd night. The Bronx, New York, the real Little Italy neighborhood. Roy was wearing a full set of enchanted gear, almost armed to the teeth, and he walked into a bar like a ghost. He sneaked into the office silently, avoiding the bar guards with his figure as sharp as a civet cat, passing through the dark corridor. Before a tattooed man could react, the dagger, which didn't even emit a faint light, penetrated his throat like rotten soil. Then, the ring on Roy's left index finger flashed. In an instant, the virtual image of Decedent's soul flashed in the air and condensed into a soul crystal in Roy's hand. The sinful souls of ordinary people form low-level soul crystals. Not bad. After the Philosopher's Stone was transformed into a system, Roy's soul crystals, which he originally had to rely on luck to obtain, can now be obtained through simple enchanted equipment and are quite stable. Even when Roy made the ring, he had already developed apprentice-level spells such as soul draining and refining. Making soul crystals may seem simple, but it is a unique technology that comes with the Philosopher's Stone. Extract the soul elements and retain the decedent true spirit. This is much kinder, more efficient, and more stable than the soul-devouring behavior of the demons in hell. If the soul devours too much, it is easy to make people crazy, confused, and irritable. But soul crystals can be used to enchant runes, refine potions, strengthen materials, create puppets, etc. You can never have too much of this stuff. After casually putting away the soul crystal, Roy casually released an apprentice-level cleaning spell. The magic power is less than 0.1, but it can eliminate all traces of odors, dust, pheromones, etc. Roy can replenish this little consumption in just a few minutes, even if he only relies on his own life energy conversion. Come quietly and leave without a trace. During this night, Roy easily swept through almost all of the strongholds controlled by Hertz in more than a dozen blocks. At the same time, Roy was still approaching Arthur Avenue, the heart of Little Italy. Chapter 7. It's 2 a.m., Arthur Avenue, in the heart of Little Italy, in the Bronx. A secluded manufacturing plant hidden deep in the neighborhood. Hertz, a short, fat, round-faced man, paced back and forth like a small potato, his reflective black-framed glasses revealing a sense of anxiety from time to time. Next to Hertz was a tall, broad-headed, square-faced Russian man, who was Hammerhead, different from Hertz's anxiety and fear. At this moment, Hammerhead's expression was filled with contempt and calmness. Little potato, stop pressing it. You're almost breaking the phone. No matter who the enemy is, just fight them. F***K, F***K, F***K. I can't contact anyone. Hammerhead's disdainful voice made Hertz even more furious and angry, and he smashed the phone to pieces. Then, Hertz looked at Hammerhead fiercely and said, "Is it you? Damn it, you want to hurt me." Hammerhead stood up from the wooden box and looked at Hertz with contempt. Hertz pushed his glasses, his momentum fading, and said, "Hammerhead, don't get me wrong. What I mean is that you know how important this batch of goods is to Mr. Wilson tonight. If anything goes wrong with this batch of goods, neither you nor I will be able to escape. We will both die. You'd better think carefully. Was the Devil Gang following you when you delivered the goods tonight?" Hertz's weakness slightly reduced Hammerhead's anger. However, Hertz's suspicion still made Hammerhead very unhappy. The Demon Gang is not that powerful. Even Martin Lee himself can't do it. What's more, I value this shipment more than you do. I'm responsible for all the loading, escorting, and transportation. You should think carefully about who you have offended. Even Baba Yaga couldn't wipe out dozens of your strongholds silently. Hammerhead is just stubborn, not stupid. It was obvious from Hertz's words that he wanted to drag himself into the water. But Hammerhead was not willing to provoke this super killer who swept through more than a dozen blocks and had hundreds of violent members overnight. After saying a few words, Hammerhead was ready to leave. However, before Hammerhead could leave, gunshots were heard in the factory outside the office. Almost in an instant, Hertz quickly hid behind the sofa, while Hammerhead took out a gun from his arms and went to the side of the window. Pistols, submachine guns, automatic rifles, all kinds of gunfire merged into one. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Hertz could not contact his partner in the base in his territory, so he almost immediately gathered most of his elite gunmen in the factory. With dozens of guns suppressing them, the people inside the factory were in high spirits. Hammerhead finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Hertz with disdain, and said, "Idiot, there's no point in hiding behind the sofa. If the Corleone family is full of cowards like you, you'd better go to Italy and eat shit. The one attacking tonight is definitely a super expert. You guys won't be able to hold them off for long. Listen, you coward. If you don't want to die, have your men turn on the searchlights, leaving no blind spots, and take out all the stuff hidden in your office. You'd better grow some courage quickly, because you'll need it soon." Hertz's face turned blue after being scolded by Hammerhead, but he was also very clear about his own abilities and did not object at all. After a moment, under Hammerhead's command, many gunmen divided into 3 layers of crossfire and quickly formed a simple defensive formation. After hiding in the bunkers, they stopped shooting and began to replace ammunition. Unlike a sinister B***************** D like Hertz, Hammerhead is a solid fighter who emerged from street fights, and he is more brave and experienced. At the same time, at this moment, in a hidden corner on the left side of the factory gate, Roy was complaining that his luck was really bad as he actually ran into Hammerhead, who came secretly to deliver the goods to Hertz. Hammerhead was able to fight against super ability players like Martin Lee for several years, and his experience and ability were not exaggerated. Fortunately, I have always adhered to the principle of despising the enemy strategically and taking the enemy seriously tactically. If I didn't bring a lot of enchanted equipment, it might be difficult to deal with dozens of guns under the command of someone. Complaints are complaints. The moment the gunfire stopped, Roy leaped up like a cheetah, with a special edition M1911 in his left hand and a revolver in his right hand. Rune bullet, explosion. Rune pistol, precision inspiration. Move and shoot. Rune boots, lightness activated. The tiger is out of the cage. 6 explosive bullets instantly destroyed a large area of bunkers in the factory. At the same time, 17 ordinary bullets, without any deviation, accurately hit the eyebrows of 17 elite gunmen. Before the remaining gunmen could react, Roy had already cut into the crowd. The empty revolver was thrown away. Roy swung his hands behind his waist, had already changed the magazine, and pulled out the matte dagger. Like a surging dragon, he used both sword and gun to kill indiscriminately in the crowd. The gangster gunmen did not have Roy's accurate shooting skills, and they were worried about accidental injuries and hesitated. And in just a few breaths of hesitation, the gunmen were almost killed. The horrific feast of killing was like a gorgeous waltz of gunmanship. The moment Hertz saw Roy, his face suddenly turned pale, and then he became extremely angry. He raised his gun and fired randomly, while roaring, F*******KU. Damn it, Roy, you attacked your own people. The family will not let you go. Whoosh. As Hertz finished his words, a dagger pierced through the crowd and accurately nailed his gun-holding wrist to the wall. The pistol fell to the ground, and Hertz screamed. Bang! Hammerhead slapped Hertz in the face and grinned. Idiot, just kill everyone, and who knows? After he finished speaking, Hammerhead contracted his biceps, lifted it up with force, and held up a Gatling gun, completely ignoring the own men who were still entangled with Roy, and opened fire fiercely. The ferocious metal storm, with an orange-yellow glow, swept across the entire venue like a meteor shower. More than a dozen gunmen were unable to even scream as they were instantly turned into a bloody mist. Even Roy's mouth twitched, and he was very surprised by Hammerhead's extremely brutal and cruel behavior. Thanks again for the wisdom from the little red book in my previous life. Fortunately, I made some preparations before coming here and added a layer of enchantment to the bulletproof suit. Otherwise, the bulletproof suits in mainland hotels cannot withstand the fire of Vulcan cannons. No, being hit by a Vulcan cannon is no joke. It was just a small assassination, but they actually used the Vulcan cannon against me. The local gangs are so rude. Chapter 8. In the empty factory hall, in front of a simple iron frame office building. The sound of the Vulcan cannon was like rolling thunder. The orange-red light gathered together, and in the blink of an eye, it reduced half of the factory to ruins. Finally, it gathered into a torrent of steel, like a rainstorm and meteors, and hit Roy straight. The hammer's strength, experience, and accuracy are all quite good, and ordinary people cannot avoid it. But if Roy let go of all his mind and focused on dodging, he would still be able to avoid it. But it's unnecessary, it's too much effort. Facing the torrent of metal like a storm, Roy stood still, grabbed the front collar of his suit with one hand, lifted it up slightly, and then dodged with his head. The extremely violent torrent of bullets was like hitting a solid wall and was completely blocked. It took more than half a minute. With the Gatling gun's terrifying firing rate, it fired nearly 3,000 bullets. During this half-minute, Roy counted silently and found that he had stacked the solidity rune 10 times in total. The opponent used the Gatling M137 7.62mm full-power bullet. This thing can create a 10-centimeter deep hole in a reinforced concrete wall with an average of 3 bullets. 3,000 bullets would dig a pit nearly 10 meters deep. In other words, the bearing capacity of a solid rune is equivalent to that of a reinforced concrete wall of about 1 meter. Although it is a rough estimate, the endurance is still good. With my current mental strength, it shouldn't be a problem to go back and study a rune array with 10 superpositions, and then add some rune combinations such as toughness and diffusion. Once my new equipment comes out, nothing should be able to threaten me as long as I am not targeted by the machine guns of multiple fighter jets. It only takes half a minute. Roy's thoughts even strayed a little. At this time, the ammunition box under the hammerhead's feet had been completely emptied. For a moment, the factory was dead silent. Hammerhead was stunned for a long time before he cursed, "Shit." Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Roy had already fired a shot, hitting Hammerhead between his eyebrows. This time, Roy was also stunned. Even someone as strong as me has to use an enchanted suit to protect his head and face when facing a hail of bullets. What's wrong with this, Hammerhead? Where did you buy your suit? What's on your head? Roy and Hammerhead spoke almost at the same time. After they finished speaking, both of them felt something was not right. Roy even raised his toes, picked up the revolver on the ground, quickly changed the bullet, and then fired 3 shots in a flash. At this time, Hammerhead had just thrown away the Vulcan cannon and pulled out a Remington shotgun from behind. But this time, all 3 of Roy's shots were rune bullets. An explosive bullet and a freezing bullet both hit the opponent's heart. A penetrating bullet continued to hit the opponent's eyebrows. 2 bullets to the chest and 1 to the head. Even the gods would shake their heads when they saw it. Hammerhead, who once relied on his iron skull to dominate New York, fell into a permanent sleep cleanly and neatly. However, to Roy's surprise, even the bullet with the penetrating rune was unable to penetrate the hammer's skull. Only the skin and flesh were rolled back, revealing a hint of silver. Just use an identification technique. Roy sensed the word vibranium coming back in his mental information, and his expression became extremely strange. The iron skull is Hammerhead's core secret and is not even mentioned in the intelligence from mainland hotels. As for Roy's memory, if you are not a diehard fan of the comics, who the hell would know about Marvel's 18th-tier villains like Hammerhead? This is also the reason why Roy has a strange expression. What kind of good person would replace his skull with metal, or even vibranium? With these resources and technology, it would be better to just make an ancient European iron-can helmet with vibranium coating than to install vibranium in your own head. Are you afraid of being shot in the head? Or are you afraid of someone stealing your vibranium? Damn, this is weird. While Roy was complaining, he had already extracted the soul element of the hammerhead and transformed it into a soul crystal. High-level soul crystal, this is a rare commodity. Although it is not as good as the legendary soul crystal that can create the tower spirit required for the magician tower, the high-level soul crystal can already produce a weak spirit. Whether it is used to create a high-level golem puppet or to assist the rune factory, it is a good choice. Well, it seems that my power, resources, knowledge, etc. are not enough. If that doesn't work, we can also create a magical version of artificial intelligence. In this technological age, having a portable artificial intelligence would be of great help to you. That's settled. After putting away the soul crystal, Roy thought for a moment, then used extraction and cleaning techniques to remove the vibranium skull from the hammer's head. Roy had already tried it with rune bullets just now. Vibranium is extremely special and precious even among magical metals. There are high-level soul crystals and a small amount of vibranium. If you think about it this way, Hammerhead is a good person, so you should not disturb his sleep. The unexpected surprise made Roy in a very good mood, and he even liked the beat ************** D hurts a lot better. Hi? Hurts. I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you almost dying? How pitiful. For the sake of our kind, I'll give you a chance to leave a last word. Speak. Hertz's hands were still nailed to the wall, his teeth bared, and his expression was terrified. Roy, you can't kill me. We are family. I will return the land to you. You are so confused. Even if I kill you, the territory will be mine. Roy scolded Hertz seriously, and Hertz's face suddenly became ferocious, with a hint of grievance. Seeing Hertz was so happy that he couldn't speak, Roy shrugged, stepped forward, and drew his dagger, saying, Hertz, don't worry, I'll try to act quickly. Take a deep breath, you might feel a little dizzy. Watching Roy come forward, Hertz immediately retreated like a short and plump, delicate flower. Even when he was tripped and fell to the ground, he continued to crawl backwards. Roy, calm down. You really can't kill me. I have someone behind me. Second boss. No, Congressman, I work for Mr. Wilson and Frank Lucas. F***K, stop coming any further. Stop right there. Do you know what you're doing? Damned shit. Roy, for the sake of our brothers, please. Money and goods. I'll give them all to you. Roy, listen to me. If we can get this shipment to Southeast Asia, we'll have connections with the military. Super soldier serum. Yes, with this batch of goods, we can research super soldier serum. Chapter 9. The dilapidated factory was located in a remote corner deep in Arthur Avenue, and even the sound of gunfire would be difficult to be heard. What's more, this is Hertz's base and the stronghold of the Mafia. In this real little Italy, even if someone nearby heard gunshots or something, they wouldn't call the police. So after solving Hertz, Roy did not leave immediately, but out of curiosity, he came to the office that originally belonged to Hertz and found the hidden elevator leading to the underground secret room. Originally, Roy was not interested in the goods that Hertz mentioned. After all, Roy is not losing fans. But the super soldier serum that Hertz mentioned before his death aroused Roy's strong interest. Roy really wanted to know what kind of stuff it was that was related to the research on super soldier serum. It couldn't be that getting high on it would be more beneficial to research, right? Ever since Captain America appeared on the battlefield of World War II. In the following 60 years, there were countless forces researching the super soldier serum, such as the old U.S. military, S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, etc. This thing called super soldier serum is related to the ultimate evolution of the human body. No matter the size of the power, the black or white of the organization, whether it is a human or a ghost, as long as the conditions are met, I want to give it a try. Even the Mafia Family Council has its own dedicated laboratory. Roy can understand all of this. But Hertz is such a short and fat loser who can only find the source of goods through crooked ways. Bite. Just when Roy's curiosity reached its peak, as the elevator door opened, a ray of induction incandescent light suddenly illuminated the somewhat dark underground space. What catches the eye are rooms that look like containers. Through the occasional cracks in the room door, Roy could see pregnant women with big bellies living there. Not one or two, but hundreds. An unprecedented chill, like electric current, made Roy's scalp tingle. Obviously, these pregnant women are what Hertz calls goods. As a reincarnated person, Roy went from being a citizen of Dongxia in his previous life to a mixed-race killer in this life, living in a world dominated by Western culture. Roy considers himself emotionally indifferent and not a good person. There is no difference between killing people and killing chickens. But even so, Roy has a sincere and caring heart towards pregnant women, human cubs, etc. And now, combined with the words Hertz said before his death, it is obvious that these so-called goods are to be sent to a secret laboratory in Southeast Asia as consumables and experimental products. In an instant, a touch of extreme anger was ignited, as if it was going to burn through the top of his head. At this moment, Roy wanted to go to Kamartaj and borrow the time gem, turn back time 10 minutes, revive Nas and Hammerhead, and then capture them alive and torture them for 10,000 years. It's not that Roy has a strong sense of justice or morality, but it's an instinct of being human. Fortunately, this instinctive anger comes and goes quickly. Roy quickly regained his senses and prepared to call the police to let the NYPD and the New York City government deal with the big trouble at hand. Yes, it's a big trouble. It's just that the treatment, settlement, return home, compensation, etc. of these pregnant women are all very troublesome. Not to mention, such a shocking case definitely cannot be concealed. It might be a huge news that will shock the world. Roy didn't want to get involved in this kind of trouble at all. Just as Roy cast a cleaning spell and was about to leave quietly, someone suddenly appeared from the room nearest the elevator door, and a pair of alert and pure eyes fell on Roy. The two looked at each other, and the pregnant woman in the room was obviously a little frightened and dodged quickly. Roy opened his mouth, but said nothing. Saving lives and calling the police is already a great deed, and it is very inconsistent with one's professional rules. It is best not to get involved in any unnecessary things. But before Roy left, a timid female voice came from the room. Hasn't he seen that person? No, but he has a gun. Don't go out, Veronica. The softly whispered words reached Roy's ears without missing a word. At this moment, Roy hated his extremely sensitive hearing, and even more so, he hated the fact that the elevator door behind him was taking so long to open. As expected, what you fear will come true. Just as the elevator door behind Roy opened, in that room, a beautiful woman in pure white maternity pajamas came out and said with courage, "Sir, are you here to save us?" Roy put one foot on the elevator door and wanted to leave immediately, but his conscience wouldn't allow it. For a while, Roy turned back stiffly and said, "No, I just got lost and went to the wrong door." Don't worry, I'll call the police for you later." "You're welcome." After saying this, Roy prepared to run away. But before the elevator door closed, the beautiful pregnant woman came over barefoot, blocking the elevator door with one hand, and stared at Roy with her breathtakingly beautiful eyes. Roy raised an eyebrow and said, "Ma'am, I told you I'll call the police for you. And I don't want any trouble, understand?" The beautiful pregnant woman seemed a little embarrassed. She smiled apologetically at Roy and said, "Sir, I understand what you mean. I just want you to wait for a moment and then leave together." As she spoke, a faint light shone from the beautiful pregnant woman. Immediately afterwards, the beautiful pregnant woman instantly turned into a top-notch queen with a hot body. Well, the appearance is also familiar. The other party seems to be very similar to the Earth Flower Monica. To be precise, it is an upgraded version of the Earth Flower, bigger, whiter, and more tender. Bah, this figure is so obscene. Witch? Magician? Or something else? Magician. I'm just like you. I don't want to be exposed. I have no ill intentions. Roy was not fooled by the beauty of the upgraded version of the ball flower on the opposite side, and during her body transformation, he sensed an energy flow that was very similar to his own magic. And what made Roy feel a little relieved was, when his gun was pointed at the opponent's vital points, the opponent did not resist at all. It's a real gun, a pistol, not some other random gun. At least, this is enough to prove that the other party has no ill intentions. A female magician whose magic power is lower than his own and who has no resistance at all, and she is an upgraded version of a ball flower. Roy guessed that he might have met a plot character in the real American variety show world. We can rush in. No, we can leave together and exchange some things about the magician world. I'll give you 2 minutes. Chapter 10. The upgraded version of the Flower Girl Magician, temporarily named Veronica, was not delayed for too long. The other person just went back to the room, whispered a few words of comfort to his roommate, and then walked out of the room with a bag. It didn't even take a minute. When Veronica appeared in front of Roy again, she had changed into a white dress that looked like a cool female CEO. No, is it so fast to change clothes? Still hiding in the room? Who are you guarding against? It's really impolite for a gentleman to be on guard against this. Roy criticized Veronica in his heart in a very sullen manner, but his eyes were fixed on Veronica without blinking. This girl is really pretty, even prettier than the Earth Flower. Veronica naturally noticed such a direct gaze and raised her eyebrows. But before Veronica could speak, Roy had already spoken, saying, "Your big belly and quick change of clothes just now didn't seem to have any magical fluctuations at all." Since he dared to look at the beauty openly, Roy must have found an excuse long ago. Veronica's originally frowned brows soon relaxed, and she even felt that she was a little too judgmental. How can a person who eradicates gangs and saves many pregnant women be an LSP? The other person's fiery gaze might be due to my own oversensitivity. Veronica even felt a little guilty about it and said, "It's just a little trick. If you're interested, I can teach you later, but for now, I think we should leave." Roy nodded, said nothing more, and quickly left with Veronica. "Wait until we are far away from the factory deep in Arthur Avenue." Roy just called the police and the news hotline and took Veronica to a hidden place. The shrill sound of sirens soon filled Arthur Avenue. Along with it came a large number of reporters from major newspapers who had received information. With the attention of the news media, at least the pregnant women detained in the basement of the factory can get basic safety guarantees. Until all this is confirmed, Roy just left Little Italy quietly with Veronica. Continental Hotel, Executive Suite 2505. After hunting for most of the night, even though Roy had the cleaning technique to keep himself clean, he still took a shower as soon as he returned to his room. When Roy changed his clothes and came out of the bathroom, on the small bar on one side of the room, Veronica was mixing a glass of colorful liquid with a wine glass. From time to time, She took out some blue powder from her handbag and added it into the mixture. Seeing this scene, Roy's face suddenly became serious. If it weren't for Veronica's hands, there would be magical fluctuations flowing from time to time. Roy might lose his temper on the spot. The blue powder in Veronica's handbag is the most popular drug in New York in recent times, blue magic, for things like high drugs. Whether it is the extremely harmful number 4 ecstasy drug or the hemp leaves that are very prevalent in the United States, Roy has always been extremely disgusted. If it weren't for Veronica's extremely focused debugging and magic fluctuations, the moment Roy saw this scene, he might have kicked the other person out of the room. Light a slim cigar. Roy walked to the bar with an expressionless face and poured himself a glass of whiskey. Wait patiently for more than 10 minutes. With Veronica's various adjustments, the originally large cup of colorful liquid, after being refined by magic power, quickly condensed into a sapphire-like magic potion. That's right, there was a strong magical aura flowing on the potion. It's totally out of line. Has the American magician already kept pace with the times to this extent? Using ecstasy to make magic potions, you're dreaming, right? Wait until Veronica finishes refining the medicine. Roy then casually crushed his cigar, played with his wine glass, and said with a hint of sarcasm, "This potion lady who likes to disguise herself as a pregnant woman and infiltrate the gang. Your little tricks are really eye-opening. I think you should introduce yourself and explain." Facing Roy's unfriendly tone, Veronica was very frank and said, "Daughter of the Duke of Cornwall, eldest sister of King Arthur, disciple of Merlin, and British which Veronica Garoas, greets you, Your Excellency." Roy. The series of titles made Roy feel a little confused. As a half-European native who grew up in Sicily, Roy also knows a little about many famous historical figures in Europe. Roy was still a little unfamiliar with the Duke of Cornwall and other things. But Roy still had some knowledge of legendary names like King Arthur and Merlin. According to legend, before King Arthur was born, King Uther, the king of Britain at that time, met the Duke of Cornwall, his wife, and 3 daughters at a banquet. After the banquet, King Uther was obsessed with the Duke of Cornwall's wife day and night. Later, with the help of Merlin's magic, King Uther transformed himself and sneaked into the bedroom of the Duke of Cornwall's wife. When the Duke of Cornwall's wife became pregnant, King Uther found ways to execute the Duke of Cornwall, adopted the Duke of Cornwall's 3 daughters, and made Merlin their teacher. Roy always thought that this was a wild history and a scandal imposed by some people on the legendary British royal family. After all, the barbarians in Europe did not have the cultural background to write history. All the so-called history of Europe is nothing more than some epics and legends passed down orally. But Roy really didn't expect that before those epics and legends were confirmed, the unofficial histories and romances circulating in gossip were confirmed first. There is no other reason. Veronica in front of him is the evidence. It's so damn true. King Arthur's father, King Uther, is simply a replica of Chow Chow. Definitely, it doesn't matter. Roy was not interested in the little bit of British thief's love history and so on. He only asked a few more questions in order to prove Veronica's identity and background. Yes, that's it. After carefully confirming Veronica's life experience, Roy suddenly remembered a movie he had seen in his previous life, The Magician's Apprentice. If nothing unexpected happens, the Veronica he met would be the tragic female demon magician in the movie who was sealed for more than 1,000 years and whose appearance ended in less than 10 minutes. How can I put it? Just one word, miserable. Duh. Chapter 11. According to the plot of The Magician's Apprentice. That was in the 7th century AD. I don't know the reason. Anyway, there is an evil magician named Morgana who suddenly wants to launch a super large-scale undead magic to destroy the entire world. Then Merlin took his students and prepared to stop Morgana. At the critical moment, Merlin was stabbed in the back by one of his own students, and his plan failed. Afterwards, Veronica took advantage of the chaos and used her own body to trap Morgana's soul, and they were sealed together. Only one apprentice named Nicholas Balthazar Cage survived, and he spent more than 1,000 years searching for someone who could inherit Merlin's power in order to completely destroy Morgana. It wasn't until 2000 AD that a New York elementary school monk was recognized by Merlin's dragon ring and released the betrayer. Balthazar and the betrayer fought and were unexpectedly sealed away together for another 10 years. In 2010, the betrayer broke the seal again, looking for the successor and releasing Morgana. The final brawl, a happy ending. That's bullshit, but it makes sense. On the contrary, it is only now, 2002. Roy didn't know why, but Veronica, who had only played a cameo role at the end of the original plot, appeared in a gang's underground lair and was rescued by him. Logically speaking, Veronica should still be sealed at this time. Definitely, If it was just Veronica, Roy wouldn't mind. But in Veronica's body, there is also a big boss who wants to destroy the world at any time. This is really a bit overwhelming. If he didn't figure it out, Roy felt he wouldn't be able to sleep well. After sorting out my thoughts, Roy looked at Veronica again, and after a brief pause, he spoke directly. Ms. Veronica, if I remember correctly, rumor has it that the British witch died together with the world-destroying witch Morgana in the final battle. After the final battle, the magical heritage of Supreme Merlin and Morgana's lineage disappeared. Can you explain why the legendary British witch came back to life and why she is hiding among the gangsters' cargo? Whether it is Marvel or American variety shows, there is a magician world. In The Magician's Apprentice, there are also various magicians hidden in society. So when Roy told some legends about Supreme Merlin, the Witch of Britain, etc., Veronica was not surprised. Veronica could even clearly feel the vigilance, suspicion, and temptation in Roy's questions. As a mafia killer, if he didn't even have this little bit of vigilance, he would have died hundreds of times already. Veronica was still very frank and said, Sir Roy, rumors are not necessarily true. 1,300 years ago, Mr. Merlin did indeed wage a long war with Morgana, but in the final battle, Monica and I didn't die together. Instead, we were sealed away together. Even the magical heritage of the Supreme Merlin and Morgana has never been cut off in the world. In fact, my senior, Balthazar, has been searching for Mr. Merlin's successor for over 1,000 years. 2 years ago, Senior Balthazar finally found a successor through the dragon ring left by Teacher Merlin. But due to an accident, all the evil beings that Senior Balthazar had sealed for 1,000 years were released. The dragon ring's recognized successor died on the spot. The Witch of Destruction took control of my body and killed Senior Balthazar. However, just as Morgana was about to unleash the forbidden spell of undeath and destroy the world, Earth's new generation of Sorcerers Supreme appeared and stopped Morgana's annihilation. Roy. Veronica's words surprised Roy, but not surprised at the same time. The Marvel world has integrated many American variety show and film worlds, so nothing is surprising. Since Morgana is thinking about destroying the world, it's not surprising that the Ancient One magician appears. Moreover, as the new generation of Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One is not necessarily worse than the previous generation's Supreme Merlin. I can only say that Morgana, the world-destroying witch, is really unlucky. He was severely beaten by Supreme Merlin during his lifetime. After his death, he was severely beaten by the Supreme Ancient One. Roy was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized what was happening and said, No, Morgana is gone. You are. Roy only finished his words and politely stopped. After all, no matter what, Veronica's title is still very impressive. She is the daughter of the Duke of Cornwall, the eldest sister of King Arthur, a disciple of Merlin, and has a magical heritage. It's quite embarrassing to have such a lucky start and end up hiding among the gang's cargo. Roy said nothing, yet it seemed as if he had said everything. Veronica rolled her eyes at Roy speechlessly and said, Who said Morgana is dead? At that time, the Ancient One saw that Morgana had only taken over my body. After stopping her from destroying the world, he sealed her back into my body. We've coexisted for over 1,000 years. If I were to forcibly eliminate Morgana, I would also die completely. So after the Ancient One awakened my consciousness, he left. Roy gave Veronica a strange look and said, No, he just left? I don't believe it. Veronica's words in this paragraph are indeed a bit vague. Roy could hear it. It was normal. It was Roy's weird look that made Veronica so angry that her granary became bigger. Fortunately, Veronica was no ordinary person. She suppressed her anger towards Roy and said unhappily, Roy, you're just an hole. Yes, the Ancient One did say he would help me. I refused, so what? I, the Supreme Merlin, don't care about face. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. What Veronica said seemed to be correct. Merlin, the magician, was the Sorcerer Supreme of the previous generation on Earth. It was tragic that he was completely wiped out in the 1,000-year war with the Witch of Destruction. As the last descendant of the Supreme Merlin, it was already embarrassing for Veronica to be rescued by the Ancient One magician. If I continue to accept the help of the Ancient One magician, or even switch to being an Ancient One disciple, from now on, the lineage of Supreme Merlin will have no place in the magician world. It is just like after the fall of Shu Kingdom, Liu Chan defected to Chao Wei, which directly led to his reputation as a prodigal son for thousands of years, such as happy in Shu, and a hopeless person. Although the things are different, the principles are the same. Chapter 12. Magic, as a thing, is based on schools of thought and even bloodlines. As the only student promoted from the previous generation of Sorcerer Supreme, It is understandable that Veronica is unwilling to accept the help of the Ancient One magician. After all, the inheritance of Supreme Merlin's lineage is very different from that of the Ancient One. According to Veronica, as early as after the ancient War of Gods, the heritage left by prehistoric humans had almost become extinct. Today, all the supernatural powers on Earth, such as magicians, knights, and supernatural powers, are more or less related to Mephisto in various dimensions, and may even be related to the demons of hell. Only the lineage of Supreme Merlin is the last orthodox magician inheritance on Earth. Roy couldn't tell whether this statement was correct or not, but the secrets revealed in Veronica's words are enough to shock people. Prehistoric humans, ancient wars of gods, extinction inheritance, etc. This is also the greatest truth about the extraordinary world on Earth today. The authority over supernatural energy in the world has long been divided up among various gods before ancient times. Even Merlin was able to become the Sorcerer Supreme, not because of how powerful he was, but because at that time when humans were almost enslaved by various gods, Merlin, the magician, used the power of King Arthur to collect and organize the defective heritage of mankind, preserving the last vitality and hope for the magician world. In this case, Veronica's refusal of the Ancient One magician's help is, well, at least respectable. After understanding the whole story, Roy apologized to Veronica very solemnly. Veronica didn't push her too far, which eased the relationship between the two of them a lot. After handing Veronica a glass of whiskey, Roy pointed to the blue magic potion on the table and said, "So, this is the reason why you disguised yourself as a pregnant woman and hid in Hertz's lair?" Veronica nodded bitterly and said, "The magical environment on Earth is worse than before. More than 1,000 years ago, although the magical elements in the world were sluggish, there were still places where people could practice independently. Nowadays, the entire Earth is almost becoming a world without demons. During the war 2 years ago, I lost my spellcasting medium. I couldn't even condense the most basic Merlin's ring. I could only rely on the occasional magical herbs I found to maintain the seal within my body. But a while ago, a drug called blue magic appeared in New York and caught my attention. This high seems to be made from some kind of highly concentrated magic crystal. Using this high drug, I can refine a fairly good magic potion to maintain the magic power in my body. I traced the source of this drug for a long time and found that it originated in Southeast Asia. Those pregnant women are part of the drug smuggling network. There's even a high chance they'll be sent to the drug's source in Southeast Asia." Veronica didn't say the rest, but just looked at Roy with resentment. Roy touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. Hertz, Hammerhead, and a group of people were wiped out by Roy, and Veronica's clues to finding the source of the drugs were cut off. Roy gave an awkward laugh and said, "You want to find the source of the high-concentration magic crystals?" Veronica nodded and said, "Yes, if I have enough magic power, I can set up a Merlin's ring and a magic circle to remove the soul entanglement between me and Morgana. Although we no longer have Mr. Merlin's dragon ring and heir, after removing the soul entanglement, we can at least separate Morgana's soul and find a deserted place to seal it forever." As she spoke, Veronica glanced at Roy again. Roy became increasingly embarrassed and asked, "So what are you going to do now?" Veronica said lamely, "I don't know either. Maybe I'll take in an apprentice and pass on Master Merlin's legacy. As for the rest, we can only wait for fate to decide. What do you think?" Roy didn't answer Veronica directly, but picked up the blue magic potion and looked at it carefully. Just as Veronica said, this unnamed blue magic potion was actually extracted from that ecstasy drug. In this almost magic-free world, this kind of magic potion can be considered a pretty good resource for cultivation. In this way, he couldn't kill all of his remaining enemies at once. Veronica originally lacked magical power and had no real social power, so she could only trace Hertz through some street drug dealers. But Roy knew very well that this drug called blue magic was brought by the drug lord Frank Lucas. If you want to find the source of the blue magic, you can find out by catching Frank Lucas. If that doesn't work, the second in command of the family behind Hertz, the congressman, etc., must have clues. It just so happens that destroying these enemies does not conflict with finding the source of blue magic, especially the source of this blue magic power. If it can provide a large amount of magic potions stably, my own practice can be carried out smoothly. Before, Roy was worried about how to improve his magic power. Veronica's appearance and the magic potion were like someone delivering a pillow just when I was dozing off. The only remaining problem is how to bind to Veronica, or in other words, how to get the magic potion formula from Veronica. He tapped his fingers on the bar. Roy was thinking about how to get the formula from Veronica. If possible, it would be best to get the magical knowledge of Supreme Merlin. In this situation, Roy was a little distracted. But Veronica felt a little nervous when Roy stared at her. Just when Veronica was about to say something, Roy had already made up his mind and was ready to be direct. He said straight to the point, "Veronica, I can help you find the source of the blue magic. At the very least, I can help you get enough blue magic. But magicians always trade fairly. I want to know what I can get." After saying this, Roy stared at Veronica with even more intense eyes. The recipe for the blue magic potion is so attractive. Stared at by Roy's fiery gaze, Veronica couldn't help but frown and bite her lips slightly, appearing to be struggling. Seeing Veronica's expression, Roy said, almost like a PUA, "Veronica, you don't want the legacy of Merlin the Magician to become extinct, do you?" Veronica. Duh. Chapter 13. Continental Hotel, Executive Suite 2505. The loose pajamas, messy white skirt, and exquisite high heels were all scattered on the ground. When the first ray of sunlight shines into the bedroom, Roy woke up automatically under the influence of his long-standing biological clock, and then saw Veronica, who was like a sleeping beauty in his arms. Really big, no, really white, but not. Roy was a little dazed. How did things turn out like this? Roy remembered that he just wanted to get the formula of the magic potion from Veronica last night. Then Veronica suddenly came over. Although he didn't know why Veronica wanted to go to war with him, Roy was not a coward. A peerless contest. Although Veronica is a 1,000-year-old witch, she is obviously a novice. Roy held his sore kidneys and quickly made 2 fairly delicious breakfasts, still muttering to himself that he had not lost, but had just been ambushed due to carelessness. When breakfast is on the table, Veronica also came to the restaurant dressed neatly. A fairly quiet and beautiful breakfast. Wait until both of them put down their knives and forks. Veronica looked directly at Roy and said, "Roy Corleone, you have obtained what you wanted. You promised." At the moment, Veronica seemed very cold, even indifferent. Roy felt like something was wrong and instinctively retorted, "Wait, what did I get?" Veronica's expression suddenly changed, and she said more coldly, "Damn B****************** D. I knew it. You wanted to fold on your debt?" Looking at Veronica, who was almost going crazy on the spot, Roy also reacted at this time. Veronica might have misunderstood what she meant last night. Although I didn't lose anything, it felt very unfair. Roy looked at Veronica with a complicated look and said, "Veronica, calm down. I don't mean to regret it. It's just that things are a little complicated. You may have misunderstood." Veronica remained silent and looked as if she was just watching your acting. Roy looked helpless and said, "Veronica, is there a possibility that the deal I'm talking about is the formula for the magic potion in your hand? You know, I'm a wild magician. I don't have much inheritance, and I need magical resources to practice." Roy dared to swear that this was the most sincere speech he had ever made in his life. Veronica has a complicated background and many experiences, so she can naturally see that Roy is not lying. So when Roy finished speaking, Veronica was stunned on the spot, and her heart clicked like a lightning strike. Theoretically, there is nothing wrong with what the other party said. So what did you do? Damn it. This is not true. At this moment, Veronica's defense was broken. But before Veronica could overturn the table, Roy spoke again. "I know this is hard for you to accept, but Winnie, you were the one who started it last night." Veronica. Roy hadn't finished speaking when he continued. "Winnie, I thought you were here because of the hero saving the damsel in distress." Veronica's defense became increasingly broken. She said, "Bullshit. You're not a hero. You're a B************************* D. A damn B************* D who took advantage of someone's misfortune." Roy didn't care and said, Okay, don't get excited. Winnie, calm down. I'm an A*******. But Winnie, you can't deny that everyone was very happy last night." Bang. Veronica slammed the table and said, "Shut up. Nothing happened last night." Seeing that Veronica was really angry, even the magic power in his body was a little turbulent. Roy stopped trying to act like a good kid and put his hand over his mouth to make a zipper gesture. For a moment, the restaurant fell completely silent. For a while, Veronica finally calmed down, gazing at Roy with gritted teeth, and asked, "What's the basis of your meditation method? Magician? Necromancer? Warlock? Or something else?" Roy raised an eyebrow and said, "Is this important?" Veronica rolled her eyes at Roy and said unhappily, "What do you think? Although all magical training is based on magical knowledge, the root of a magician is mental power, the root of a necromancer is soul power, the root of a warlock is bloodline power, and there are many other different roots. If you don't adjust the magic potion specifically, you'll die if the magic gets mixed up." Whether Veronica was broken down or angry, She never had any real malice in her heart. Roy was even more favorable towards this, but his face was becoming more confused. Veronica was speechless and said, "You don't even know basic common sense. Is magic taught by the physical education teacher?" Roy shrugged and said, "I don't have a teacher. I just accidentally inherited the basics of alchemy." Veronica, damn it, Lady Luck must be blind to let you become an official magician. Ever since she learned the truth about last night's transaction, Veronica has been very irritable. But even so, Veronica did not fool around, but picked out a scroll that was half a meter long from her small and exquisite handbag. Roy's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. Veronica's attitude remained harsh, but she still explained, "The handbag is a magical tool made with the traceless extension charm. The scroll inside contains the basic knowledge that a magician apprentice needs to learn. Tear it open and use it." Then, Veronica took out a matchbox-sized blank book from her handbag. After getting the blank book, Veronica continued to fold and enlarge the book, saying, "This is a blank magic book created using a folding spell. It can record everything about the magician, used to preserve wisdom and aid learning. Don't expect anything more from me. You damn be asterisk 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 D. Talk one thing, scold one thing." Veronica was pretty nice to Roy. Roy naturally saw all of this, looked at Veronica deeply, and then tore open the scroll in front of him neatly. Accompanied by a blazing white light, Roy was enveloped. Almost in an instant, Roy could clearly feel that the common sense and basic knowledge about magicians, necromancers, warlocks, and many other magic systems all appeared in his mind like the light and shadow of memories. Incidentally, this memory also contains many introductions to prehistoric civilizations, dimensional Mephistas, and supernatural powers. At the same time, pages of knowledge records began to appear in Roy's blank magic book. Until this time, Roy finally had a basic understanding of the extraordinary civilization in his own universe. Chapter 14. The world that Roy lives in is the Marvel Universe, but it is more than just the Marvel Universe. To be precise, the prehistoric Marvel Universe encountered the erosion of the Chaos Star Realm, which caused the integration of the Marvel Universe and some Chaos Star Realm fragments. This is how Roy came to know about the plots of American variety shows and movies. At the same time, there are abstract bugs such as OA, transcendence, living tribunal, eternity, death, infinity, and annihilation. Furthermore, in the process of Chaos's erosion, it was completely crushed and integrated. After the emergence of Chaos, the Marvel Universe was almost restarted. Some survivors who survived the prehistoric Marvel Universe were also pulled by the Chaos Star Realm and could not come to reality. These survivors are also called Dimension Mephista. But even with the attraction of Chaos Star Realm, these dimensional Mephistas still try to rule the real universe through various means, such as controlling power, splitting souls, and projecting, destroying inheritance, blocking extraordinary energy, etc. This also led to some powerful forces in the universe opening up their own territories to avoid the elimination of their own heritage. The most typical ones are Asgard, Dark Elves, Flame Giant, Giants of Jotunheim, Dwarfs, etc. In order to ensure the influence of their respective territories on the real universe, these powerful forces even launched the ancient god war to divide their respective territories and rights. Greek mythology, Norse mythology, the Church of Light, etc. on Earth are the tentacles of these powerful forces. This is a complex and arduous situation. The extraordinary civilization originally passed down by mankind since prehistoric times has also become fragmented, and in the magical environment that is decreasing year by year, it has been forced to embark on the path of science and technology. In a sense, what Veronica said before was not wrong. Today, the most powerful supernatural power organization on Earth, as powerful as Kamartaj, can only develop under the protection of the three gods of S.H.I.E.L.D. This is also because the three gods of S.H.I.E.L.D. are more gentle compared to the Mephistas and powerful forces in other dimensions. In essence, the collection of the magician's soul by the three gods of S.H.I.E.L.D. after death is still a form of plunder. Only the magical inheritance left by the Supreme Merlin is the only orthodox way of self-cultivation. After all, extremely powerful dimensional Mephistas like Agamotto, Dormammu, and Lilith were all prehistoric humans who cultivated into gods through magical powers. This power that can grow from weak to strong and evolve autonomously is the true foundation of human extraordinary civilization. At the same time, this is also the reason why Veronica asked Roy about the fundamental meditation method. The practice of magical powers is very cautious and meticulous. Magical knowledge can be shared, but the nature of the power cannot be confused. Roy browsed through the basic magic knowledge in his mind, combined with the alchemist knowledge brought by the Philosopher's Stone, and soon realized the source of his own power. It is different from ordinary magician, necromancer, warlock, and other magical powers. The source of Roy's power is more similar to the psychic power of an arcanist. Truthful meditation method. From the name, it is clear that the source of Roy's power lies in his will. The power of will can be considered as mental power, soul power, or mind power, but it is a more extreme and pure power. This power inherits the essence of alchemy. Transformation, integration, and refinement are all at the core of this power. This power can even generate properties such as stability, catalysis, drastic change, resonance, circulation, and connection. Runes are the external manifestation of this power. That is to say, Roy can be a magician, a necromancer, or even an arcanist or other magician. Perhaps, this kind of magic that is almost the most primitive, yet kaleidoscopic shape-shift, can be called original magic. The successor of this power system can also be called the original magician. With Roy's analysis completed, when Roy looked at Veronica again, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. Poor Veronica, even her last bit of pride was about to be taken away. Veronica prides herself on the magic passed down by Supreme Merlin as the most legitimate of all magic systems. She even refuses the help of the contemporary Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, for this bit of pride. But it is the most fundamental and basic Merlin magic ring in Merlin's heritage. In Roy's opinion, the Merlin ring could be decomposed into at least 5 runes. Even if Roy is given enough time and soul crystals, and the operating principle of the Merlin ring is disassembled, the 5 runes are just the beginning, and the number of basic runes that can be disassembled will be infinite. This is the same as the relationship between pi and the method of dividing a circle. The foundation of Merlin magician's heritage is Merlin's ring, which is the answer to pi. 3.14. The foundation of Roy's inheritance is the decomposition of runes, the principle of infinite cutting of pi, and the art of dividing a circle. It's like Veronica is still proud of the Olympiad trophy passed down from her ancestors, but she doesn't know that Roy has already begun to develop in the direction of a mathematician. If I tell the other person this truth, he or she probably won't vomit blood. Roy was eager to try it, but also reluctant. And at this time, Veronica also noticed Roy's expression and looked a little puzzled. She said, "It's just some basic magic knowledge. Haven't you learned it yet?" Roy nodded and smiled, saying, "I've accepted it. This scroll is very useful. Thank you." Veronica didn't take it seriously, thinking that Roy's expression showed that he had suffered a certain degree of mental shock after receiving the information from the scroll. Then, Veronica continued to ask, "Then what exactly is your inheritance?" Roy was a little hesitant and didn't know what to say. To be honest, Roy didn't care about spreading the truth while meditation method. The ladder of advancement for magic is knowledge. The expansion of knowledge can never be achieved by one person alone. The essence of knowledge is creation in the process of civilization development. After Roy completely evolved the Philosopher's Stone into a system, he already knew that his future path was destined to be to build a magician tower, acquire sufficient self-protection ability, accept apprentices, and develop magician civilization. And Roy's real trump card is the 3 abilities that the Philosopher's Stone brings him. The 3 abilities of Sage's Testimony, Will of Truth, and Cosmic Attunement are enough to support Roy without any bottlenecks, and always stay at the forefront of the magician's path. But Roy is not really strong yet. Even though Veronica gave everything away for free all the way, she showed her extremely kind nature. But Roy was still a little worried. And just when Roy was hesitating, Veronica thought Roy's inheritance was not good enough. But then she thought of her close relationship with Roy. She gritted her teeth and said, "Is the inheritance very simple? That's okay. I have a contract here. If you sign it, I can pass on my teacher's legacy to you." Roy was immediately surprised when he heard this and asked, "Contract?" Veronica nodded and said, "Yes, a contract. It just guarantees that you won't abuse the power of magic." Duh. Chapter 15. A magician's thirst for knowledge is infinite. Veronica never thought that the contract used to restrain Roy would fall on her. Roy simply described the properties and effects of the truthful meditation method, and Veronica, without any self-control, handed the initiative of the contract to Roy. Veronica only reacted after she got the truthful meditation method. Contract provisions. 1. Veronica cannot spread the truthful meditation method to others at will. She must obtain Roy's consent. 2. Veronica must not harm Roy in any way. 3. Veronica must serve Roy for 10 years and can refuse unreasonable requests. 4. The entire contract is not complicated, no more, no less, a total of 10 clauses. Although there are many things in the contract that Veronica can refuse, making the contract seem very relaxed and not harsh. In essence, it is still like being treated like a beast of burden. For a moment, Veronica's gaze towards Roy became more complicated and resentful. This B***************** D is his own nemesis. It's not true that Veronica hates Roy. She really misunderstood him last night. But if I were to say I had a good impression of her, I did have some at the beginning, but not much. Because of Roy's handsome face, Veronica was ready to hand over Teacher Merlin's inheritance to him when Roy looked very conflicted. It could be considered an investment. Definitely, this may not be without Veronica's intention to regain the initiative after last night's misunderstanding. But now, it seems that he has been controlled again. But fortunately, it's not a big loss. The meditation method of the Will of Truth is far more powerful than the meditation method of the Ring of Merlin. Truth, or runes, represent the rules governing the operation of the laws of the world. Even if it is just a tiny bit of superficial knowledge, it is far better than a fixed law circle that knows what it is but not why it is. Moreover, as knowledge grows, runes can continue to evolve and change. Will, this power that comes from the self, is derived from a person's soul and spirit, but it is more pure. The most obvious point is that will comes from personal consciousness. Unlike mental power and soul power, it does not require the use of media such as staffs, rings, and necklaces to cast spells. I understand the operating principles of magic and runes, as well as the extraordinary power born from personal consciousness. After each spell structure is clearly analyzed, casting spells is easier than eating or drinking. Not to mention, when truth and will are combined, they can naturally protect against all spells such as curses, charms, and mind reading, which is equivalent to adding a natural resistance to one's own soul, mind, and spirit. Just as Roy said, the Truth Will meditation method follows the path of original magic and studies the essence of magic. This extremely powerful magic system has never appeared in the entire prehistoric era. Otherwise, there is this magical path. Prehistoric humans have long since developed into a super civilization, so there would be no way for dimensional Mephisto and cosmic gods to survive. They would have been captured and studied long ago. If you calculate it this way, it seems like I made a profit. The other party even dared to give her this kind of inheritance. Veronica didn't believe that he didn't have any trump cards. Perhaps, I am witnessing the beginning of a legend. Think of this. Veronica was no longer awkward. Speaking of which, although 1,300 years of my life were sealed, I am still 1,321 years old. Father, mother, younger brother, teacher, and seniors, all are gone. It's time for me to find a man to rely on. Only when you taste the marrow can you know the taste. After Veronica figured it out, she immediately sent Roy another signal to start a war. The whole day is very long. 9 o'clock in the evening. Veronica kicked Roy out and began to specialize in the Truth Will meditation method. Roy, on the other hand, reached the top floor of the Continental Hotel with his legs feeling a little shaky. Within a day, the news of the complete annihilation of the Hertz and Hammerhead forces had spread throughout New York. See Roy's arrival. The very polite Sharon immediately stepped forward, greeted Roy more respectfully, and then took Roy to Winston's office. At the moment in the office, Winston was in a good mood as he looked at the collected intelligence. But after seeing Roy's pale face, Winston's face suddenly turned serious. He said, "Roy, are you injured? Sharon, help me make an appointment with the best doctor at Presbyterian Hospital." "Yes, that's the famous Dr. Strange. Baba Yago, also known as John Wick, has completed his blood oath and is determined to retire. Roy's strength is not inferior to John Wick at all. He got the intelligence just yesterday and wiped out the Hertz and Hammerhead forces that night." The intelligence sent by the New York Beggars gang described the scene as quite explosive. In Winston's view, Roy is the pillar of support given by God, and no accidents can happen to him. Roy hadn't reacted yet when he heard Winston's words. As a bystander, Karen's usually calm face couldn't help but twitch and said, "Sir, Mr. Roy may not need a doctor." Winston raised his brow and looked at Sharon. Sharon became increasingly annoyed and said, "Sir, Mr. Roy brought a very beautiful lady back to his room at dawn." Word came from housekeeping that Mr. Roy didn't order any food or room service. Maybe Mr. Roy just needs some supplements. I heard that Mr. Roy is half from the University of Tokyo, and the University of Tokyo has a very famous Lu Wei Di Huangwan. Ahem. Roy reacted, straightened his back instinctively, and interrupted Sharon. This little sunspot, all the praises he gave to the other party were in vain. What a bullshit politeness. It's all superficial. You don't understand the ways of the world at all. Roy interrupted Sharon and said calmly, "Sharon, you're overthinking it. I just forgot to eat today, and I have a little low blood sugar. Just order 2 dinners for me at the restaurant, and have one delivered to my room. For the other one, I want milk custard, steak, oysters, salmon, black sesame paste, dark vegetable salad, and blueberry juice. All in larger portions. If you are uneducated, you are uneducated. Do you think you are someone who needs to take Luo Dihuang pills? No amount of medicine can be as good as food supplements. Sharon. It was just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Sharon was embarrassed, Winston immediately tried to smooth things over and asked Sharon to make arrangements according to what Roy said. Wait until Sharon leaves. Winston looked at Roy and said, Roy, you're quick, but Frank Lucas, the congressman, and even your family's second-in-command will all react quickly. Chapter 16. In the Continental Hotel, Roy and Winston are discussing further cooperation. And at the moment, 219 West 47th Avenue, New York. The S.H.I.E.L.D. office headquarters is different from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Trident headquarters that people are more familiar with in Marvel movies. This was S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters before the Battle of New York. After Captain America was dug out of the glacier, he woke up in the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nick Fury even had a 1942-style bedroom built for him. This includes scenes where Captain America wakes up, rushes out of the building, and appears in Times Square. But in 2002, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s office headquarters has not been exposed to the outside world, and it even has the name of an international trading company. At the moment, in an extremely simple office on the 27th floor of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s office headquarters, Nick Fury was wearing a black leather jacket and an eye mask. He stood solemnly in front of a window with his hands behind his back, looking deeply at the bustling street below. On the other side, Natasha Romanoff, dressed in low-key clothes, was frowning as she reviewed an intelligence report. Director, this information. Don't doubt it. The intelligence is true. Natasha Romanoff, the situation is dire right now. This world is vast, and threats are everywhere we can't see. Commander, what do you mean? Natasha Romanoff, you should have seen that those bullets are very special. The killer in the abandoned factory is very dangerous. You want me to contact this Robin Hood from Sicily? No, that killer is from the Corleone family. We know his background very well, so there's no need to rush into contact. Natasha Romanoff, now I need you to investigate the reasons for the appearance of those pregnant women. Sir, I don't understand. It's just an ordinary human smuggling case. Natasha Romanoff. The research department has collected remnants of blue magic from every pregnant woman they rescued, and there are unusual energy fluctuations. This isn't an isolated case. There's some connection between those pregnant women and blue magic. I suspect there's a special organization brewing something behind this. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an organization affiliated with the United Nations that specializes in dealing with supernatural events around the world. In addition, after Nick Fury became the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he continued to move closer to America. His organization has always been very strong in the American territory, and it is not just a group that sits there to do nothing. S.H.I.E.L.D. may not know that blue magic is the product of magic infection, but it has also noticed its special nature. Especially after the hundreds of pregnant women in the abandoned factory in Little Italy were rescued and exposed. S.H.I.E.L.D. was very perceptive and noticed some special connection between blue magic and those pregnant women. Same idea as Veronica. After realizing this, Nick Fury instinctively wanted to find the source of the blue magic through the connection between the pregnant women and the blue magic. Blue magic is a new type of high drug and also a supernatural item with weak effects. Given Nick Fury's character, he can only feel at ease if he has the source of this thing in his own hands. After glancing at Natasha Romanoff, who was still thinking, Nick Fury spoke again, saying, Natasha Romanoff, I know you still have doubts in your heart, but follow orders. Agent Barton recommended you to join S.H.I.E.L.D., and Agent Barton is the person I trust the most. Believe me, I won't lie to you. Roy Corleone may have some clues, but he is definitely not someone you can easily approach. Information has arrived from Europe. Roy Corleone has been on the scene for 4 years and has killed hundreds of people. He's a typical cold-blooded killer. This is your first mission with S.H.I.E.L.D., and I want you to be safe. Nick Fury's PUA skills are quite impressive. Natasha Romanoff quickly accepted Nick Fury's explanation and nodded with conviction, saying, Director Nick Fury, I will complete the mission. After a heart-to-heart talk, Natasha Romanoff left the office full of energy. And after Natasha Romanoff left, Nick Fury's body changed a bit, revealing his true green-skinned face, and he took out a concealed patch-type communicator from behind his ear. Nick, are you still there? Yeah, is there anything else? Dr. Sarazawa will be here in 5 minutes. Talos, you should know how difficult it is to approach people from the Monarch organization. You can be more direct. Nick, I want to ask, Why did you change your mind at the last minute and not let Natasha Romanoff contact the killer? Talos, this is not something you should ask. Well, Nick, I almost gave myself away a little bit, so... I understand, Talos. Do what you have to do. Definitely, I will. The New York NYPD cracked the hundreds of pregnant women smuggling case, which caused a huge sensation throughout New York and even the entire America. Sheriff George Stacy, who led the team that night, was directly promoted to deputy chief. But the strange thing is that there seems to be no information about any criminals in this case. Even the deaths of nearly 100 people, including Hertz and Hammerhead, plus the disappearance of 2 gangs, did not cause any waves. It was as if an invisible hand had erased the truth about that night. The investigation into Roy by various forces had been completely shut down before it even started. Definitely, this also requires a little price to pay. When Roy rescued those hundreds of pregnant women, he was actually ready to expose himself. But Roy didn't expect that he would save Veronica, who had Merlin's heritage. As the previous generation Sorcerer Supreme, Merlin's inheritance includes not only the most orthodox Merlin ring series of magic, but also various black magic and white magic collected by Merlin. Among them is a very simple magic, called the Forgetfulness spell. That's right, it's the out-of-control magic in Spider-Man 3, No Return. It was originally a very simple and practical little magic, but with the help of Spider-Man and Doctor Strange's blind operation, it was directly cast with the help of the power of the Time Gem, causing the entire multi-universe world to go out of control. Roy was also speechless about this. It's just a ring of magic. Even ordinary people can use it if they pay enough. Roy cast the Forgetfulness spell, making people deliberately ignore the gang fights and criminals behind the pregnant woman case, and the price they paid was just a 3-day headache. This is just the backlash caused by the fact that the world is in a magic-free environment and Roy's own magic power is low. If I had enough magic power, I wouldn't even have to pay this little headache. Chapter 17. For days after the case of the pregnant woman in the ruined factory was exposed, Roy and Veronica quickly moved out of the Continental Hotel. Mainland hotels are safe, but 1 oath gold coin, $100,000 a day is really expensive. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. The Bronx, Little Italy. After the pregnant woman case, this neighborhood became the target of a severe crackdown by the entire NYPD. In this situation, the Corleone family's gang boss in New York, after learning that Hertz had disappeared, could only hand over the territory to Roy with tears in his eyes. As a notoriously chaotic neighborhood in New York City, the Hudson River separates the Bronx from Manhattan. At the same time, as a full member of one of the top Mafia families in the underground, Roy himself is not afraid of this chaos. In fact, the Mafia and Roy were originally one of the sources of chaos. There was no reason for Roy not to accept the territory given by his family. Relying on his unparalleled strength, Roy randomly picked out a few of the most serious gangs in the past few days, and after completely eliminating them, he established his authority very well. At this point, the entire Little Italy, no, it should be said that the entire Bronx, was at Roy's feet. The entire New York Mafia family began to expand wildly. In addition to the Corleone family's own restaurants, smuggling, and casinos, everything else, such as the Gambino family's clubs and buildings, the Clobo family's money laundering and bootleg liquor, the Bonanno family's finance, cars, illegal workers, etc., all had to be paid as tribute to Roy. Although the Bronx is poor and chaotic, it is the largest administrative district in New York. This black money alone can bring Roy millions of profits every month. In the past, Roy might have just collapsed. Doing nothing every month and earning millions is enough for Roy to live a carefree life. But now, Roy, who has become a noble magician, no longer looks down on the few million black gold every month, which simply lowers his status. After establishing his own position and prestige, Roy quickly handed over all the business to his partners, and he took Veronica to rent a villa in the most beautiful place on the Hudson River for free and permanently, and began to organize the knowledge that Merlin had passed down to him. It's just that after sorting out the magical knowledge inherited from Merlin, in less than 2 days, Roy regretted his decision. I thought that with a free villa, countless followers, cars to pick me up and drop me off, and the company of top-level upgraded players, a stable income of several million every month would be enough for me to study magic in peace. Unexpectedly, magical research is more expensive than scientific research. Take the blue potion that Veronica brewed, for example. The original function of the blue potion is to allow ordinary people to directly awaken their mental ability, to enhance the meditation effect of magic apprentices, and to allow formal magicians to slightly replenish their magic power. For such a basic potion, apart from other ingredients, The cost of the blue magic alone is as high as 5 million. That's right, the cost of just one bottle of ecstasy medicine is 5 million. As a magician, Veronica, even though she was sealed before, secretly obtained a lot of blue magic power in the gangs of Hertz, Hammerhead, and others. The purchase price of blue magic power alone was as high as 30 million US dollars, but only 6 bottles of blue magic potion were made in total. Besides, if Roy wants to cover his villa with a magic circle, he will need a lot of materials. There are 12 nodes in a basic magic gathering circle alone, and a magic gathering pillar must be built for each node, which requires a large amount of magic gems, refined gold, mithril, etc. In Roy's alchemy, there are recipes for these magic gems and magic metals, which can be transformed from ordinary materials. But even so, ordinary gems, gold and silver, are not cheap. Not to mention, after the magic pillar is built, magic runes need to be laid around the entire villa. It's too difficult. It's really too difficult without money. The Merlin inheritance brought by Veronica gave him his first accumulation of magical knowledge. But Veronica didn't bring herself a lot of money. If only the time was 1,300 years ago, he could live off Veronica with peace of mind. But now, King Arthur is dead and only his bones are left, and Britain is no longer ruled by the Pendragon family. The British princess 1,300 years ago did not have the same British inheritance rights as today. This is why Roy regrets not taking control of Little Italy himself. If Roy did not divide the business among his partners but controlled it himself, he could make at least 2 to 3 million more every month. If he expanded it a little, he could make even more. 2 or 3 million per month is a drop in the bucket for Roy's magic career, but even a little bit counts. Regret is regret, but can't go back on it. Roy also has his dignity. After much deliberation, Roy decided to go back to his old job and take orders from mainland hotels. First of all, soul crystals are indispensable in Roy's magic career. Secondly, Roy and Winston of the Continental Hotel have reached a deep cooperation. He was going to be a killer for a while to restore the reputation of the Continental Hotel in New York. As for the end, Roy's enemies have not been eliminated yet. Let's forget about Martin Lee and put him last. The drug lord Frank Lucas, the second boss of the family, and the congressman, these people were all the helpers and backers who helped Hertz to cheat him before. Isn't there an old saying that goes like this? If someone cheats me once, I will kill his 3 generations. The fine traditions of the Mafia must not be forgotten. After killing these people, maybe the power of his subordinates can be expanded, and even his status in the family can be improved. This is all money. Let's start with the new drug lord Frank Lucas. Who made this guy rise so quickly? Relying on his backers, he snatched the market from many of his peers in New York and even the entire America. The bounty was too high, a full 48 million. Damn, drug dealers are so rich. After killing this drug lord, we can also seize some of his goods. Blue magic is not cheap in the market. It would be a big loss to rely solely on purchased medicine. Just grab as much as you can. It would be even better if we could find out the source of blue magic from Frank Lucas. Roy had a hunch that the source of this blue magic power was definitely a treasure that would be extremely useful to him. Chapter 18. Abyssinian Baptist Church, Harlem. Roy was just like an ordinary tourist, standing on this street of black culture, watching his target enter the church as if he was going home, and he felt a pang of pain in his heart. Frank Lucas, this B asterisk 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 D, is so F asterisk 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 G creative. As a new drug lord in New York, Frank Lucas has only risen in a few short years, but he seems to have an endless supply of drugs, and he is impacting the entire drug market in a very domineering way. In the past few years, countless people have wanted to investigate its source and channels. But unfortunately, neither the police nor the criminals were able to find out. Different from ordinary criminals and low-quality blacks, Frank Lucas always dressed formally, and his temperament was cold but also had a strange kind of elegance and refinement. This is rare in the entire black community, no, in the entire America. If you ignore his drug trafficking career, people who see him for the first time might think that he is a devout, gentle, and steady believer. Prudent and not extravagant. He even goes to church to pray every week. I didn't feel that way before we met. Now he has been following Frank Lucas quietly for most of the day. Roy was already certain that this was an intrusion into the plot of American Gangster. The original plot of American Gangster took place in the 1970s. After being integrated into this world, for some reason, the timeline was delayed by 20 years. In the plot, Frank Lucas was indeed awesome, using the bodies of Vietnam War soldiers to transport drugs. According to the information Roy collected, Frank Lucas also rose to prominence during the Gulf War. After the war, Frank Lucas began to convert to religion. At the same time, the Abyssinian Baptist Church is also one of the largest funeral centers for believers in New York. Roy was sure that this guy was definitely using the bodies of his believers to transport drugs. After playing with the bodies of the soldiers, they began to play with the bodies of the believers. Roy couldn't help but complain that it was such a waste of talent for Frank Lucas to deal in drugs and such. With such ability, he should have been a necromancer magician. Originally, Roy thought that tracking down the drug lord Frank would take a few more days. But after figuring out the opponent's routine, Roy felt that he could speed up. He touched the magic ring he had made these days on the little finger of his left hand. Roy simply didn't stop, bought a ticket, and walked into the Abyssinia Baptist Church with ease. On Sundays, there are indeed quite a lot of people praying in the church. However, Roy could clearly sense that among the huge crowd, at least more than half of them were Frank Lucas's men, with bulges on their waists and a murderous aura. How cautious. This place should be considered half of its nest, and yet it brought so many people with it. In broad daylight, Roy couldn't do something like killing people or starting a gunfight in the church. As a former young pioneer who was reincarnated as a gangster, Roy has some bottom line. Anyway, half the normal people here aren't. I'll cast a sleeping spell later. With the newly crafted magic ring, although the medium for casting spells is still very simple, but relying on some knowledge inherited from Merlin, Roy can also slightly mobilize the magic power scattered in the world. A world without magic does not mean that there is no magic at all. In fact, in the magic world, science is also used. The so-called magic power is the basic magic particles. Any world, as long as it has basic elements such as earth, water, wind, and fire, will have magic. It's just that the magic power in some worlds is sluggish, while the magic power in other worlds has been occupied by others. The spell-casting medium in Merlin's legacy is a magical tool similar to a crowbar, which can knock on strands of lazy magic or pry open some active magic. There is even a magic circle in Merlin's heritage that carries cause and effect. Even if you try to pry open the main magic power and get discovered, you can still get rid of the pursuit by destroying the casting medium, and use the slogan, "If you didn't find it, I didn't steal it." Definitely, spellcasting media are also divided into levels and qualities. The higher the level of the spellcasting medium, the more magic power it can leverage and borrow. Once discovered, as long as the other party cannot descend, or the spellcasting medium is destroyed remotely, you can completely ignore the other party. How should I put it? The Merlin lineage can be considered the Mafia of the magician world. The magic ring that Roy spent 2 days to make was of average quality, but it was sufficient for the current stage. Look around the church. The bald priest was still giving an immersive sermon on the stage. Roy quickly found a very advantageous observation seat and sat down silently. As soon as he sat down, he was suddenly hit by the faint fragrance of violets. Mysterious, charming, and gorgeous, every breath of it is like a tickling kitten, arousing desire. Roy quickly turned his head and saw another very familiar figure appear in his sight. Her blonde hair was tied up loosely, her skin was smooth and cold white, her eyes were captivating. She wore a thin, fashionable gold necklace, a small white t-shirt and jeans. She looked like a college student, but she was extremely fierce, very fierce. This woman is clearly dressed like a college student, but she is unnaturally mature. Seeing Roy looking at her, the woman met Roy's gaze, smiled gently, and nodded slightly. Just a polite nod and smile. But this woman's eyes, her gaze, her smile, everything about her seemed to be designed to seduce people. In the East, this is definitely a vixen. In the West, this is a shy version of a top-level succubus. Hi, I'm Roy Corleone. Nice to meet you. Hello, I'm Natalie Rostova. Russian? No wonder she's so pretty. Do you live in Harlem? It's not a friendly place for girls like you. Natasha Romanoff had never expected that the cold-blooded killer described by Nick Fury would be so familiar. And the key point is, all the preparations Natasha Romanoff made before coming here were aimed at Frank Lucas. She never thought that she would be approached by the cold-faced killer. Still a cold-faced killer. Oh man, I can only improvise and hope that nothing unexpected happens. Faced with Roy's approach, Natasha Romanoff did not refuse, nor was she prepared to refuse. She was very shy and stretched out her hand to shake hands with Roy. Chapter 19. In the church, the sounds of preaching and chanting are endless. The vast majority of people who are able to participate in Sunday prayers are still pious, to a certain extent. Unlike Roy, who just wants to pick up girls at the moment. No, it should be said that when Roy saw this young, upgraded version of Black Widow, he had already guessed the other party's identity. Even the name, Natalie, that the other party said was very familiar to Roy. Especially after a simple spell detection, The other party's life breath was young, vigorous, and very pure. The unopened version of Black Widow from 1984, this is definitely worth a try. The 18-year-old Black Widow. Roy also took a sneak peek and found that this 18-year-old Black Widow was also a Cosmic Integrator upgrade version. Even her short legs were gone. Under the tight jeans, the other person's legs can be said to be long and straight, very beautiful. Definitely, flirting is flirting. Roy also never failed to observe Frank Lucas, who was sitting in the front row, and it can be seen that Natasha Romanoff beside him is also targeting Frank Lucas. What a coincidence. Roy didn't expect to meet Natasha Romanoff here. It seems that S.H.I.E.L.D has also set its sights on Frank Lucas. No, S.H.I.E.L.D should be targeting the blue magic. Blue magic is not a drug in essence, but a magical infection. This substance is contaminated with very little magical properties and has a certain energy reaction, which is especially beneficial for spiritual power. For ordinary people, this is more addictive than drugs. It's not surprising that S.H.I.E.L.D, which has been dealing with supernatural objects for many years, discovered the special nature of blue magic. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra are in a honeymoon period at this stage. S.H.I.E.L.D may be lame, but S.H.I.E.L.D is really awesome. Frank Lucas was just an ordinary drug lord who even alarmed S.H.I.E.L.D, so his career is quite commendable. What a pity, Frank Lucas is of great use to me. Natasha Romanoff can only be wronged for failing the mission once. As the sermon was nearing its end, Frank Lucas stood up and left, heading to the back of the church. Natasha Romanoff's instinct was to take action, but at this moment, Roy gently rubbed the magic ring on the little finger of his left hand, and the sleeping spell was instantly activated, covering the entire place. Then, Natasha Romanoff, who was half standing up, felt dizzy and fell into Roy's arms with her head tilted. Oh no, I've fallen into this man's trap. This is my first mission since joining S.H.I.E.L.D. This B**************** D is so handsome. Does he need to be drugged? It's really addictive. Natasha Romanoff's mental resistance is considered top-notch among ordinary people. If it was in the later stages of Avengers Alliance, Natasha Romanoff had gone through many trials and tribulations, and even had the opportunity to sacrifice herself for justice. She might have been able to withstand Roy's sleeping spell. After all, Natasha Romanoff during that period should actually be able to pick up Mjolnir. But now, the fledgling Natasha Romanoff still has a lot to go. Warm, fragrant, and soft jade in my arms. Roy was very impressed. This Natasha Romanoff was indeed not inferior to Veronica's vulgar figure, but she was too young and fell asleep without even checking her surroundings. TSK. Fortunately, I am a gentleman, otherwise Natasha Romanoff would have suffered a lot. This is a famous black gathering area in New York. Wait, did you cast the sleeping spell yourself? That's okay. At most, you can be kind and take Natasha Romanoff with you when you finish your business and leave. At the moment, more than 100 people in the church were all unconscious. Roy placed Natasha Romanoff on the bench, straightened his wrinkled suit slightly, and then casually cast a tracking spell, following the scent, and walked deeper into the church. Puff! The sound of the dagger entering the flesh was like piercing cloth. On the way to the ossuary deep in the church, Roy had quietly eliminated several people. I have to say that Frank Lucas was really cautious. Although everyone was attracted by the priest outside, there were still many secret sentries hidden inside. But unfortunately, no matter how cautious the prey is, it cannot escape the hunter's pursuit. After entering the ossuary, Roy quickly opened a hidden basement mechanism under the guidance of the tracking spell. The Abyssinian Baptist Church is considered ancient in the United States. This type of old-style church often has a basement built under the church to bury the bodies of saints and martyrs. Even after the bone ossuary was built in modern times, this basement was still preserved. However, the original builders probably could not have imagined that this place used to bury saints would one day become a drug distribution center for major drug lords. The basement was not dark and was even equipped with soft ceiling lights. After Frank Lucas rose to power through the Gulf War, he infiltrated the Abyssinian Baptist Church and made it his base within a few years. Even this basement has been built to look like a study. When Roy came down, Frank Lucas was sitting in a boss chair, organizing something that looked like an account book like an elite office worker. On the coffee table in front of Frank, there was a dense pile of blue magic. Those blue magic powers, just looking at it with the naked eye, weigh more than 100 kilograms. You should know that the purchase price of blue magic on the market is as high as $300 per gram. Hundreds of kilograms of blue magic power, released, is worth 300 million US dollars. F***K. The drug dealers are all about making money. Who? Roy's voice suddenly rang out in the basement. When Frank Lucas heard the noise, his face suddenly changed. He put his hand under the table and grabbed a pistol fixed under the table. Hey, boar, relax a little. Don't be so nervous. And also, you're aiming that gun in the wrong direction. Roy suddenly walked out of the shadows and appeared behind Frank Lucas. At the same time, a matte dagger was placed against Frank Lucas's neck. Frank Lucas. Damn it. He even put it against my neck and told me to relax. And then he even spoke in an imitating black person's tone. If I wasn't a drug addict, I would definitely sue the other party for racial discrimination. I cursed in my heart. Frank Lucas quickly calmed down and said, "Don't get excited, my friend. I've let it go. You want money, huh? Or did someone ask you to kill me? Believe me, my friend, this is not a good option. If it's about money, my friend, you can take everything here. If someone sent you here, then you should think carefully. I can achieve such a great success, and behind the scenes." Chapter 20. Frank Lucas was able to become one of the top drug lords in New York in just 10 years. His character, eloquence, and courage were not exaggerated. At least, although both of them were begging for mercy, Frank Lucas was much calmer than Hertz. Especially the other party's calm and gentle tone gives people a very convincing feeling. But unfortunately, Frank Lucas met Roy. Before Frank Lucas finished speaking, Roy interrupted the other person and said, "You have the military and a certain congressman behind you, right? Oh, by the way, there are also some high-ranking religious figures. Or, wait, let me see who this is, the Oaks Group, Mrs. Fontaine, right? Valentina Allegra de Fontaine. F***K. Lexi Organization?" Frank Lucas sat there, not daring to move. He could clearly feel Roy's emotions were a bit intense, and he was afraid that the other party would hit him with a wave of his hand. Roy, on the other hand, frowned as he picked up the account book in front of Frank Lucas. On that account book, it was clearly written Mrs. Fontaine, OXE Organization, Southeast Asia, etc. In 2002, the OXE Organization was still very inconspicuous in Marvel, and it could even be said that it had no presence at all. But before Roy traveled through time and space and was reincarnated, he happened to have watched a movie called Thunder Agents. In Agent Thunder, Valentina is Mrs. Fontaine, the controller of the OXE Organization and a very important big shot in the Marvel Universe in 2025. And most importantly, Valentina and her OXE Organization created Sentry with their own hands. It is not the robot and mutant, but Sentry, which is comparable to Superman, the son of the DC Universe next door. Perhaps Sentry is not as good as the bug-level Supreme Super, Silver Super, etc. But ordinary Superman may not be able to defeat Sentry. Roy came here just to get some money and trace the source of the blue magic, but he never thought of provoking a being of Sentry's level. Perhaps the OXE Organization had not yet created Sentry at this time. But in the world of American variety shows integrated with Marvel, who can guarantee it? As far as Roy knows, many movie plots and so on have changed. The most typical example is The Magician's Apprentice. Veronica was supposed to appear in the drama 8 years later, but she came ahead of time now. What if the OXE Organization has already created Sentry by now? Even if not, who knows if the OXE Organization has created other monsters? Frank Lucas, you deserve to be F***ed. Roy is still in the initial development stage. After seeing the contents of Frank Lucas's account book, he immediately felt a strong murderous intent and was ready to completely clean up the traces and get away from it. At the same time that Roy had the intention to kill, Frank Lucas also felt it. Instantly, Frank Lucas's hair stood on end, and he said in panic, Hi, boar, calm down. Don't be impulsive. You are still young. Don't go down the path of crime. I swear on my grandma's name. I promise not to reveal any of your information, okay? You can knock me out. I get dizzy easily, and once I'm dizzy I forget everything. Besides, I've never seen what you look like, right? Boar, although I don't know what grudge you have with Mrs. Fontaine, I can tell you everything I know. Frank Lucas was eager to survive, but everything he said had no effect on Roy. But it only takes a few words. Roy himself quickly calmed down, and a vague idea arose in his mind. Practice truth while meditation. After being promoted to a first-level magician, Roy still had 3 ability spell slots to construct. If he could obtain the opponent's soul before the Sentry was born, with the help of alchemy, he could extract the Sentry's soul elements from it, and help himself construct 3 top-level ability spells. This thing is much faster than practicing a lot. If I could really possess Sentry's power of 1 million fixed stars, I wouldn't have to eat beef at all. No, it can be upgraded directly to the Defend My Earth level. What's more, I have the cleansing spell, the forgetting spell, etc., so I'm not afraid that the other party will be able to investigate me. Sentry doesn't understand magic, Thinking of this, Roy was no longer in a hurry to kill Frank Lucas. He restrained his murderous intent and said, "Mr. Lucas, you have successfully found a way to survive. Now, you can tell me everything you know. I hope what you say is worth enough to redeem your life." Frank Lucas gave a stiff smile and said, "Definitely, I will never let you down. About 10 years ago, no, 11 years ago, my then boss and I attended a celebration party for an African American. The man was a one-eyed man, and he said he was celebrating his near-death experience. Frank Lucas had just said a few words when he was quickly interrupted by Roy. In the 1990s, a one-eyed African man escaped death. What a coincidence. Roy had a strange expression on his face and said, "Wait, let's talk about this one-eyed man first, everything about him." Frank Lucas was stunned for a moment. Then he thought carefully and said, I can't remember clearly. Yes, the one-eyed man had a newly shaved head, sharp eyes, and he also had an orange cat. Oh, right. I heard from the boss that the one-eyed man is a government servant, and the boss is trying to establish connections. Roy was already certain that it was Nick Fury. Then, Roy waved his hand and said, "Okay, go ahead." Frank Lucas breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Yes, it was at that party. I drank a little too much, and somehow I ended up getting together with that guy's woman. After that, I sobered up a lot and felt a little scared, so I left quickly." The more Frank Lucas talked, the weirder Roy's expression became. Who would have thought that the New York drug lord would cheat on the S.H.I.E.L.D. director? It's simply bizarre. Roy felt ridiculous, but did not interrupt. Frank Lucas sighed and continued, "About a year, I forgot exactly how long. That woman found me out of the blue and said she had broken up with that one-eyed guy. Then we continued to do it for a while. Less than 2 months into our relationship, that woman suddenly said she wanted to break up, saying she'd found someone with great potential. I didn't take it seriously. Not long after, the woman found me again and asked me to call her Mrs. Fontaine." Chapter 21. In the basement of the Abyssinian church ossuary, under the soft warm light, Roy and Frank Lucas had sat opposite each other without them noticing, each holding a glass of whiskey. Frank Lucas is a very unique person. He has a very strange affinity, and Frank Lucas was very sensible and blindfolded himself. After taking a sip of wine, Frank Lucas reminisced more and more about those years and said, "That year, Mrs. Fontaine found me again and asked if I wanted to be the boss. Then, a few days later, my boss had an accident. I later learned that after Mrs. Fontaine and I broke up, she hooked up with the then mayor of New York, Fontaine. After I became the boss, Mrs. Fontaine helped me connect with the military. At that time, the military forces at war had to turn back via Southeast Asia. Through my connections in the military and the corpses of soldiers killed in the war, I was able to obtain a large amount of drugs from Southeast Asia. Unfortunately, the war didn't last long. After the war, I didn't want to give up such huge profits, so I got involved in the church again, just as Roy expected. Frank Lucas is a natural undead magician. After fiddling with the corpses of American soldiers, he began to fiddle with the corpses of American religious believers. In order to circulate drugs, Frank Lucas even caused the deaths of his followers in Southeast Asia. As long as believers in Southeast Asia continue to die, Frank Lucas will have an endless supply of drugs. But this is not what Roy wants to hear. Then, Roy knocked on the sofa handle and said, "Frank, stop. Tell me what I want to hear." Frank Lucas paused for a moment, almost unable to react. "Damn, I almost forgot. Isn't this a commemoration meeting for the glorious years?" Frank Lucas quickly adjusted his mindset and said, "Definitely. What I meant was that Mrs. Fontaine's OXE organization, also known as the Oaks Group, was established during that period. Mrs. Fontaine used my business in Southeast Asia to form a mercenary group. Then, after Mayor Fontaine left office, he became a member of Congress. It wasn't long before Mrs. Fontaine started to form the Oaks Group and began to research something. For quite a while now, Madame Fontaine has been asking me to use all my connections to smuggle a large number of pregnant women there. They say there's some kind of H4 drug that can make people incredibly smart." For a moment, Roy lost his composure. Then, Roy blurted out, "CPH4? Frank Lucas nodded quickly and said, yes, it's CPH4. They say it's a substance extracted from pregnant women and is key to the baby's brain development." Roy tapped his fingertips and suddenly said coldly, "You even know such a secret?" Frank Lucas broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Sir, well, although Mrs. Fontaine is married, she still occasionally revisits the old days with me. I also inadvertently extracted some secrets from Mrs. Fontaine when she was quite excited. After all, people in our line of work are quite insecure, always looking for evidence to prove they've made a big shot. If you don't believe me, I have evidence in my safe, including audio and video recordings. Besides that, Sometimes Mrs. Fontaine would bring CPH4 over, and I would secretly take some out of it while she was asleep. In order to survive, Frank Lucas confessed everything thoroughly. Moreover, the other party's words have a lot of experience and details to compare with, and the logic is perfect and reasonable. Roy could tell that although the other party was sometimes vague in describing his criminal behavior, everything else was probably true. I have to say, this Frank Lucas can almost be called the lucky son of American variety shows. The plots of American Gangster, Agent Thunder, Captain Marvel, Lucy, and other films can all be vaguely related to it. And Roy is highly suspicious. If I hadn't snatched Frank Lucas before Natasha Romanoff today, it is also unknown whether Natasha Romanoff will go to Southeast Asia for the mission, change her name to Lucy, and embark on the path of Superbody. It's hard to say. If my guess is correct, the blue magic on the market today should be a byproduct obtained during the CPH4 extraction process. As for CPH4, it should be an accidental product obtained by the OXE organization during its research on super soldier serum. Therefore, it is very likely that a product like CPH4 could accidentally create Lucy the Ultraman and Sentry. Both of these existences are very unreasonable. Definitely, the world of American variety shows is integrated, the plot changes, and it is possible that nothing can be produced. But anyway, Roy gained a lot from this operation. After opening the safe and collecting a small amount of CPH4, a large amount of cash, audio and video recordings, and other evidence, Roy came silently behind Frank Lucas. At this moment, Frank Lucas seemed to have noticed something. He calmly finished the wine in his glass and then said calmly, "Sir, are you going to send me off?" Roy was a little surprised and asked, "You know?" Frank Lucas smiled and said, "Definitely. I was a little panicked at first. After all that talk, I calmed down. I thought about what you said at the beginning. It's really hard to say the value of redeeming a life. I used to use this kind of word game when dealing with traitors and opponents. If I'm not mistaken, the group of pregnant women in Little Italy a few days ago must have been rescued by you, Your Excellency. I have committed countless sins in my life, and I deserve to die at the hands of a chivalrous thief." Roy was a little surprised and asked, "Did you guess who I am?" Frank Lucas said calmly, "Yes, before I died. I suddenly felt very clear-headed and remembered what happened in Little Italy a few days ago. In the Continental Hotel, Robin Hahn from Sicily has suddenly become very popular again. It's not hard to guess." Roy nodded and said, "Since you already guessed your fate, why did you tell everything? To be honest, this seems to be somewhat different from your previous idea." Frank Lucas was silent for a moment, then said, "Maybe he doesn't want no one to know about my life. The place where the saints were buried is spotless. Robin, do you think there's even a slight chance I'll go to heaven after I die?" Chapter 22. Roy didn't know whether Frank Lucas's true spirit could go to heaven. However, in Roy's opinion, the other party's true spirit is unlikely to go to heaven. After all the soul power has been directly condensed into soul crystals by him. As for the wicked, it is better to fall into hell and take a trip to the endless river Styx. Roy played with the soul crystal in his hand, feeling somewhat sad. Frank Lucas is a man with some ability. Before his death, his spiritual power broke through the constraints of the double forgetfulness spell and guessed Roy's identity. If Roy had met Frank Lucas 10 years earlier, the outcome might have been different. The magician's road is a road of civilization. If Frank Lucas hadn't been so deeply addicted to drugs, Roy wouldn't even mind taking him in as a partner or even guiding him on the path of becoming a magician. Talented, but a pity. Roy sighed briefly, then casually released the cleaning spell and left the basement. We returned to the church smoothly. Roy took another look at the spectacular scene of nearly 100 people sleeping in unison, then picked up Natasha Romanoff on his back, and the two of them left Harlem quietly, like a young couple tired of shopping. An hour later, in an extremely luxurious hotel suite in Midtown, Natasha Romanoff was sleeping soundly on the soft bed like a baby, with her white skin occasionally shining, which was particularly attractive. Roy took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. "I am such a damn gentleman. Besides, if I just leave like this, the other party won't think that I'm incapable. Or, leave a little souvenir for the other person? Well, then keep some." 5 minutes later, Roy looked at the extremely vivid Stickman Wars comic strip on the other person's body, left a card, and then left the room very satisfied. Shortly after Roy left, Natasha Romanoff relied on her extremely high mental resistance to break free from the sleeping spell and wake up. What caught his eye was a luxurious hotel bedroom, with his body, clothes, and concealed equipment all intact. But how did I get here? There is also a series of information reviews on the church, Roy Corleone, Frank Lucas, etc. Natasha Romanoff frowned and began to take in her surroundings. Then Natasha Romanoff saw the card Roy left on the bedside table. Dear Ms. Natalie, it's not a good idea to fall asleep in the ghetto. Do you know what it means to be awakened and covered in big men? You should thank God for meeting someone as kind-hearted as me. I saved your life, so there's no need to thank me. Also, I left a little gift for you on the shampooing table in the bathroom. See you again if we're lucky. There was no signature or name on the message on the card, but Natasha Romanoff immediately thought of Roy's handsome mixed-race face. Roy's message did not cause any emotional fluctuations in Natasha Romanoff. Then, Natasha Romanoff came to the bathroom sink. There are no so-called gifts on the sink, until Natasha Romanoff looked up and saw the dense stick figures on her face in the mirror. In the corner of the mirror, there were the words "covered in burly men" written by Roy, along with a funny smiling face. In an instant, Natasha Romanoff was so angry that she laughed, and her granary seemed to have grown a size bigger. Goddamn, there are big men all over the place. Natasha Romanoff kept recalling the scene when she was unconscious, and she became more and more certain that it was definitely that D. Roy who had done something to her without her knowing. As for the other party's purpose, shit, it's Frank Lucas. Natasha Romanoff quickly realized that the other party's goal was the same as hers. However, he was following the clues of blue magic and wanted to find the connection between blue magic and those pregnant women through Frank Lucas. And Roy Corleone is a killer after sorting out my thoughts. Natasha Romanoff frowned, then quickly washed the stick figure off her face. Since he was safe and sound, it proved that Roy Corleone had most likely succeeded. In other words, his target, Frank Lucas, is dead. The clue is broken. Although there is also a congressman named Fontaine who has connections with Hertz in Little Italy, S.H.I.E.L.D is an international organization after all, and it is not easy for it to take action against American congressmen. In fact, Nick Fury also instructed in advance not to contact Senator Fontaine unless necessary. The more Natasha Romanoff thought about it, the angrier she became. His first mission after joining S.H.I.E.L.D was ruined by that D. Roy Corleone. After sorting everything out, Natasha Romanoff was ready to leave immediately, but before leaving, she hesitated slightly and put the card away. And just when Natasha Romanoff returned to S.H.I.E.L.D to report. At the moment, Roy took advantage of the night and came to a luxurious villa area in Long Island, New York. The account book left by Frank Lucas clearly records his huge network of personal connections, as well as the addresses and secret bases of many people. The villa area where Roy lives is where Councilman Fontaine, the second boss of the Corleone family, and others gather. These people have no apparent connection or relationship, but in fact, these people are scattered and buy houses in the same villa area. They often contact each other secretly under the name of Community Service Management Committee. Even Frank Lucas has a home in the area. Coincidentally, today is a gathering for the entire huge interest group to divide the spoils. The reason why Frank Lucas went to Abyssinia Baptist Church today was to verify the accounts and prepare for today's distribution of spoils meeting. These people are all Roy's enemies. It would be a shame not to seize such a good opportunity. Wipe out the core interest group of the entire blue magic and loot them while you're at it, leaving behind some evidence. After the hype has passed, maybe we can make some money from the business vacuum left by these people. CPH4, money, company, position, soul crystal. While killing all your enemies, you can also make a lot of money. By the way, improve your reputation in the mainland hotel. Kill several birds with one stone. What could be more wonderful than this? I think the gods of these barbarians would also approve of my actions of being chivalrous and robbing the rich to help the poor. Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental that a large group of fat sheep would appear for free when I was taking action? They are all good people. In the future, when I write a brief history of magician civilization, I must record the contributions of these people. That's right, the great original magician Roy. Thanks to the kind people for the gift. Chapter 23. December 23, 2002, Christmas Eve. The Long Island fire incident caused a great sensation throughout the world in a very heroic way. Hudson Riverside Villa, second floor living room. The TV was turned on, and it was NBC. The female host with big wavy blonde hair and a curvy figure was reporting the fire in the Long Island Villa area in a very exaggerated way. These barbarian capitalists don't have even the slightest respect for decedents. The bodies of many upper-class people and people's impressions, such as Congressman Fontaine, Ryan Corleone, tobacco tycoon Richie Lorillard, etc., along with many supermodels, high-level call girls, etc., appeared on the TV screen in a very miserable way without even a mosaic. The death toll in this wave of fires alone reached over 140 people. Among them, There are more than 20 people who are in charge of major capitals, groups, and companies in New York. This also means that a huge interest group headed by Congressman Fontaine has almost suffered a devastating blow. Under the effect of Roy's forgetfulness spell, the entire Long Island fire incident was naturally defined as an accident. Originally, official organizations such as FBI, NYPD, CIA, DEA, S.H.I.E.L.D, etc., wanted to conduct a strict and detailed investigation into the Long Island fire incident. But unfortunately, the power vacuum, business vacuum, underground vacuum, etc. left by this interest group are too huge. The huge forces from all sides entered the scene as quickly as hyenas and mobilized their respective connections to directly block the entry of other forces. Not to mention that there is no evidence to prove that the fire was caused by humans. Even if someone comes out to surrender, it will not be accepted. This is an accident. No matter who comes, it is also an accident. Looking at the TV screen, the reporter with big blonde hair and wavy hair was still mourning and showing off. Veronica turned off the TV casually, put on one of Roy's white shirts, swung her long legs, poured herself a glass of juice, and then looked at Roy speechlessly. I never thought that people nowadays would lose all their dignity when it comes to putting on a show. It's all due to personal gain. It's normal. Just like your adoptive father. When he killed your father and took your mother away, he had no shame at all. King Uther, Veronica's adoptive father and King Arthur's biological father, is the most shameless thief in Britain. This was a fact that Veronica was powerless to refute. Listening to Roy's revelations without even turning his head, Veronica rolled her eyes speechlessly. Anyway, it's been 1,300 years. When Veronica first started arguing with Roy, she would argue a bit without any confidence. Now, Veronica said she doesn't care about anything. What adoptive father? If she doesn't acknowledge him, he doesn't exist. As for the pride of the British princess, could she have the convenience of a villa like today? Could she have freshly squeezed juice? Could she have all sorts of designer bags and clothes? 1,300 years ago, didn't royal princesses live like wild monkeys? Maybe their living conditions are not as good as those of the monkeys in the zoo today. In modern society, as long as you have money, that's great. Think of those cute little green coins. Veronica's heart moved. She stepped barefoot on the expensive Persian cashmere carpet and came to Roy. She leaned on Roy's shoulder, looked at the sword on the table, and said sweetly, "Dear, did you get a lot this time?" When it comes to magic, etiquette, art, etc., Veronica is definitely a master. But as an ancient person, Veronica looked at the various contracts, documents, etc. on the table without saying a word. Although the royal family and ministers 1,300 years ago were also cunning, shameless, and despicable, they were still far superior to the countless legislators, barristers, capitalists, etc. in the 21st century who have come up with various laws and contracts. Veronica even felt that her brother King Arthur, who possessed the wisdom of a great leader, was too naive. These business contracts, documents, etc. are even more terrifying than the devil's contract. Listening to Veronica's sweet voice, Roy picked out a few contracts with blank signature spaces from a large number of documents and came with a very satisfied smile on his face. These things were what Roy gained from the Long Island fire incident. In addition to the large amount of cash, jewelry, diamonds, gold, silver, and antiques donated by kind-hearted people. Kind-hearted people, led by Councilman Fontaine, also sponsored Roy with a company, a manor, and an unfinished research laboratory. This gathering of kind-hearted people was not only a gathering to divide the spoils, but also a grand party to welcome the newlyweds. Rich Lorillard, one of America's top tobacco tycoons, probably to join the Blue Magic interest group. Rich Lorillard specifically offered a lot of benefits as an admission ticket. All three documents have been certified by Sherman, New York's top transnational law firm. As long as you sign your name in the blank space below these three documents, you can directly obtain OSHA Company, Lorillard Manor, and Brilliant Plant Research Laboratory. Originally, this blank signature space was intended to hold the names of more than 20 people, including Councilor Fontaine. But no one expected that these more than 20 people would all die in the Long Island fire. That is, as long as Roy signs his name. These three benefits all belong to Roy. Among them, OSHA is a cosmetics company that mainly uses herbal plant essences. It also owns a wine estate and grape hot spring spa in Bordeaux, Europe, and has great potential. Lorillard Manor, also known as Wonderland Manor. This manor is no longer famous today, but its history was once extremely glorious. Today's New York Botanical Garden, New York Herbarium, including the southeast corner of the State University of New York, were once part of Wonderland Manor. Even after multiple splits, Wonderland Manor is still huge, with stepped waterfalls, wetlands, docks, century-old oak gardens, etc., which is extremely beautiful. The tobacco tycoon was planning to use this thing to build the core club of the Blue Magic Interest Group. The remaining magnificent plant research laboratory is also located in the New York Botanical Garden. This laboratory was originally planned by the tobacco tycoon for a project jointly prepared with Pfizer, New York City, New York State, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and others. However, in order to invest in the core CPH4 research of the Blue Magic Interest Group, the tobacco tycoon just cut out the entire laboratory project and put it on the trading table. To be frank, these 3 documents alone are worth over $2 billion and have unlimited potential. Now, Roy got all the benefits. Chapter 24. Wonderland Manor is located in the heart of New York City, yet it is quiet and hidden among the ancient trees and green forests. This is a manor built in the 19th century with a history of nearly 200 years. However, after several renovations by the Lorillard family, it does not look old, but is closely integrated with modern times. Throughout the entire manor, there are a large number of ancient green trees that are over 100 years old. The entire manor is more like a horizontal super-large villa, with 18 bedrooms, 27 bathrooms, an indoor gym, an outdoor dream swimming pool, a basketball court, a basement, etc. After obtaining the deed to the manor, Roy had almost no hesitation and decided to turn the manor into his own nest. There is no other reason. Besides being comfortable to live in, the surrounding environment is perfect for creating a magical botanical garden. In modern society, there is a demon-free environment almost everywhere, except for some very few deep mountains and old forests, as well as the extraordinary black market. It is extremely difficult to find some magical materials such as magic plants, magic beasts, and magic cores. For example, Veronica was once a famous potion master under the command of the Supreme Merlin, but in the 2 years after breaking free from the seal, he almost had no food to eat. But if we can build a magical botanical garden, relying on the various plant specimens conveniently available around the New York Botanical Garden, once we transplant and cultivate them, we can cultivate a batch of magical plants in a short period of time. At that time, Veronica's knowledge of potions will come in handy. As a result, Roy's knowledge of runes and magic related to potions can also be rapidly expanded. At the same time, potion making plays a huge role in Roy's preparation for a rainy day, building his own power, cultivating his subordinates, training apprentices, and building magician civilization. The sooner this thing is created, the easier it will be to create a snowball effect. And there is an extremely practical spell, like the Oblivion spell. Even if Roy stayed in Wonderland Manor at this critical moment, he didn't have to worry about being noticed. What's more, there are a lot of jewelry, gold, etc. donated free of charge by kind-hearted people, which are also ready-made materials. Spend a lot of cash. In less than a week, the original basement of Wonderland Manor had been transformed into a simple and empty magic laboratory. In the laboratory, with the help of modern scientific tools, large amounts of metals are melted to form alloys. At the same time, Veronica used a large amount of blue magic power to create a blue potion and tempered it into the alloy. This is the simplest way to create alienated magical metal. Many famous magical metals such as refined gold, mithril, orichalcum, and tin iron all have formulas that can be copied. Definitely, a crude copy like Roy can only achieve less than 30% of the magic effect. The parallel imported products are a bit watered down, but they can still be used. In the initial stage, it's acceptable. Wait until a large number of counterfeit magic metals are produced. It is based on fake tin plate, blended with mountain copper, and then the magic pattern is outlined with mithril, and then sprinkled with fine gold powder to fill the gap. Finally, it was made into a magic column about 3.14 meters high and 15 centimeters in diameter. These magic gathering pillars even need to be inlaid with a large number of natural gems and supplemented with runes in order to fully mobilize the surrounding inert magic power, elements, etc., and turn them into active magic power that the magician can absorb. A total of 44 magic gathering pillars almost exhausted all of Roy's savings. However, this is enough to completely cover the entire manor, forming a huge improved version of Merlin's magic ring. When the last magic pillar was driven into the ground, Roy mobilized his meager magic power and even drank a few bottles of blue potion before he ignited the magic circle cycle. Following this, an invisible energy wave rapidly expanded. Every time this magic wave travels a certain distance, it lights up a magic pillar buried deep underground. When all the magic gathering pillars were activated, 44 brilliant orange light beams flashed in the void. The magic circle was activated, and the inert elements began to become active. Standing on the node of the magic circle, Roy felt the gathering of magic power almost immediately. This feeling is like a fish that has been dehydrated for a long time being moisturized by the cool and soft water vapor, and even a few water droplets fall on the body, which makes people feel a sense of pleasure from the bottom of their soul. Sensing the gathering of barren magic. After a brief hesitation, Roy quickly took out 44 low-level soul crystals. After inlaying these soul crystals on the top of the magic gathering pillar, almost instantly, the magic gathering, expulsion, isolation, and other properties of the entire Merlin magic circle began to increase exponentially. In just a short moment, the efficiency of the entire magic circle increased by 44 times. The originally thin elemental water vapor began to condense into gurgling streams, circulating continuously along the magic circle. This level of magic gathering effect is already quite impressive. As long as you wait for a few days, the magic environment of the entire manor can be directly upgraded from a no-magic environment to a low-magic environment, or even a medium-rich magic environment. Although the area is limited to the interior of the manor, it is currently used by Roy and Veronica. Just when Roy was feeling happy and emotional, Veronica, who was originally looking out from the balcony on the second floor of the manor, suddenly let out a cry of joy and took out a magic carpet from somewhere and flew directly into the air and came to Roy. "Goddess of magic, my dear, what on earth have you done? This magical environment is even richer than Britain 1,300 years ago. Look, that old oak tree over there is already becoming alienated. This kind of magic-rich environment is only slightly weaker than Mr. Merlin's magician tower. Honey, we'll be able to get rid of the blue potion soon. My God, you have no idea how much I hate the taste of that these days. By the way, I still have some magical plant seeds left by Teacher Merlin. Honey, I love you so much." Veronica was wearing a white dress and looked like a very vulgar fairy. She threw herself into Roy's arms, gave him a deep kiss, and then ran towards the oak forest. Roy was quite satisfied with Veronica's understanding. Obviously, Veronica also knew about the soul crystal, which was Roy's secret. She was just amazed and didn't delve into it. The soul crystal can basically be considered a low-end version of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is Roy's greatest foundation and secret. Even after becoming an official magician, Roy did not fully master the Philosopher's Stone, let alone decipher all the knowledge and effects it carried. Unless Roy fully masters the Philosopher's Stone. At that time, Roy might limit himself and pass on some knowledge about soul crystals. Chapter 25. The century-old oak tree, with a diameter of more than 2 meters, is sprouting new leaves and releasing a strong breath of life. Birch and ash trees gather in clusters of branches, interspersed with green forests by the sea. Each tulip exudes a magical honey fragrance. The blue sky is shining, white clouds are floating, and the bright sunshine shines through the green leaves like umbrella crowns, scattering bits of gold on the forest path. The Merlin's Ring magic circle, which continuously runs at 44 times the speed, draws infinite magic power from the natural world. It was just less than 3 days. The entire Wonderland Manor seems to have become a real dreamland. The main body of the manor combines the ancient and the modern. On the third-floor observation deck, Roy sat on a recliner, sipping tea leisurely, looking at the kingdom he had worked hard for with his own hands, and thanked the kind people for their gifts. The current Wonderland Manor cannot be considered a magician tower, but it can also be called a small secret place. It has the support of a medium-rich magic secret realm. Even Roy and Veronica's cultivation paths became much smoother. Today's Roy is no longer the defective magician with only 10 magic points. Some spells from the Philosopher's Stone and Merlin's Legacy can also be released normally, especially in regards to alchemy. Roy relied on the abundant supply of magic power and continued to operate the truth while meditation method. Based on alchemy, he had condensed a complete Roy magic ring in his spiritual sea. That's right, it's not Merlin's ring, but Roy's ring, which combines the heritage of Merlin and the Philosopher's Stone. Based on the 9 basic runes of transformation, integration, refinement, resonance, circulation, connection, stability, catalysis, and fusion, a will magic ring is formed that best suits Roy's own state. This Roy magic ring is naturally equipped with the basics of alchemy, runes, and potion creation. On this basis, it also possesses natural characteristics such as wandless casting, spellless casting, and fast casting. Even Roy's attributes have changed drastically. Roy Corleone, Sage System Gender, Male Age, 24 Ability, Sage's Testimony, Will of Truth, Cosmic Synchronicity Divinity, 3 Attributes, Strength 8, Agility 9, Constitution 8, Intelligence 15, Charm 9, Values increase in multiples. Magic power, energy 440 rank. First ring magical specialties. Wandless casting, no spell casting, fast casting. Silent casting physical specialties. Guardian of truth, unyielding will, extraordinary body, LV1 skills. Meditation on the will of truth, LV1. Rheneology, LV2. Potions, LV1. Magic crystals, LV3. Creation, LV2. Creation, LV2. Arrays, LV2. Combat, LV5. Firearms, LV5. Camouflage, LV4. Driving, LV2. Ability spell, none spells. Roy's ring, LV4. Magician's hand, LV3. Oblivion spell, LV3. Ion cannon, LV2. Activation spell, LV2. Lightning chain, LV2. Quintuple fireball, LV2. Seal spell, LV2. Tracking spell, LV1. Expel spell. Treasures, Philosopher's Stone, defective/bound. CPH4, small amount. Partners, Veronica, soul contract/bound. Book Fairy, soul contract/bound. Equipment, Roy's magic book, simple magic ring, rune gun item. Blue potion compared with the previous crude system. Roy now looks like a qualified magician with all his attributes. Among these, except for some inheritances provided by the Philosopher's Stone after the expansion of runes, most of the others are changes brought about by Merlin's inheritance. Especially the blank magic book that Veronica gave to Roy. After Roy smelted the high-level soul crystal and the blank magic book, Roy's magic book was formed, and the book spirit, also known as the book fairy, was automatically born. The appearance of the book fairy is like a magic assistant or a magic intelligent computer for Roy. It was also with the help of the book fairy. Roy was able to condense the Roy magic ring that was perfectly suited to him in a very short period of time and quickly master many magics inherited from Merlin. It can be said that Roy is now different from before. Although Roy's main attributes haven't improved much, the difference in strength is huge. However, the price Roy paid for this improvement in strength was also extremely huge. The most typical example is that after Roy eliminated many enemies, he gained most of the wealth, and even Roy's original savings were consumed completely. Not to mention soul crystals, natural gemstones, precious metals, magic materials, etc. are all too damn expensive. Not to mention, Roy's magic is combined with some of the conveniences of modern technology. Just purchasing various books and knowledge from major universities is an extremely huge expense. I won't say anything else. In order to create the book spirit, Roy's magic book purchased artificial intelligence technology knowledge from many university laboratories, which cost more than $35 million. And this is just the secondary purchasable knowledge in the laboratories of major universities. Fortunately, with the help of high-level soul crystals, magic runes, etc., the book fairy was successfully derived. All the efforts are worth it. That's right, I don't feel bad, not at all. Roy showed no emotion on the surface, but in his mind, he was trying to soothe his bleeding heart. Just when Roy was trying hard to calm himself down, Veronica, who had been in the magic laboratory in the basement for 2 days, finally came out. She came to the observation deck on the 3rd floor in a slightly sloppy manner and threw herself directly into Roy's arms. The smell of various potions hit me in the face. Roy reached out and held Veronica's soft waist, then cast a cleansing spell, making it glow again. Veronica didn't care. Her fingertips slid across Roy's Adam's apple and she said, "My dear, the magical environment in Wonderland Manor is gradually becoming abundant, and the laboratory has also been set up with a basic magic circle. When are we going to start analyzing CPH4? It's so fascinating. I've never seen a crystal of magic power like CPH4. No, I should say the source of magic power. Dear, remember the magical elemental pool you mentioned? I believe that as long as we can extract some knowledge from CPH4, we can try to study the elemental pool and even build a magician tower. CPH4, the source of this blue magic, is truly extraordinary. In Veronica's words, this is the condensation of the source of magic. Even though it is very small, each grain contains an endless ocean of magic. Same. The wealth and funds required to conduct research on CPH4 are almost infinite. Even a preliminary analysis would cost an astronomical amount of money. What's more, no one knows how long this kind of research and analysis will take. Chapter 26. Building a magic laboratory requires more than just a basic magic circle. Space extension, protective isolation, array laying, research equipment creation, etc. Each thing needs to be alienated and created with soul crystals, natural gems, and precious metals. The cost of alienating 1 gram of counterfeit refined gold is as high as hundreds of thousands of US dollars. The cost of alienating 1 gram of counterfeit mithril is also tens of thousands of US dollars. These are just the basic materials needed to build a magic laboratory, and the quantity required is so staggering. Not to mention the alienation of other rarer magical materials. Looking at Veronica with a longing look on her face, Roy gave an awkward but polite smile and said, "Miss Sweetie, before we start researching CPH4, we need to deal with some financial issues." Veronica, honey, are you out of money? Roy. Veronica's question left Roy at a loss for words. During this period, in order to build Wonderland Manor and the Book of Magic, Roy not only spent all his savings, but also withdrew the protection fee of Little Italy for the next 10 years. If Roy wasn't so incredibly powerful, he wouldn't have claimed hundreds of lives. With Roy's crazy exploitation, Roy's partners might even rebel. If Roy didn't have a bit of rationality and moral bottom line, he would have wanted to use CPH4 to directly create blue magic, replacing Frank Lucas and becoming the new generation of drug king. Seeing Roy's expression stiff, Veronica smiled slyly, hooked Roy's chin, and said, "Honey, I have an idea. Do you want to listen to it?" Roy raised his eyebrows and said, "Miss Sweetie, you don't want me to sell my kidney, do you?" Veronica laughed even more happily, and the granary shook, attracting everyone's attention. Fortunately, Roy has determination. Roy calmed down, slapped Veronica on the buttocks, and said, "Stop messing around and get down to business." Veronica restrained her coquettish look a little, hooked her finger, and took 2 bottles of crystal clear magic potions from the magic handbag in the living room in the distance. One of the bottles is clear orange, sparkling with a hazy glow. The other bottle was as green as jade, exuding a refreshing breath of life. Roy took a quick look and asked in surprise, "What is this?" Veronica got up from Roy's arms, opened 2 bottles of potion, and said, "My dear, this is a potion I made in Wonderland Manor using 2 kinds of magical plants as the main ingredients. This orange one is called Tulip Temptation. It can enhance your charm and clear your mind. This green one is called Oak Life Essence. It can enhance vitality and cleanse the skin. I made these 2 potions to use as perfume and skincare products. Didn't we just acquire a cosmetics company from a kind person? I learned from the TV network that cosmetics in modern society are extremely profitable." The more Veronica spoke, the brighter Roy's eyes became. Previously, Roy, because of his identity as a Mafia member, fell into a blind spot in thinking. When it came to making money, he only thought of taking shortcuts. After Veronica's reminder, Roy suddenly came to his senses. Compared to making money through side channels, the most profitable thing is the legitimate business. It's not just the 2 magic potions made by Veronica. Roy's previous magic guns, rune bullets, etc., as long as his ideas change, they can all achieve great things. Women's money, the military's money, there's so much money to be made. In an instant, all kinds of inspiration began to surge in Roy's mind like a fountain. There's a way to make money, but specific things still require some preparation. First of all, I guess I can't get involved in the arms trade right now. Although this thing can make money, if you only have the technology but no strong enough influence and network of contacts, you can't even cross the threshold of making money. But the cosmetics that Veronica mentioned are indeed a good way. Cosmetics research and development, plant research, biopharmaceuticals, genetic medicines, etc., is a path with a very high ceiling. Not to mention the dimensionality reduction attack of potion technology on modern society. Definitely, potion technology also has limitations. The output alone is a big problem. Roy's thoughts raced, and he quickly asked, "Dear sweetheart, how effective are these 2 potions? What's the yield? And the cost? I need to fully sort out this way of making money." Hear Roy's question. Veronica frowned immediately and said, "Honey, this is indeed a problem. Potion refining shouldn't be a problem. The tulips and oak orchards in Wonderland Manor can provide the main raw materials. We can also summon some flower spirits from other planes to take care of the magical botanical garden, increase production, and refine potions. However, the sources of the auxiliary materials for these 2 potions may be a bit troublesome. The Oak Life Essence requires vampire blood essence to stimulate and enhance the vitality of the potion. Tulip's Temptation requires the use of werewolf sweat glands to enhance and balance the magic's effects. Roy, Miss Sweetie, are you sure this is a magic potion, and not some evil witch's concoction? It is strange that the Oak Life Essence requires the blood essence of a vampire, but it is understandable. After all, the vitality of a vampire is indeed amazing. But the temptation of tulips is a magic perfume. Werewolves and the like have always been synonymous with dirt and stench. Veronica rolled her eyes at Roy and said, "My dear, You are still a modern person. Don't you know, dear, that the most stinky thing is the most fragrant? The aromatic compounds in a rose, concentrated 10,000 times, smell like feces. The shell of a durian contains a lot of lipid sulfides, which is like rotten eggs. This is all modern science, and it's covered in many middle school textbooks. Veronica blinked and stared at Roy with a teasing look. Roy, haha, I definitely know that. I was just testing your reaction, but I didn't expect you to take it seriously. Not mentioning that, how are the effects of the two potions? Our potion is aimed at ordinary people, and ordinary people don't have extraordinary bodies. When controlling a man, occasional teasing is acceptable, just treat it as a little fun. But at critical moments, you have to save face for men. Veronica was once the eldest princess of the British royal family, especially her mother. She first captured the Duke of Cornwall and then firmly controlled King Uther. Veronica is a natural in this regard. Gave Roy a sweet kiss. Veronica said calmly, "The potion has been diluted. According to current market trends, we can also make a regular edition diluted 100,000 times, a collector's edition diluted 10,000 times, and a premium edition diluted 1,000 times." Chapter 27. Sometimes, Roy had to admire women's sensitivity when it came to cosmetics and the like. It has only been 2 years since Veronica was freed from the seal, and for most of that time, she was busy maintaining the seal on Morgana and her body. Veronica only truly settled down for a little over a month. In such a short time, Veronica knew much more about the various tricks in the cosmetics industry than Roy did. And I have to say it. The method proposed by Veronica also effectively solved the problem of scarcity of potions and insufficient production in a short period of time. So the only problem left on this path to wealth is the trouble of vampire blood sperm and werewolf sweat glands. Maybe it's not a trouble. In the vast world of American variety shows, vampires, werewolves, and the like are not uncommon, especially in the underground world. As far as Roy knew, the special bulletproof suits provided by the Continental Hotel were made from the fur of dark creatures such as werewolves. Otherwise, it would be impossible for mainland hotels to produce cutting-edge technology that is far ahead of its time. In the underground world, there are originally a large number of professional demon hunters and merchants of dark biological materials. Even in normal society, there are a large number of wealthy people, politicians, etc., who still firmly believe that vampire fangs can enhance male virility, and they enjoy collecting certain strange items. Roy can either be a demon hunter for a while or acquire it directly. In a short period of time, it can support the early development of cosmetics companies. If Roy can build a magician tower, combined with some magical knowledge recorded in alchemy, he can also create a special farm for magical creatures. Whether it is raising vampires or werewolves, it is not a problem. By then, costs will be reduced, output will be increased, sales will be expanded, and a complete cycle chain will be formed. Well, now thinking about the magician tower or something is a bit far-fetched. Just be a demon hunter for a while. Gather some soul crystals and refine a batch of potions. Other materials can also be used for research and sold for money. There's nothing wrong with being a slave first and then being a boss. The liver is right. After coming up with an idea, Roy no longer indulged in Veronica's gentle embrace. After instructing Veronica to summon the flower fairies and take care of the enchanted botanical garden, Roy reappeared at the Continental Hotel. Compared to going to such a big city to look for traces of vampires and werewolves by myself, the information service of mainland hotels is still very cost-effective. Moreover, at this point, the heat of the Long Island fire incident had completely dissipated. When Roy saw Winston again, Winston's attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. Hertz, Hammerhead, the Magia organization, Frank Lucas, the second-in-command of the Corleone family, Councillor Fontaine, and even a large number of leaders of various interest groups. Roy had only been in New York for less than 2 months. This amazing record, not to say surpassing the former John Wick, is close to him. What shocked Winston even more was, Roy did such a sensational thing in the whole of New York, but originally there was no damage at all. Even something as big as the Long Island fire incident was suppressed, and there was no spread or involvement at all. This isn't just about the killer's ability being strong. Winston even wondered if there was any background or connections behind Roy that he didn't know about. Winston even dared not to regard Roy as just a killer benchmark anymore, but instead repeatedly elevated Roy's importance and treated him as a real guest of honor. Roy didn't know what Winston was thinking. I just feel that Winston seems to be kinder than before. After a brief greeting between the two sides, Roy quickly told Winston the reason for his visit, a detailed list of dark creature forces around New York. Winston naturally did not refuse Roy's request. But even if you are a distinguished guest, you still have to pay. A full 20 oath gold coins. Roy was very glad that he did not melt these oath gold coins into magic when he built the Wonderland Manor. As a temporary demon hunter, a detailed list of the dark creature forces around New York would be very useful. Even though this detailed list is just a brief summary, it does not contain sufficient details about the strength and number of dark creatures. The densely packed records of hundreds of gathering points of dark creatures alone would be of great help. How powerful are those dark creatures? Roy didn't care at all. Anyway, Roy didn't intend to face the big boss among those dark creatures. He just planned to secretly capture some scattered vampires and werewolves at the gathering points of various dark creatures. A low-level vampire can produce more than 10 portions of blood essence. One potion made from blood essence can be diluted into 100,000 ordinary finished products. The same applies to werewolves. When Roy's cosmetics company first started, catching 30 to 50 vampires and werewolves was enough. We can catch them later when the company grows bigger. If it really doesn't work, wait until you have money and buy it directly from the material merchants in the extraordinary black market. After getting what you want, Roy did not stay in the Continental Hotel any longer. He took advantage of the night to capture a group of vampires and werewolves and develop his own cosmetics company first. That night, in Queens, at the Bloody Romance Bar. This is a secret bar controlled by a small gang in Queens, and it is also a puppet gang of the New York vampire family, which is a branch of the Jade Blood clan. In the alley facing the street, two tall and strong black bodyguards stood on both sides of the iron gate like the god of door. There was a long queue at the iron gate, waiting to enter the bar and party. It has to be said that when it comes to luxury, enjoyment, pleasure-seeking, etc., vampires are definitely very proficient in it. Secret nightclubs, rave parties, limited attendance, celebrity appearances, etc. According to the information provided by Winston, this vampire family, a branch of the Jade Blood clan, has already developed an industrial chain and is well known throughout New York. These vampire families won't even hunt in their own nightclubs. Instead, after selecting a list and target, they party in the nightclub and then reap the rewards after leaving. Vampires are mostly handsome men and beautiful women. This hunting method not only makes the entire nightclub very safe, but also maintains the vitality of the nightclub. The longer a nightclub lasts, the higher the quality of prey it attracts. It can also ensure that the hunting time is long-lasting. Damn, they are having so much fun. Chapter 28. The Bloody Romance Bar can be considered an extra-large theme nightclub. Roy's arrival was quite coincidental, as it was the Uniform Temptation Night that the entire nightclub had been promoting for over a week. The entire nightclub is divided into 2 floors. Each floor is hundreds of square meters. When Roy spent thousands of USD to buy scalper tickets at a high price and entered the nightclub, there were already thousands of people gathered in the nightclub. On the lower level of the nightclub is the DJ platform, dance floor, and specialty bar. In that empty space, there are pillars made entirely of ice, which can be used for cooling. The second floor of the nightclub is home to relatively expensive booths, private rooms, and various trading venues. That's right, this nightclub is not only a vampire hunting platform, but also a black market for transactions in this area. After entering the nightclub, Roy didn't even need to cast auxiliary magic such as True Sight. He could detect the bloody smell of dozens of vampires with just his extraordinary sense of smell. In addition, there is a faint smell of gunpowder, high drugs, etc. Things like hemp leaves can be seen everywhere in such places. Chaos, decay, and temptation create a very decadent atmosphere. This is really the standard of beauty and firmness. Oh, that's great. Roy had just sat down at the bar in the lower level of the nightclub when a hot girl with blonde hair and red lips, who was already very familiar, leaned over the bar next to Roy. This vampire girl kept shaking her body, as if she was afraid that Roy couldn't see her own granary clearly. Handsome guy, would you like to have a drink together? No problem, but I'd rather find a private place to chat with a beautiful woman. What should I do? Ha ha ha. Handsome guy, you're so direct. Do you want to F*** me? Beauty, you are more direct than me. Don't you like it? I love that. Sniff, handsome boy, you smell so good. I can't wait any longer. Come with me. I know a secret place. One is intentional, the other is intentional. Roy and the vampire girl only exchanged a few words before they were already arm in arm. The vampire girl sniffed Roy's scent intoxicatingly, her eyes turning bloodshot, and she couldn't hold back. She pulled Roy up and walked towards a secret room on the second floor of the nightclub. It was pretty much what Roy had imagined. Vampires only have a few tricks. After entering the room, the vampire girl started to make moves on Roy. Along with it, there was also a hint of cold mental power that seemed to be stirring Roy's desire. It's just SOSO, not as good as Veronica's fingerhooking. But Roy was surprised. Even though Roy pretended to be dazed, the vampire girl still didn't make a move. On the contrary, this vampire girl has already started to lift her clothes. Just as the vampire girl became more and more excited and reached for Roy's belt, Roy's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed the other person's wrist and said coldly, "Beauty, that's too much. I was just playing with you, but you're really serious?" Vampire girl. Roy smiled slightly, his fingertips glowing, and said, "Sleepy. Vampire girl, you." The vampire girl came over as soon as he was called, and Roy performed the extraction technique to extract 14 drops of blood essence from her heart. Immediately afterwards, the vampire girl turned to ashes. Roy, on the other hand, calmly dusted off his spotless casual suit. "This is my most expensive casual outfit, Armani. And this vampire, it's okay that he just wants to suck blood, but he actually wants to seek scriptures. Humph, that's really annoying." Put the extracted blood essence into a crystal clear magic bottle. Roy casually cast a forgetfulness spell to minimize his presence, then walked out of the room and blended into the crowd again. After a short while, another vampire girl came to the door. All night long, Roy relies on his handsome face and outstanding temperament, and is as busy as a little bee. Wait until the vampire group in the nightclub starts to move strangely. Roy's magic bottle already contains more than 300 drops of blood essence. Well, it's time to leave and move somewhere else. Roy just wanted to hunt some low-level vampires to make a good start for his cosmetics company, and he didn't want to confront the vampire clan openly. Anyway, there are hundreds of dark creature gathering points throughout New York. There's no need to stick to this one nightclub. But just as Roy was about to leave, unexpectedly, a pale-faced man in a tuxedo with lip gloss came up to Roy and said, "Why, handsome guy, haven't you found a partner to sleep with?" Or, "Handsome guy, do you want to try something different?" As he spoke, the man in the suit licked his lips, which was very suggestive. Roy, damn, hunting tonight was supposed to be very enjoyable. Unexpectedly, I was disgusted before leaving. If Roy didn't want to openly provoke the vampire clan, he would have drawn his gun to prevent accidents. Before this hunting trip, Roy enchanted dozens of light runes on his guns and equipped them with a full load of mithril bullets. One shot, just one bullet. Roy promised that he could beat this disgusting vampire into pieces. It doesn't matter even if this is a vampire viscount. Feeling different? Go eat shit. Your stepfather's toilet has everything you want, idiot. Roy had a cold face and raised his middle finger with an almost unconcealable murderous intent hidden in his tone. After saying that, Roy ignored the expression of the vampire in the suit and turned away in a very cool manner. After leaving the nightclub, Roy seemed to have noticed nothing. After walking a few hundred meters, he inadvertently turned into an empty dark alley. Walk a few dozen meters into the dark alley. Roy turned his head without warning and saw a black shadow suddenly attacking him. Its sharp claws brushed past Roy's ear, leaving claw marks on the wall. The attacker was the pale-faced vampire man in a tuxedo. The attack missed. A look of surprise crossed the vampire's face, his fangs bared. He said, "So you're quite capable. No wonder you dared to challenge the great Viscount Mark. Boy, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and help this Viscount calm down." Bang, 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 bang. 7 shots per second. Roy specially changed to an unenchanted pistol and used burning rune bullets to accurately break the vampire's 5 limbs and 2 knees. "You're not even a vampire, Count. Are you pretending to be one? I told you to eat shit, and you didn't eat it. You're very angry, aren't you? Eat the bullet, you piece of garbage." Duh. Chapter 29. The vampire Viscount is neither better nor worse than the average vampire. He is neither a low-level vampire nor a high-level vampire. If it were an ordinary, extraordinary demon hunter, he would probably be in a mess when facing the vampire Viscount. But to a formal magician, the vampire Viscount is nothing, especially an original magician like Roy, who has too many tricks up his sleeve and can cast spells quickly and steadily. Any small spell of light shock can make the opponent fall into stiffness. As for the subsequent 7 bursts of burning rune bullets, Roy was simply disgusted and wanted the other person to die in pain. Fortunately, the blood capital of the vampire Viscount is much thicker than that of the low-level vampire, which directly doubles the amount of Roy's blood essence. This also made Roy feel a little better. Nearly 1,000 drops of blood essence are enough to make hundreds of potions, and can be diluted into tens of millions of ordinary skincare products. For Roy's not-so-famous cosmetics company, the initial direct sales in New York are sufficient. Next, we have to find a werewolf lair. If a cosmetics company wants to become famous, it cannot just have a skincare line. It also has to have a perfume line. As for expanding production or something like that, We'll talk about it later. I'm really short of money recently. 3 o'clock in the morning. In a sewer near the Brooklyn Bridge, Roy casually cast a light spell and searched for the werewolf in the sewer while cursing. Unlike the cunning, sinister, and business-savvy vampires, werewolves are almost always humanoid beasts with bad brains. In the era of cold weapons, these stupid guys could still rely on violence to get by well in the army or in the countryside. But after humans acquired firearms and rose to prominence, most werewolves, except for a few smart ones who mingled with the underworld, could only live in the sewers. This is also the reason why Roy is in a bad mood. Hunt vampires, and even have some sexy chats with those very raunchy vampire girls in the nightclub. Even though there are occasional disgusting guys like the man in the suit, it is still generally enjoyable. But hunting werewolves is very painful. New York's underground system is very developed. But no matter how tall the underground tunnel is built, the air quality is still disgusting. Not to mention that the underground tunnel is like a maze and the werewolves are hiding very secretly. It's really too much suffering. It only took 10 minutes to reach the underpass. Roy couldn't bear it anymore and summoned the book fairy. He said, "Timo, isn't the map of New York's underground sewers complete yet?" The book fairy, who looked like a mushroom man, looked around with disgust, half crouching in the magic book. There's about a 2-second delay. Book fairy Timo stretched out her hand, and a miniature map appeared on Roy's wrist. She said, "Master, the underground tunnel map stored in the New York Public Library's online memory has materialized, but it's incomplete. The secondary AI knowledge in the labs of major universities is not enough to get me past many classified firewalls. Also, Master, I need some supercomputing components for a magical upgrade." After mumbling a lot, the book fairy Timo quickly pinched his nose and hid directly in the magic book. Roy casually folded the magic book into the size of a matchbox, put it in his pocket, and rolled his eyes speechlessly. The book's spirits that are born from the combination of magic and technological knowledge and equipped with high-level soul crystals are good and full of intelligence. It is this kind of magical creature that is like artificial intelligence. Even if it relies on the support of the magic skeleton and brings out the spiritual power of the high-level soul crystal to the extreme, it can only learn, integrate, apply, and calculate abilities at most, but not research and develop and innovate abilities. But for Roy at this stage, this is enough. Even though book fairy Timo is still a little naive and often freezes, he is still usable. As for upgrading the magic book, haha, I can't afford it. In 2002, just developing, researching, and manufacturing a top-level supercomputer required hundreds of millions of dollars, and the lead would only last for a few years. Not to mention alienating and enchanting all these supercomputers that take up the file size of an entire warehouse. If you have that much time, you might as well find a way to get a top-level soul crystal. The magical spiritual life created by the top-level soul crystal can be used to match the magician Tatar spirit. Its calculated ability can even involve void travel, plane teleportation, etc. However, top-level soul crystals are hard to come by in modern society. Ancient times are still better. Especially in the Vatican system, every saint can constantly purify his or her own soul. Top-level saints appear frequently, and occasionally legendary souls appear. How about going back to the Vatican? By the way, there should be Ghost Rider in this big world of American variety shows. In the plot of Ghost Rider, there is a contract that controls the souls of 3,000 saints. What's Ghost Rider Plus? Nicholas K? Ugh, it's Johnny. Hot Johnny. He seems to be a pretty famous motorcycle stuntman. Ouch. Just when Roy was thinking about how to snatch food from Mephisto and get the soul crystals of the 3,000 saints, a very dirty werewolf, howling softly, suddenly emerged from the shadows. Bang! Bang! Almost instinctively, Roy dodged and kicked him away, then drew his gun and shot him twice in the heart and once in the head. Armor-piercing enchanted pistol, mithril-piercing bullets. No matter how tough and resilient the werewolf was, he would die instantly. Werewolves and vampires are different. Vampires only have hearts and fangs, which are barely useful. As for the werewolf, his entire body is filled with magical materials, which cannot be wasted. Otherwise, Roy wouldn't have used the least destructive armor-piercing rune enchantment and used mithril-plated bullets. If you use magic, 1/5 fireball spell will destroy everything. Cast spells casually to extract soul crystals and magic materials. After dealing with the werewolf in front of him, Roy also began to be careful and cast a series of auxiliary small spells on himself, such as the forgetfulness spell, the breathing spell, and the smell elimination spell. Then, following the werewolf's breath, like a ghost, he quickly entered the werewolf's lair. This is a gathering place for homeless people living in the sewers. However, with the arrival of dozens of werewolves, The homeless people gathered here were eaten until only their limbs and broken bones were left. More than 30 low-level werewolves and 2 werewolf leaders. Man-eating dogs should all be killed. However, these werewolves are too group-based, and pistols alone are not enough. It seems that magic is the only option left. There is no guarantee that all the magical materials will be preserved. It doesn't matter. There are plenty of werewolves in this underground tunnel anyway. Just find a few more nests. Duh. Chapter 30. At the intersection of an empty and messy underground tunnel, more than 30 werewolves were lying together in groups of 3 or 5 like well-fed beasts, some licking their fur, some clawing, and some even doing something on the spot. And just when these werewolves were eating and drinking their fill and resting greedily, Roy's figure, unknowingly, was less than 20 meters away from these werewolves. With a speed of up to 9 points, Roy can be compared to a supercar running at full speed. With a strength of 8 points, Roy's explosive power can be comparable to that of an 8-cylinder muscle car in an instant. It's only a distance of 20 meters. The moment his breath burst out, Roy leaped like a tiger and appeared in the center of all the werewolves. Mind-shattering. The French ring controls the situation. Lightning chain. The technique of 5 fireballs. A set of small combos. The mind shock makes all the werewolves' minds blank in an instant. The magic ring controls all the energy in the heart. The lightning chain directly knocks all the werewolves into stiffness, and the 5 fireballs technique unleashes terrifying power. The majestic flames, mixed with lightning and arcs, raged wildly throughout the entire underground tunnel. If it weren't for the environmental protection team's control, I'm afraid a large part of the entire underground tunnel would have collapsed on the spot. However, the underground waterway is protected by the environmental protection field. Those werewolves, however, took 2 high explosive spells head-on. Lightning chain is fine, as it can deal instant damage and make those werewolves stiff, but it can't do anything about the werewolves' terrifying recovery ability. But the 5 fireballs technique is different. The power of the level 2 5 fireballs technique has not yet reached the limit of this spell, and can even be considered only entry level. But even so, the explosion of each fireball is more terrifying than a rocket. The 5 consecutive fireballs were like 5 high-explosive concussion rockets, directly hitting the werewolves. The battle comes quickly and goes even faster. Those werewolves, including the 2 werewolf leaders, were torn to pieces by the instantaneous explosion of terrifying power before they even had a chance to see who their enemy was. Even so, Roy deliberately controlled the 5 fireballs technique and did not apply high-temperature burning. Otherwise, this set of 5 fireballs in the center of the crowd would probably burn all the werewolves into charcoal. As expected of Supreme Merlin's signature spell, it is incredibly powerful. That's right, this 5 fireballs technique is the most powerful spell of the previous Sorcerer Supreme Merlin. According to Veronica, when Merlin Magician was at the peak of his powers, the 5 fireball technique had almost evolved to the max level, with a power comparable to a 9th ring spell, and each fireball had the power to destroy the world. A 5 fireball technique is like hitting your face with 5 big Ivans. Now it seems that what Veronica said may not be a lie, especially looking at the more than 30 werewolves that were torn into pieces around him. Roy suddenly had a new understanding of the power of the 5 fireball technique. After reevaluating the 5 fireballs technique in his mind, Roy did not hesitate and began to extract magical materials such as soul crystals, werewolf sweat glands, and werewolf fur. More than 30 low-level werewolves, led by 2 werewolves. Even though some of the materials on these werewolves were destroyed, the harvest was still rich. Roy discovered that these werewolves seemed much easier to hunt than vampires. It's like bombing a fish pond. Every time a fish is bombed, a whole nest of fish is killed. With this good start, Roy no longer despised the poor environment of the underground sewer. He quickly summoned the book Fairy Timo again and began to look for a new werewolf hideout. It only took less than 2 hours. Roy dug out more than a dozen werewolf nests like pouring boiling water on an ant nest. Wait until dawn rises. Roy has returned to Wonderland Manor. He handed the large amount of vampire blood sperm and werewolf sweat glands he collected to Veronica, and then hurried to the bathroom to take a shower. Come out of that underground sewer. Although there is a cleaning technique that can make Roy spotless, Roy still feels a little uncomfortable. I pumped the shower gel 3 times and took a bubble bath with the scent of magic potions. When Roy came out of the bathroom, he found Veronica already in the basement laboratory brewing potions. Whether it is the life essence of the oak tree or the temptation of the tulip, neither of these 2 potions is complicated. After watching Veronica refine it several times, Roy also began to try his hand at refining it. Anyway, the raw materials brought back this time are sufficient. There are still many vampire and werewolf dens of varying sizes in New York City. If they are wasted, we can go hunting again when we have time. The sooner we can make more potions, the sooner the cosmetics company can start business. And just when Roy was quiet. At the moment, the New York underground world was in an uproar. Overnight, the Lizambo family, a vampire offshoot of the Jade Blood clan of New York, lost more than a dozen family members. More than 400 werewolves disappeared completely in the New York sewers. The dispute that had just subsided due to the Long Island fire incident began to boil over again. A large number of dark creatures gathered, and there was a tendency for war to break out. Dark creatures hunt humans, humans hunt dark creatures. This is a very delicate balance line in modern society. The lower classes of both sides are fighting each other, and no one wants to break the balance as long as it does not affect the interests of the group and social stability. After all, those fighting are the lower classes, and the romantic lives of the upper classes on both sides will not be disturbed. But this time, a large number of vampires and werewolves were harvested, making those dark creatures feel threatened. Beneath the prosperity of New York, there are undercurrents. A large number of gang members, such as Kingpin, Martin Lee, the Russian Bear Gang, the Mafia, etc., also took advantage of the situation to add fuel to the fire, hoping to make the situation in New York more and more chaotic and profit from it. And faced with this chaos, those wealthy tycoons and politicians who had just divided up a lot of resources also began to feel dissatisfied. The NYPD is conducting armed patrols like crazy, with armored vehicles, heavy machine guns, and military bulletproof vests. Every policeman is armed to the teeth to suppress the undercurrent. The FBL, the Drug Enforcement Administration, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, the National Security Agency, and even the Immigration Bureau were running around like crazy. Someone is looking for the murderer. Some people are disrupting the situation and taking advantage of the situation. Some people are stabilizing interests and fighting for rights. What no one noticed was, in this extremely chaotic situation, a cosmetics company called Otia quietly merged with the brilliant plant research laboratory to form the Natural Knowledge Ring Group. At the same time, the Natural Knowledge Group quietly annexed many gang industries and quickly established relationships with senior executives from all parties by relying on certain information, recordings, and videos. Chapter 31. In the downtown area, Andrea Bar is still the Mediterranean-style slow rock bar. It was just different from the frustration and annoyance Roy felt when he first arrived with a group of partners and his men 2 months ago. It's only been 2 months. Hertz died, Frank Lucas died, the second boss died, and Congressman Fontaine died. Nowadays, all the power of the Corleone family in the whole of New York is almost monopolized by Roy, and the only remaining gang boss is like a mascot, especially Roy's men. No one had expected that their boss, who had asked them and others to remain silent and wait for opportunities 2 months ago, would be so powerful. The death of a large group of enemies. Although everyone has no evidence that it was their boss who did the killing, the power and territory are real. The key point is that neither the New York authorities nor the Corleone family headquarters have any intention of causing trouble. Derek, the bar owner who used to just get by, felt the deepest emotion. As a veteran who has been in New York for decades, Derek understood very well how terrifying Roy's ability to make things happen with a wave of his hand was. To say that he is a dragon crossing the river is too modest. This is simply a god descending to earth, and all evil spirits are driven away. At this time, Derek regretted not being able to perform well in front of Roy before. But it's not too late. I still have a chance. Derek ignored the excitement of his partners and quietly waited for Roy's arrival. At the same time, he inadvertently glanced at the girl singing in the bar, just as Derek was thinking in his heart. Soon, a crisp jingle sound was heard at the door of the bar. As the wind chimes rang at the door, Roy, wearing toed sunglasses, a tall figure, a windbreaker, and wrapped in the frosty winter wind of New York, walked into the bar. Boss, come to Andrea's Tavern again. One of Roy's partners was obviously much more energetic and more fervent and loyal than 2 months ago. Everyone sit down. We're brothers. There's no need to act like outsiders. Roy waved his hand casually, asked the partners to sit down, and ordered a glass of whiskey. These partners were all old teammates that Roy brought over from Europe. Even though Roy was in a very difficult situation recently and withdrew the protection money for the next 10 years, no one objected. Therefore, Roy is very friendly and gentle towards his old teammates. Everyone exchanged pleasantries and chatted for a while. I see the atmosphere is getting more and more lively. Roy had just lit a thin cigar, calmed the atmosphere, and said, "A while ago, in order to deal with the New York authorities, I took a lot of money from you brothers. The reason I called everyone here today is to formally share the benefits with everyone. Little Italy in the Bronx will be our territory from now on, and all the other gangs will be our vassals. At the same time, I will gradually let go of the business on the underworld and hand it all over to you brothers. The previous Little Italy was also managed by everyone. But after getting clear confirmation from Roy, everyone still seemed very excited. Before everyone has a chance to praise it, Roy waved his hand and said, "There's no need to elaborate further. The family headquarters sent a letter of appointment yesterday. The gang leader will be transferred back to the headquarters within this year. From now on, I will be the executive officer of the family in New York. Derek, we still can't relax in Little Italy in Manhattan. If you need help, you can ask the brothers for help. Manhattan is the most prosperous place in New York. I don't ask you to step into Chinatown. But you have to find a way to take back the 3 streets that Martin Lee occupied. Pistols, grenades, submachine guns, even heavy machine guns. As long as you don't become a terrorist, no one will bother you. Do you understand? Take care of the 3 streets occupied by Martin Lee, and I will nominate you to the family and make you a full member." Although gang forces are not very respectable, they are very useful. After embarking on the path of magician, although Roy is no longer prepared to focus his main energy on gang affairs, he is still not prepared to give up control of the gang. Roy even has a plan to recruit a powerful subordinate to support the expansion of the gang. In a country like the United States, which is almost magical, as long as the gang is rich enough and strong enough, when it grows to a certain size, there will be no difference between black and white. The Continental Hotel is the most typical example. Once Roy's forces become strong enough, he may be able to swallow up the Continental Hotel in one gulp. Hear Roy's words. Derek's eyebrows jumped with excitement, and he said excitedly, "I understand, boss, I totally understand." "Boss, don't worry. Old Derek, I haven't been in New York for nothing. The former gang boss was so rotten that I couldn't stand up to him. From now on, boss, just wait and see how I perform." Derek is a sly old shrew, but he's also a talented guy. Otherwise, Derek would not have been able to maintain his territory on a street as a peripheral member of the Corleone family during Martin Lee's most powerful period. Roy patted Derek's shoulder and said nothing more. Derek, however, became increasingly excited and said, "Boss, I know you've been planning a business group recently. Old Derek has prepared a gift for you." Roy was a little surprised and looked at Derek. Derek clapped his hands excitedly and quickly instructed a waiter to call the girl who was singing. She has blonde hair, fair skin, a hot body, and is extremely tall. She looks a bit like Taylor Swift. Roy glanced at the girl, then back at Derek. Derek touched his rosacea and said, "Boss, this is Emma Grace Frost. Emma is the daughter of my wife's younger sister. She graduated from Stanford Business School and has strong abilities in innovative technology, biotechnology research and development, administrative management, marketing, and even finance. Osborne Group's merger and acquisition of Professor Connor's limb regeneration, Dr. Otto's energy research, and other projects were all facilitated by Emma when she was an intern. Even the reorganization of the research department within the Osborne Group and the bioelectric field were completed by Emma. Boss, I can assure God that Emma can definitely help you in business." Roy, Professor Connor's limb regeneration, Dr. Lizard, energy research of Dr. Otto, Dr. Octopus. Osborne's bioelectric field should be Max the Electric Man. For a moment, Roy didn't know what to say. Chapter 32. Dr. Lizard, Dr. Octopus, Electro, etc. from the Osborne Group. How to say it? They are all talented, but they are also pitfalls. Listening to Derek's introduction of his wife's sister and daughter, Roy felt very dreamy. To be honest, there is definitely no problem with Emma Frost's vision and ability, and it can even be said to be quite impressive. This is the luck that no one else can have. All integrated projects will fail in the future due to various unexpected events. But it's okay. Anyway, Roy just needs a tool to integrate the group company. All research is done in his own magic laboratory. Entering the company is just an apparent dilution process. Moreover, this Emma Frost is not only pleasing to the eye, but also has abilities, and is half one of us, so she can be used. Roy casually stubbed out his cigar, nodded, and said, "Derek, you're thoughtful. In principle, I agree that Emma can join the group and work as my general assistant for a while. When I'm qualified in the future, I wouldn't mind handing the entire company over to my family. But before that, Ms. Emma, do you mind if I ask why you left the Osborne Group?" Emma Grace Frost. This name always seemed familiar to Roy. Facing Roy's question, Emma Frost appeared quite calm. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Mr. Roy, my reason for leaving Osborne Group is quite humane. I'm not sure if you can accept that." Roy waved his hand and said, "It's okay, just tell me." Emma Frost sighed and said, It's probably because of personal feelings. The recent Long Island fire incident created a large vacuum in New York's business landscape. Originally, the Stark Group, based on the West Coast, intended to intervene and reach some kind of cooperation with the Osborne Group. However, the chairman of the Stark Group is, a bit lecherous. And the young master of the Osborne Group has been pursuing me. The constant clash between the two wealthy individuals even affected the cooperation between the Osborne Group and the Stark Group. So Norman Osborn has something against me. Roy. Well, Iron Man and the Little Green Goblin were jealous of each other, which caused the old Green Goblin to get angry. This reason is sound and powerful. Roy felt more and more that Emma Frost in front of him was a god. Definitely, considering her looks, it's normal for her to be targeted by both Tony Stark and Harry Osborn at the same time. Women, excessive beauty is the original sin. Roy sighed slightly and asked doubtfully, Ms. Emma, I understand that you don't accept Tony Stark's romantic affairs, but what about Harry Osborn? From what I know, Harry Osborn is handsome and has outstanding abilities. Emma Frost curled her lips and said, Harry, that's just how it is. I don't like him very much. It's common for rich second generations to be fickle. While he's pursuing me, he's also pursuing my best friend Gwen. And Gwen's boyfriend is Harry's best friend. This kind of person may appear bright and noble on the surface, but their inner character is disgusting. Emma's disgust was palpable. At this time, Roy was completely numb. If I'm not mistaken, Emma's best friend Gwen should be Gwen in Spider-Man. And Gwen's boyfriend, Harry's best friend, couldn't it be Peter Parker? I just don't know which version of Spider-Man it is. Dr. Lizard, Dr. Octopus, Electro, Old Green Goblin, Little Green Goblin, Ghost Spider, Spider-Man, Iron Man. All of these people can have a relationship with Emma. This connection is simply amazing. Roy felt that he seemed to have underestimated Ms. Emma. I just don't know who this Emma Frost is. Wait, White Queen Emma. That's not right. White Queen is not only a plot character in Mutant, but also a person from World War II. Roy carefully sensed Emma's life energy in front of him and could clearly sense that she was definitely not an old witch. She was only about 20 years old at most, and her aura was still very pure. Roy looked back on his memories over the past 20 years, and it seemed that there was no information about Mutant in this world. So is it just a coincidence? Roy wasn't sure, but it didn't stop him from keeping Emma by his side and observing her. As a magician with a thirst for knowledge, Roy is eager for Mutant to appear. These mutants, like the monsters of nature, are born with various superpowers. They are X genes. If they can be deciphered, perhaps a lot of extraordinary knowledge can be gained. Just as Roy was lost in thought, Emma Frost immediately thought that she had failed the interview again. After all, after offending Norman Osborn, Harry Osborn, and Tony Stark, Emma was labeled no contact by many large groups. Seeing Roy, he remained silent. Emma was not disappointed. She turned to look at Derek and said, Uncle, I tried my best. Derek was a little anxious and said, What effort have you put in? Just wait for me. Emma was a little impatient and said, Forget it, Uncle. I don't want to do business management anyway. I don't make much money, and there are all kinds of troubles. I plan to be a singer. I was offered a contract by an Atlantic Records label and was given the stage name Taylor Swift. Roy looked over when he heard that. So it really is you, Taylor Swift. Emma wasn't embarrassed and gave Roy a formal and impolite smile. Derek suddenly became anxious and said, Emma, are you crazy? Why do you want to be a singer? Don't you see how rotten the American entertainment industry is? I won't allow it, and your mother and your aunt won't agree. Derek got a little carried away and almost started arguing with Emma right there and then. And just at this moment, ahem, Roy coughed twice, attracting their attention, and said, Derek, don't worry. And Ms. Emma, your uncle is right. The entertainment industry is not a good place. Besides, you passed the interview. Before the company officially launches its product, you'll be working alongside me to assist me. The tentative monthly salary is 30,000 yuan, with a 2-month probation period. Once you're officially hired, you'll be the group's general assistant and receive performance-based bonuses. Now, you can pack your things and come with me to meet someone later. Chapter 33. The appearance of Emma, who was suspected to be the White Queen, surprised Roy a little, but not too much. This lousy and cowardly American variety show world has left Roy dumbfounded many times. Especially the mutant mist on Emma made Roy increasingly aware that his understanding of the current world was still incomplete. No one knows what is hidden beneath the surface of this seemingly prosperous world. At the same time, Roy's status, position, and power are not high enough. Otherwise, with some reference, Emma, I can completely rely on many cobweb clues to trace some truths. But it will be soon. The 2 products, Oak Life Essence and Tulip Temptation, were launched for sale. You can quickly collect a lot of money. At that time, he could conduct preliminary research and analysis on CPH-4, which would represent endless magical energy and his true extraordinary foundation in this world. After coming out of Andrea's tavern, Roy didn't say much to Emma, but just took her directly into the car and headed towards Midtown. Kurt Care Unit, Cardiac Surgery, Presbyterian Hospital, Midtown. Emma still didn't know what her boss was planning to do. Before Roy knocked on the door, she couldn't help but speak. "Boss, I don't know what you're going to do, but if you're visiting a patient, maybe you need some gifts? Or maybe a bouquet of flowers." Roy was stunned for a moment and said, "Well, that makes sense, but why didn't you say it just now?" "Emma, boss, you should at least tell me what we are going to do so I can make some plans." You're not that greasy, overbearing boss, are you? But don't ever say anything like, "I'm not qualified to question your decision, boss. You'll lose me." Emma looked at Roy differently. "Roy, you think you are good-looking and have abilities, so you dare to threaten me, right? That's really shameless. What a bullshit statement from a boss." "No, that's not the case. I definitely didn't mean to say that." Roy took a deep breath and said, "Inside the ward is a critically ill woman named Helen. Definitely, this woman is not important. What's important is Helen's husband, John Wick. He was once one of the top assassins in New York and even in the whole of America. Our company's 2 latest products are poised to revolutionize the skincare and fragrance industries. So before the product is released, I need to establish a strong force guarantee. John Wick can be a good deterrent for us. Including your uncle and my men in the tavern, they will all benefit from this. Do you understand? American business competition is sometimes very direct." Emma, who had worked as the operations director of the Osborne Group for a period of time, nodded decisively. Plus, Emma's uncle Derek was originally a gang member. Emma even nodded in agreement and said, "Boss is very wise. In this case, it doesn't matter whether you bring flowers or gifts or not. There must be something about the boss that can attract Mr. John Wick inside, right? Smart people don't need to talk too much." Roy gave Emma an admiring look and said, "Smart. Knock." Emma gave Roy a sweet smile. But before Emma could step forward, the door of the intensive care unit suddenly opened, and a tall man in a neat suit looked at Roy and Emma with a serious expression. "John Wick. Yeah, you should have heard that, right? Let's talk." "Yeah." John Wick's appearance and personality are similar to those in the plot, silent as a piece of wood. However, John Wick quickly made way to allow Roy and Emma to enter the room. The intensive care unit for the rich is no less luxurious than a hotel. John Wick first took Roy to the intensive care bedroom through a transparent glass and took a look at Helen, who was haggard and sleeping in the ward. Then, John Wick brought Roy and the other man to the outer living room. A simple cup of black tea was served. John Wick didn't hesitate to speak politely. He got straight to the point and said, "I can serve you. I pledge my soul and life to you, Your Excellency." John Wick is not an ordinary person. He has an extraordinary aura. That's exactly why John Wick was very respectful when he first saw Roy. Come to think of it, even if an ordinary person had a bulletproof vest, it would be impossible for him to kill hundreds of people in 3 movies. Only extraordinary people have such strong will, endurance, recovery ability, etc. Roy raised an eyebrow and said, "For Helen." John Wick's eyes finally showed a ripple, and he said, "Yeah, for Helen." Roy nodded, took out a magic contract, and said, "John, I must tell you that at this stage, I can only temporarily maintain Helen's life, and I can't cure her completely. I need time and money to improve myself. Only when I become stronger can I help you snatch Helen's life back from the devil." When the word devil was mentioned, John Wick's whole body suddenly revealed a trace of struggling pain. Roy continued, "It seems you know, right? Helen's condition isn't a so-called heart disease. It's a demon's curse." John Wick looked down at his hands and said in a low voice, "Yeah, it was Baba Yaga. I was once his believer. He once gave me precision, strength, and recovery under the night sky. In return, I will become his agent in the world, collecting sinful and ugly souls. I once thought that I would travel through Proxima Midnight, testifying to my faith with death, until I fell into his arms. It was only a few years ago that I met Helen. Helen is like an angel. She rescued my soul soaked in blood. For Helen's sake, I once prayed to Baba Yaga with the souls of hundreds of criminals, asking him to set me free." The more John Wick spoke, the deeper his voice became, filled with unprecedented pain. When he almost lost his voice, Roy suddenly spoke thoughtfully. "He agreed to your request, didn't he?" This is a question, but Roy's tone was very certain. Chapter 33. The appearance of Emma, who was suspected to be the White Queen, surprised Roy a little, but not too much. This lousy and cowardly American variety show world has left Roy dumbfounded many times. Especially the mutant mist on Emma made Roy increasingly aware that his understanding of the current world was still incomplete. No one knows what is hidden beneath the surface of this seemingly prosperous world. At the same time, Roy's status, position, and power are not high enough. Otherwise, with some reference, Emma, I can completely rely on many cobweb clues to trace some truths. But it will be soon. The two products, Oak Life Essence and Tulip Temptation, were launched for sale. You can quickly collect a lot of money. At that time, he could conduct preliminary research and analysis on CPH4, which would represent endless magical energy and his true extraordinary foundation in this world. After coming out of Andrea's tavern, Roy didn't say much to Emma, but just took her directly into the car and headed towards Midtown. Kurt Care Unit, Cardiac Surgery, Presbyterian Hospital, Midtown. Emma still didn't know what her boss was planning to do. Before Roy knocked on the door, she couldn't help but speak. "Boss, I don't know what you're going to do, but if you're visiting a patient, maybe you need some gifts? Or maybe a bouquet of flowers." Roy was stunned for a moment and said, "Well, that makes sense, but why didn't you say it just now?" "Emma, boss, you should at least tell me what we are going to do so I can make some plans." You're not that greasy, overbearing boss, are you? But don't ever say anything like, "I'm not qualified to question your decision, boss. You'll lose me." Emma looked at Roy differently. "Roy, you think you are good-looking and have abilities, so you dare to threaten me, right? That's really shameless. What a bullshit statement from a boss." "No, that's not the case. I definitely didn't mean to say that." Roy took a deep breath and said, "Inside the ward is a critically ill woman named Helen. Definitely, this woman is not important. What's important is Helen's husband, John Wick. He was once one of the top assassins in New York and even in the whole of America. Our company's two latest products are poised to revolutionize the skincare and fragrance industries. So before the product is released, I need to establish a strong force guarantee. John Wick can be a good deterrent for us. Including your uncle and my men in the tavern, they will all benefit from this. Do you understand? American business competition is sometimes very direct." Emma, who had worked as the operations director of the Osborne Group for a period of time, nodded decisively. Plus, Emma's uncle Derek was originally a gang member. Emma even nodded in agreement and said, "Boss is very wise. In this case, it doesn't matter whether you bring flowers or gifts or not. There must be something about the boss that can attract Mr. John Wick inside, right? Smart people don't need to talk too much." Roy gave Emma an admiring look and said, "Smart. Knock." Emma gave Roy a sweet smile. But before Emma could step forward, the door of the intensive care unit suddenly opened, and a tall man in a neat suit looked at Roy and Emma with a serious expression. "John Wick. Yeah, you should have heard that, right? Let's talk." "Yeah." John Wick's appearance and personality are similar to those in the plot, silent as a piece of wood. However, John Wick quickly made way to allow Roy and Emma to enter the room. The intensive care unit for the rich is no less luxurious than a hotel. John Wick first took Roy to the intensive care bedroom through a transparent glass and took a look at Helen, who was haggard and sleeping in the ward. Then, John Wick brought Roy and the other man to the outer living room. A simple cup of black tea was served. John Wick didn't hesitate to speak politely. He got straight to the point and said, "I can serve you. I pledge my soul and life to you, Your Excellency." John Wick is not an ordinary person. He has an extraordinary aura. That's exactly why John Wick was very respectful when he first saw Roy. Come to think of it, even if an ordinary person had a bulletproof vest, it would be impossible for him to kill hundreds of people in 3 movies. Only extraordinary people have such strong will, endurance, recovery ability, etc. Roy raised an eyebrow and said, "For Helen." John Wick's eyes finally showed a ripple, and he said, "Yeah, for Helen." Roy nodded, took out a magic contract, and said, "John, I must tell you that at this stage, I can only temporarily maintain Helen's life, and I can't cure her completely. I need time and money to improve myself. Only when I become stronger can I help you snatch Helen's life back from the devil." When the word devil was mentioned, John Wick's whole body suddenly revealed a trace of struggling pain. Roy continued, "It seems you know, right? Helen's condition isn't a so-called heart disease. It's a demon's curse." John Wick looked down at his hands and said in a low voice, "Yeah, it was Baba Yaga. I was once his believer. He once gave me precision, strength, and recovery under the night sky. In return, I will become his agent in the world, collecting sinful and ugly souls. I once thought that I would travel through Proxima Midnight, testifying to my faith with death, until I fell into his arms. It was only a few years ago that I met Helen. Helen is like an angel. She rescued my soul soaked in blood. For Helen's sake, I once prayed to Baba Yaga with the souls of hundreds of criminals, asking him to set me free. The more John Wick spoke, the deeper his voice became, filled with unprecedented pain. When he almost lost his voice, Roy suddenly spoke thoughtfully. He agreed to your request, didn't he? This is a question, but Roy's tone was very certain. Duh, duh. Chapter 35. The fake magician, holding a magic wand, muttering to himself, hiding behind and rubbing fireballs. A real magician, with a staff in his left hand and a sword in his right hand, cast a light spell and started to lead the charge. The great magician, sitting in the magician tower, controls the floating city and baptizes all living beings with the astral annihilation element cannon. His construct knights sweep across the world, and the puppet golem army fills the sky and the earth. And John Wick is the first construct knight that Roy values. That's right. In Roy's opinion, John Wick is a true knight, not a killer assassin. It's simple. Which assassin would charge into battle every day wearing a bulletproof vest? In addition, John Wick is also a loving person and often kills an entire gang for a dog. If I get him a three-headed hellhound as a mount, wouldn't his combat power be off the charts? There's nothing wrong with that. Definitely. This is the future path Roy has planned for John Wick. It is still too early to truly create a construct knight. At this stage, John Wick is Roy's top-notch helper. John Wick originally came out of the killer bodyguard training camp of the Russian Bear Gang. Whether it is helping Roy's men expand the gang's power or building a training security company, John Wick is a good hand and can plug and play. As for whether John Wick will feel bored, just kidding. His wife Helen has already moved into the villa attached to Wonderland Manor. With the devil Baba Yaga keeping an eye on her, Helen would be dead if she left the manor. Is Roy afraid that John Wick will run away? After dealing with John Wick, Roy soon made his public debut, taking Emma with him and taking over the Natural Knowledge Group. Well, the Natural Knowledge Group currently has only one OSHA cosmetics company and one brilliant plant research laboratory. Definitely, all the affairs of the group and the company will be handled by Emma, another top-notch worker. All Roy had to do was to make friends constantly, armed with the dirty evidence he'd gotten from Frank Lucas about New York's upper crust. One hand of evidence, one hand of force, and one hand of magic potion. A little more than carrots and sticks. In this situation, few high-ranking officials, politicians, celebrities, and wealthy businessmen, including the governor of New York State and the mayor of New York City, dared to disrespect Roy. Once the network of personal connections is established, almost immediately, under Emma's control, Otia Company held a grand press conference. Oak Life Essence and Tulip Temptation, these two products became popular in a very short time. A super diluted version of a potion, but it's still a potion. Even if it is ordinary Oak Life Essence diluted 100,000 times, it can produce immediate effects on ordinary people. A 40-year-old woman becomes a 30-year-old young woman, and a 30-year-old young woman becomes a 20-year-old girl. Although this normal setting can only maintain the vitality of the skin for the day, it is enough to drive countless people crazy. The collector's edition, which is diluted 10,000 times, can not only ensure the vitality of the skin for a week, but also whiten and remove spots, deeply moisturize the skin, and restore its elasticity. Before its release, this product had already caused the stock prices of many high-end cosmetics companies to plummet. As for the ultimate version that is diluted 1,000 times, I'm sorry, it's not available on the market. Any bit of the ultimate edition product that comes into the market can be used as if it were gold. To a certain extent, the vitality contained in this product is enough to maintain the energy of ordinary people. In other words, it is similar to a stimulant without side effects. Not to mention women. Even ordinary people can't resist the charm of this product. Whether you are working overtime in the company during the day or in bed at night, it is a super supplement. Similarly, the temptation of tulips is no different. Sometimes, mental activity and refreshment are more addictive than physical ones. Especially perfume, which can be mixed with different scents at will. As long as the core essence of the magic potion remains unchanged, there are many more products in the perfume series than skincare products. As for the cost, except for the fact that Veronica needs to spend a little magic power to summon the flower fairy, the rest are approximately zero. After all, in Roy's opinion, vampire blood sperm and werewolf sweat glands are both gifts from nature. Dark creatures are like rats in a burrow. No one pays attention to them. When you're done using it, just find a rat hole and dig a nest. Maybe if the New York government finds out, they will award me a Medal of Honor. The product has immediate effect. With the help of some of Roy's new friends who controlled TV stations to promote the brand, the OSHA brand became famous throughout New York and even the entire America. What followed was a huge amount of wealth that poured into the company like a tide. When the new year comes, Roy has become the most famous new rich man in New York. As a result, even Roy's partners benefited from it and almost gave up the traditional skills of the gang, and all became distributors and middlemen. This thing has higher profits than ecstasy, but without the risks. Especially Derek, who can get several sets of Ultimate Edition products from time to time, thanks to his niece Emma. It is said that a famous Hollywood actress is even willing to bear a child for Derek, who is in his 50s, in order to get this ultimate version of the product. During the New Year's party of the Corleone family partners, Derek also boasted proudly about which female celebrity he slept with. Then the next day, Derek had his leg broken by his wife. Even so, Derek didn't dare to say it hurt. After all, Emma's aunt is her biological mother. Well, although her uncle is also her biological mother, they can get divorced. Wealth falls from the sky. And just when Roy and his subordinates were rejoicing about this, just after the new year, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New York, still in that empty and solemn office, Nick Fury was still wearing a leather jacket, maintaining a pretentious attitude, standing by the window. When Natasha Romanoff entered the office and saw this scene, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is not the first time, the second time, or the third time. Although Natasha Romanoff encountered Roy, an unscrupulous villain, during her first mission, which led to the failure of the mission, Natasha Romanoff reapplied in a very short time and completed multiple missions. After the Wuxia New Year, in a sense, I am already an old member of S.H.I.E.L.D. Forget it, the other party is the director, so we still have to give him the face he deserves. For a long while, after Nick Fury finished posing, he turned his head and looked at Natasha Romanoff. Agent Romanoff, the latest news is that the source of blue magic, a substance called CPH4, is very likely in the hands of Roy Corleone. I need you to go to the OSHA company. Chapter 36. President's Office, OSHA Office Building, Midtown, New York. Roy looked at the administrative secretary brought by Emma with an unnatural expression, or to be more precise, a little unhappy. That's right, Emma's newly hired administrative secretary is Natasha Romanoff, whom Roy had met once before. Although I don't know why S.H.I.E.L.D. is targeting me, I'm still unhappy. Natalie? Or should I call you Natasha Romanoff? Former member of the Red House, a special intelligence organization of the Russian Bear Empire. Top-ranked training member ever. Codename, Black Widow. Oh, by the way, 2 years ago, Black Widow defected from the Red House and met S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Clint Barton in Budapest. With Agent Barton's recommendation, he officially joined S.H.I.E.L.D. in July of last year, right? I just don't know why this Romanoff agent became my new administrative secretary. Is that Nick Fury, that black salted egg, no longer able to pay wages? Or is it that Ms. Natasha Romanoff is here specifically to repay the favor of saving her life? Or is it that Ms. Natasha Romanoff is not happy with the gift I left on your face? His identity was exposed by Roy on the spot. Although Natasha Romanoff was shocked, she at least managed to remain calm and rational. Until Roy said life-saving grace and gift on the face in a teasing tone. Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but think of her first mission in S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only did she faint in the church for unknown reasons, but she also had stick figures painted all over her face by this damn B******************* D in front of her. Yes, it means covered with big men. Damn it. This B************ D. Natasha Romanoff's face flushed instantly, and she instinctively reached for her hidden pistol, wanting to put a few holes in Roy's handsome yet sinister face. Just when Natasha Romanoff could hardly suppress the urge to kill, Roy laughed easily, stood up and said, "No way. No way. Are the current S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' mental qualities so poor?" Natasha Romanoff, I'm the new generation assassin at the Continental Hotel in New York. You don't think you can kill me with that hidden pocket toy, do you? Your actions will make me doubt the professionalism of the Red House's chief agent, Black Widow. Roy stood up and naturally took 2 glasses from the bar, poured his treasured Tennessee-aged whiskey into them, and handed them to Natasha Romanoff, who had an indifferent expression. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath, and the granary trembled. The two sides stared at each other for 5 seconds. Natasha Romanoff suppressed the urge to run away, took the wine glass handed to her by Roy, and said sarcastically, "So, the famous Sicilian Robin Hood, how are you going to knock me out this time?" It was obvious that Natasha Romanoff was still upset about the inexplicable fainting she had last time. Roy's smile grew even more cheerful as he said, "Natasha Romanoff, don't be so hostile. At least I didn't leave you in the black area, and I even left you a parting gift, didn't I?" Crunch. Crunch. The thick collector's edition wine glass was full of cracks after being squeezed by Natasha Romanoff. Suppressing the anger, Natasha Romanoff drank the wine in her glass in one gulp and then cursed. Roy Corleone, you are a damn B*****************, D. A killer, a thief, and a robber. After cursing, Natasha Romanoff finally couldn't help it, put down her glass, and gave Roy a middle finger. Roy didn't seem annoyed. He said in an exaggerated manner, Hey, Natasha Romanoff, this is the office of the president of Otia Company. As a new secretary, you won't even call me Mr. Corleone? Or boss? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at Roy on the spot. Then, Natasha Romanoff deliberately showed weakness and said, Go to hell, you be D. Even if I jump from the 81st floor and die or break into pieces, I will never surrender to you. As he spoke, he lowered Roy's vigilance and quietly approached Roy at a distance. Natasha Romanoff suddenly exploded, like a female leopard on the grassland. She jumped up suddenly and gave Roy a flying cross armbar and a naked choke. Natasha Romanoff has some strengths. As the chief Black Widow of the Red House, Natasha Romanoff even received a special serum injection. Perhaps Natasha Romanoff's strength is not as good as that of super soldiers like Captain America. But ordinary soldiers, strong men, etc., cannot compare to Natasha Romanoff in terms of pure strength. Not to mention, Natasha Romanoff also possesses extremely superb fighting skills. Unfortunately, Natasha Romanoff met Roy. At this stage, Roy, after becoming an official magician, has automatically evolved into an extraordinary body. Even if he has not strengthened his body, it is not something that ordinary humans can touch. To be frank, Roy is comparable to half Spider-Man based on his extraordinary body. Therefore, Natasha Romanoff's combination of rear naked choke and jump throw technique seemed very awkward. Just like no matter how powerful a python is, it cannot strangle a 1,000-year-old tree. The absolute difference in power made Natasha Romanoff look as funny as a doll that jumped into Roy's arms on its own. Bang! Roy rubbed Natasha Romanoff's, but without hesitation, and said, Nice trick. I'll give you 9 points. Natasha Romanoff was extremely embarrassed. She let go of Roy and jumped down, her face flushed. Wait until Natasha Romanoff calms down completely. Roy then continued. So now, can we talk? Natasha Romanoff was helpless against Roy and just played badly, saying, CPH4. Did those things fall into your hands? Roy said cleanly, No. Natasha Romanoff was so angry that she laughed. Cole. We've already found out that Frank Lucas died in the basement of Abyssian Baptist Church. Besides you, Roy interrupted without hesitation, saying, Didn't Nick Fury tell you that there's someone behind Frank Lucas? Natasha Romanoff said expressionlessly, It's Counselor Fontaine, but... Roy laughed slightly mockingly and said, Are you sure it's Councilman Fontaine, not Mrs. Fontaine? Yes, Nick Fury probably didn't tell you that Mrs. Fontaine was once his wife, right? Natasha Romanoff suddenly raised an eyebrow. Roy's smile became more unbridled, and he said, Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D. is very deep. You don't think Nick Fury really considers you one of his own, do you? Take my advice. Instead of working like a slave for S.H.I.E.L.D., why not investigate the truth about Budapest first? Do you think Dreykov is really dead? Does the Red House really no longer exist? Chapter 37. Otia Company Office Building, top floor 81, President's Office. Roy's few light words caused a storm of anxiety in Natasha Romanoff's heart. Whether it was the relationship between Nick Fury and Mrs. Fontaine or the doubts about the Budapest incident, they all touched Natasha Romanoff's most sensitive places. Mrs. Fontaine is extremely important information in Natasha Romanoff's mission, but it has been concealed. The Budapest incident is a shadow that Natasha Romanoff cannot let go of. As an agent who has been rigorously trained by a secret agency, rationality and suspicion are both instinctive. But in the end, after hearing the name Dreykov, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help herself after all. She stood up again and said, Cole, what are you talking about? Dreykov died in the explosion. I saw it with my own eyes. Facing Natasha Romanoff's angry stare, Roy didn't evade the question at all and asked, Then may I ask, have you checked the body? Natasha Romanoff was speechless and forced to explain. S.H.I.E.L.D. has of course confirmed the scene. Clint wouldn't lie to me. Roy had come to Natasha Romanoff's side before she knew it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Is it possible that Clint was also fooled? If you have any questions, go and investigate for yourself. Black Widows are still active. Open your eyes and see what the truth is. S.H.I.E.L.D. is such a large organization, there's no way they wouldn't be aware of Black Widow's existence. Unless someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. deliberately blocked your perception. After having his mind and will greatly shaken. Natasha Romanoff was Natasha Romanoff after all. It only took her a short time to calm down again. She looked at Roy with a sharp and cold gaze. Roy smiled very frankly and looked into his eyes without hesitation. Subconsciously, Natasha Romanoff already had doubts. Soon, Natasha Romanoff spoke up. I will go back and investigate the truth in Budapest. If you are lying, I will do everything I can to kill you. Roy shrugged nonchalantly and said, if you're desperate, you're always welcome to continue working for me, Secretary Natalie. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at Roy and turned away. Wait until Natasha Romanoff leaves completely. Emma, who had been silent the entire time, finally spoke softly. Boss, you're so insidious. Although I don't know the truth about Budapest, I am sure that you, boss, are definitely not a good person and you are trying to sow discord. Roy looked at Emma speechlessly and said, Emma, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. Emma was very stubborn and asked, did I say something wrong? Roy sneered and said, warning, salary deduction. Emma was stunned for a moment, her fingers trembling, and she said, boss, you are so despicable. Roy, Emma felt very aggrieved and said, boss, I was wrong. Boss is so wise and brave. He can plan and conquer the enemy without fighting. He is simply a remarkable man. Roy then nodded and said, well, if you can speak, then speak more. Emma said that she had never seen such a shameless person. After being bullied, she retreated angrily. Wait until Emma leaves the office. Roy's expression just darkened, and a magical light flashed on his fingertips a few times, then quickly dissipated. Recently, Roy had actually noticed a long time ago that someone was investigating him. But before, those investigations mostly centered around the Bronx's Little Italy neighborhood. Roy originally thought that it was just a routine investigation by the American authorities into the newly emerging underground forces. Unexpectedly, it was that black-brined egg from S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury. The other party has been tracking down the CPH-4 substance and has even extended its claws to his side. But it doesn't matter. Inciting Natasha Romanoff to defect is just a way to teach her a lesson. As for why the other party knew that I had CPH-4, it was most likely that Mrs. Fontaine, who disappeared in Southeast Asia, gave her the information. The forgetfulness spell is not omnipotent. Roy used the forgetfulness spell to blur his presence in many actions. But Roy's oblivion spell is completely different from the oblivion spell cast by Doctor Strange in Spider-Man: No Return. Doctor Strange's power comes from borrowing the power of Vishanti. The god Vishanti is a multidimensional god-level existence. Doctor Strange uses the power of Vishanti to cast the oblivion spell, which can even affect the entire multi-universe world. Roy is now just a small first-level magician, and he is still 9 levels away from becoming a god. In this case, if someone were to investigate certain things that Roy had obscured with the oblivion spell, it would be very likely that they would be able to see through the spell's effects and overcome their cognitive difficulties. Nick Fury and Mrs. Fontaine obviously noticed something unusual about Roy. Natasha Romanoff's lurking presence this time may not be a test. Although Roy does not feel afraid of this, he does feel a sense of urgency. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not just S.H.I.E.L.D. There is a larger branch of the Hydra organization nested and hidden inside it. Definitely, Roy has not shown too many extraordinary signs at this stage. Hydra might not even notice Roy. But no matter what, Roy has already prepared for the rainy day and speeded up his actions. It is not just about the construction of group companies, armed security, and other aspects. In addition, the analytical research on CPH-4 must be carried out as soon as possible. The development of the group company can be handed over to Emma. The construction of the security team can be left to John Wick. Anyway, both of them have signed a magic contract with Roy, so Roy doesn't have to worry about betrayal. As for CPH-4, ever since we got this thing, the analysis and research on the source of this magic power has been delayed for a long time. Nowadays, there are 2 potions, Oak Life Essence and Tulip Temptation, as cash cows. In the short term, Roy doesn't have to worry about a shortage of funds. Once enough knowledge can be parsed from CPH-4, the problem of insufficient magical energy can be solved. Whether it is the feedback on potions or Roy's series of matters related to the construction of the Magician Tower, they can be greatly and quickly advanced. As long as you can build a complete Magician Tower. Not to mention S.H.I.E.L.D. and HYDRA. Even the old American military can be looked down upon by Roy at will. At that time, Roy might even take the initiative to go to Kamartaj and pay a visit. Chapter 38. After the emergence of Natasha Romanoff, Roy quickly accelerated his actions in the business landscape. It's different from the approach of orthodox business schools like Emma. Roy comes from a very traditional Mafia family. Even after becoming a formal magician and developing his mental and brain areas, he cannot become a qualified businessman overnight. So Roy chose a wild way, sting enforcement, and then work together to fight back. This is the result of Emma's various persuasion. Originally, according to Roy and his subordinates, they would grab whatever they needed. New York is so big that various luxury groups and internationally renowned cosmetics companies have very complete factories, branches, and even headquarters here, as long as their own power and territory expand. Wait until the Chicago typewriter is mounted on the foreheads of those company CEOs. Can business competition and stock market fighting be as effective as those bright yellow bullets? But before Roy and others took action, Emma almost died in order to stop Roy and his men's wild merger activities. In Emma's words, the reason why legitimate businessmen are legitimate businessmen is that there are no flaws in them on the surface or in the law. Although many American capitalists are also very unethical and often use dump trucks to engage in business wars. But at least they didn't use the Chicago typewriter to rob people. In order to ease the impatience of Roy and others, Emma even had to rack her brains to come up with a strategy for sting enforcement. The so-called teacher has a legitimate reason. There are actually similar proverbs in the Western world. After all, as human beings, our basic survival bottom line and moral concepts are actually the same. According to Emma, the magnificent plant research laboratory in the New York Botanical Garden was directly promoted as the most core and confidential place of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D company, where the secret recipes of the company's 2 flagship products were stored. At the same time, this news was deliberately spread through the dark web. Under the market pressure of the 2 major product series of Oak Life Essence and Tulip Temptation. As expected, Roy and the others didn't have to wait too long before someone started reaching out. For more than a month, the brilliant plant research laboratory has been invaded one after another by 7 companies and 4 forces. Some people sent in corporate spies, some threatened and bribed researchers, and some even sneaked in to steal. After a brief period of passive defense, Emma will soon expose all the evidence she has collected. For a while, the entire New York business district became bustling again. The public relations department and legal department set up by Emma began to exert their strength, creating various news and even taking several peer companies directly to court. However, this kind of shallow business competition cannot hurt the foundation of those old forces at all. There are even some wealthy families who arrogantly stated in the media that they want to ban the S.H.I.E.L.D company, etc. Wait until the news and public opinion become heated. Emma even directed and acted in the drama herself, designing a car accident. Well, the car accident involving Roy, the chairman of Natural Knowledge Group, was a very tragic scene. In this case, the time is ripe. No matter how Roy and others retaliate, it is not excessive. Even the New York officials and the American top leaders can hardly say anything more. Wait until Emma exchanges some shares and benefits with senior executives from all parties through various means. The intensity of competition in the cosmetics sector was soon deregulated. That night, the Chicago typewriter, once a huge hit in the underworld of the last century, has made a comeback. Led by Roy and John Wick, they are supported by a large number of elite gunmen from the Corleone family. In a very short period of time, 7 wealthy families were wiped out, along with 13 companies of various types, which were completely acquired by Emma in a swallowing-up manner. The Natural Knowledge Group, which originally had very simple products and an extremely simple structure, expanded instantly. Starting with cosmetics, the entire group began to expand rapidly into biological research, medical manufacturing, transportation industry, luxury goods industry, tobacco and alcohol industry, real estate industry, construction industry, and hotel industry. In less than 2 months, the Natural Knowledge Group quickly established a firm foothold in New York and even in the upper echelons of America. Before, Roy could only make friends by relying on various negative news. Now, whenever Roy appears at a banquet, even if he just stands there, many people will take the initiative to make friends with him. Celebrities from all walks of life, capital peers, financial giants, and even high-ranking officials and politicians, etc. Roy almost never refuses anyone who comes to him. As long as they can come up with something useful, Roy will give them benefits. Even Roy doesn't care about the dilution of shares. At this point, as long as there is no problem with the core potion, money will constantly flow to Roy automatically. Compared to the pure increasing bank numbers, what Roy cares more about is that he can exchange these green US dollars for the resources he needs. This almost crazy expansion lasted for 3 months. When Roy's patience was almost exhausted, the expansion of the entire group finally slowed down. In the Central City area, a building that is over 200 meters high has the sign of Natural Knowledge Group hanging on it. This was the spoils Roy obtained after personally taking down a real estate tycoon. The new group chairman's office is located on the top floor of this building. However, on this day, The atmosphere in the chairman's office of Natural Knowledge Group was quite disharmonious. In the office, a large group of well-dressed men stood trembling at the bottom. In the heart of the office, Roy and Emma stared at each other. "Boss, can you please restrain yourself a little? I beg you. Do you know that even the White House called the president's office yesterday?" "White House? Who? Didn't I pay them to shut up?" "Shit. Is this your excuse for killing over 140 people and even breaking egg yolks at someone's farm?" The Dolan family is a long-established New York media tycoon. They just used some harsh words in the newspaper. "Blame me. You said it was a fishing expedition. The fish has taken the bait. I can't just give them face. You be asterisk 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 D. Roy, are you crazy? Who would dare to do business with you if you continue like this? Damn it. You're even using sting operations when you could just rob them. That's how we in the Corleone family do things. F asterisk asterisk K. F asterisk asterisk K. This isn't your purpose at all, Roy Corleone. What the hell do you want? I need a vacation. Damn it. Did I make money just to be a slave? Emma Frost, you know exactly why I make money. It's you who's been blinded by the damn flattery and lust for power. Duh. Chapter 39. After half a year of contact, Roy is certain that old Derek's niece Emma is the White Queen in the mutant world. No, it should be said that Emma is the counterpart of mutant White Queen in this world. In other words, the universe in which Roy lives is the world that has been reversed in the plot of X-Men, Days of Future Past. Based on the information Roy recently collected, in the past timeline, there are still faint traces of a few mutants such as Wolverine and Professor X, but there are no major mutant events or the existence of X-Men. This may also be related to the fact that America brought back genetically modified seeds from space early on during the Cold War. The major events on the timeline have completely changed. Therefore, most of the mutants that were supposed to appear did not appear, and even the time when they appeared was completely wrong. But even so, Emma's true nature is still the charming and power-hungry White Queen. Emma has an almost innate instinct in controlling a company, developing power, and accumulating connections, but at the same time, she can easily become immersed in that false desire for power. In Emma's view, if you have money and power, you can control everything. But in Roy's view, strength is the foundation. Roy appreciates and likes the development strategy of fishing enforcement. However, after the group developed, more than a month ago, Roy was ready to become a hands-off boss and return to Wonderland Manor to study CPH-4. But in the past month, Emma always had various reasons to tie Roy to the company. To say that Emma has any bad intentions is not the case. After all, Emma and John Wick have both signed a magical contract and are completely loyal to Roy. There is no point in arguing, and the other party has sufficient reasons. Roy wouldn't kill the other person just for this reason. It is really difficult to find another tool person with such potential, loyalty, and ease of use. Those professional managers in America have no concept of loyalty. As long as Roy dares to let go of the group's power and disappear for a while, those professional managers will dare to undermine and embezzle Roy's property. Roy originally was not afraid of being betrayed by professional managers, but the external group cannot operate stably, and problems occur every now and then, which is also troublesome. This is why Roy is patient and agrees to Emma's suggestions on many things. After all, most of Emma's suggestions are good and can solve the problem once and for all. But Emma is not a magician after all, and she doesn't know what Roy is pursuing. Until Roy's patience ran out, Roy just made some big noise as a warning to Emma. There was dead silence in the office. John Wick was still as silent as a log, and the rest of Roy's core partners were trembling, not daring to breathe loudly. Facing Roy, who was already showing signs of losing his temper, Emma was helpless and waved her hand, asking everyone to leave. After everyone left, Emma put on a slightly aggrieved expression and came up to pester them. After a full 2 hours, Roy said, "As long as I am in the sage state, you will never be able to change my will." Seeing Roy's shameless attitude of putting on pants and not recognizing people, Emma was paralyzed on the spot. This be asterisk 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 D. He used to be very easy to sleep with. Could it be that he is tired of himself? 2 months, dear. Just give me another 2 months, and our people will be able to gain a firm foothold in the White House. By then, anywhere in America. I'll give you the position of CEO. You have the final say on how things will develop in the future. This is my bottom line. Roy's journey as a magician requires a lot of external resources to support him. Moreover, Emma, this woman, was born to do this job. Plus, there is the existence of a magic contract. Since he couldn't have the best of both worlds, the only solution Roy could think of was to leave most of the outside world's affairs to Emma. There is no doubt that this almost unreserved decentralization of power is astonishing at any time and in any place. After hearing Roy's words, Emma was stunned for a moment despite her intelligence. After a while, Emma just came back to her senses, and despite her fatigue, she challenged Roy to fight again as if she had taken stimulants. Another 2 hours. Roy hated himself for not having a strong enough will. But soon, Roy comforted himself that half a day or an entire afternoon was not a big deal. Moreover, changes in group positions and adjustments to subordinate forces also take time. When Roy left the group, the entire natural knowledge group, even John Wick's security team and many partners of the Corleone family, all knew that Emma had become Roy's agent. Although before, Emma, as the general assistant of the group, already had some meaning of an agent. But this formal appointment is still necessary. Until near evening. Wonderland Manor. Veronica, dressed in casual home clothes like a lady, looked at Roy in his sage state and jokingly said, "Dear, are you finally willing to let go of your ambitious little devil? Or is it that Master Roy finally had a change of heart and remembered the old woman he left alone in the boudoir? Roy, darling, please don't make trouble. We can't do without the support of a large amount of funds from the outside world right now. How's the construction of the underground laboratory going? During this period, I had people bring in various instruments one after another. How are the demonization progresses? During the external development process of half a year. Although most of Roy's attention is on various ways to expand the group and make money. In fact, he has never let go of the construction of Wonderland Manor, especially the magic laboratory. Definitely, my date with Veronica has never stopped. Otherwise, with Veronica's strength and means, she would have turned Emma into a puppet long ago. After mentioning the business, Veronica stopped teasing Roy, smiled, and said, Master Roy is rich, so whatever he says is right. Thanks to the hard work of Master Roy's goblins, the enchanted botanical garden has expanded to 30 hectares. At this stage, the enchanted botanical garden is already sufficient to support the production and sales of oak life essence and tulip temptation, but the daily magic power supply for the flower fairies is still insufficient. As for the construction of the magic laboratory, I'd better ask Master Roy to take a look at it personally. Chapter 40. Building the magic laboratory was more difficult than Roy had imagined. The first is the huge consumption of materials. Every inch of the ground and wall needs to be constructed with magical materials. First, pure obsidian was polished into bricks and stones, and then reinforced with solidification technology. The gaps between bricks and stones need to be filled with crystal powder and poured with mithril to refine them into a unified magic pattern. This expenditure alone is worth tens of millions of US dollars. In addition, the space extension, area isolation, sound insulation, energy transmission, etc. of the entire laboratory all require specially refined magic circles to arrange. After setting up the magic formation, various experimental equipment must be added. Adding up all the expenses, hundreds of millions of dollars only fill less than 1/3 of the total. Even if you spend 10 times more money to completely perfect the entire magic laboratory, it may not be completed. But for Roy at this stage, it is enough. After taking a quick tour of his magic laboratory, Roy and Veronica finally came to a huge microscope that was more than 4 meters high, silver-white in color, and looked like a tree canopy. Roy glanced at the densely packed magic patterns on the microscope and said, "Is this the STM I had someone send over?" Veronica glanced at Roy with resentment on her face and said, "Yes, this is the big treasure that was sent to me. Just following the blueprints you sent me, replacing the energy supply device, the control system, and the initial refining of the magic materials took me over a month. I admit that modern science probably seems to, and perhaps, has something to commend it. But compared to magic, this kind of thing is useless." STM, also known as scanning tunneling microscope, is a top scientific instrument used by modern science to observe and locate single atoms. It is hailed as one of the world's top 10 scientific and technological achievements in the 1980s. This thing was the spoils Roy got after he busted one of the biggest smugglers in New York 2 months ago. It is said that in the smuggling world, this thing is more difficult to obtain than a nuclear bomb. Roy looked at Veronica, who was full of resentment, and playfully gave her a kiss. And so comforted Veronica. Roy just spoke up and said, "Baby sweetheart, do you know what there is a saying in the scientific community? The end of science is metaphysics, or magic. Whether it's science or magic, the study is about the most fundamental principles and laws governing the operation of the world, which is what we often call truth. The most essential law is actually hidden in the most basic things. This microscope can help us observe the fundamental particles of any matter more clearly." Veronica rolled her eyes at Roy and said, "Don't bluff me. I've watched a lot of popular science programs in the past few months. The fundamental particles proposed by the scientific community are called quarks, and the basic particles in our magic world are elemental particles such as earth, water, wind, and fire. They are completely different concepts. No matter how expensive or high-level the scientific instruments are, they cannot detect the wonders of magic. Veronica, you do have a point. Science emphasizes materiality, while magic is more complex. It is both material and mysterious, and even very idealistic. The two cannot be said to be clearly distinguished, but they are definitely unrelated. Roy patted Veronica's butt and said, "Baby, you're right, but haven't we already magically transformed this microscope?" Veronica was stunned when she heard this, and then said angrily, "I transformed it, not us." Roy chuckled and said, "But I also provided the drawings." Veronica, this B************ D is not only despicable, but also extremely shameless. Veronica was about to lose her temper. Roy consoled her again before continuing. "Okay, baby, don't be angry. This microscope is my trump card for analyzing CPH4. We'll soon have unlimited magic power." Veronica. Roy smiled and explained. "As I said before, science and magic are compatible in a sense. There is a theory in the scientific community today that the fundamental particles of matter are quarks, and the fundamental unit of the universe, even smaller than a quark, is a constantly vibrating string. Does this sound familiar? Doesn't this theory resemble the superstring theory of the origin of magic? The origin of magic states that all laws in the world are composed of superstring factors, and runes are formed based on the rotation of these strings." Listening to Roy's words, Veronica's expression gradually solidified and became excited. Both the partial inheritance provided by Roy and the inheritance of Supreme Merlin contain similar records. Perhaps in some prehistoric era, it's possible that magic and science once had some intersection. A simple scanning tunneling microscope can only magnify matter 300 million times at most, and can only see the existence of atoms. The atom must be magnified another 20,000 times before the existence of the nucleus can be seen. However, it is unknown how many times the magnification inside the atomic nucleus needs to be in order to see the quarks. With current science and technology, even if we push it forward another 100 years, we may not be able to make a breakthrough to observe the existence of quarks, let alone observe the existence of strings smaller than quarks. But it's different with magic. Through the existence of magic, all the materials of the supermicroscope are demonized, and magic circles are engraved on its surface with runes and magic patterns. With more delicate mental power, it is possible to conduct limit-breaking observations, and it may not be impossible to observe the existence of strings. If the existence of strings can be observed, then the process of analyzing CHP4 will be very simple. Even if it cannot reach the point of observing strings, the magic version of the supermicroscope can greatly shorten the time to analyze CPH4. There is no way you will lose money on this deal of the magic supermicroscope. After listening to Roy's explanation, Veronica also suddenly understood this truth, and the resentment that had been weighing on her for more than a month disappeared in an instant and completely dissipated. The existence of the magic version of the supermicroscope is a once-and-for-all treasure for rune analysis and magic research. "My dear, you are so smart. I was wrong about you. It's okay. It's not too late to understand now. Honey, I'm going to reward you big time tonight." "No need. Have you been drained by that little devil Emma?" "How is that possible? I just feel that the research on CPH4 has been delayed for too long. It's worth one night." Chapter 41. The magician's extraordinary body is already quite powerful compared to ordinary people, but Roy felt that it was still a little bit lacking. Perhaps after completing the analysis of CPH4, he should consider how to strengthen his physical body. Roy is not craving for the pleasure of S***X. He just simply feels that the body is the foundation of everything. Yes, that's it. The next day, I came to the magic laboratory again. Compared to Veronica's energetic look, Roy's face looked a little pale. Fortunately, the magical environment in the magic laboratory is more than 10 times that of the entire Wonderland Manor. With sufficient mana supply, Roy recovered quickly. Moreover, the sage time made Roy's thinking exceptionally clear. With Veronica's assistance, after several subtle adjustments to the magic microscope, a blue crystal-like CPH4 was soon placed into the observation room of the magic microscope. "Baby, activate the magic supply. Stand firm. Keep the magic flowing back. Isolated for observation." A series of magic circles were activated continuously like flowing water. With the help of the space extension spell, the entire microscope observation room was magnified more than 100 times. At the same time, The operating efficiency of the magic microscope was constantly improving, and soon reached the original conventional limit of 300 million times. Under this state of observation, through the faint light on the surface of the extremely tiny CPH4 particles, one can see a magnificent starry sky appearing in the crystal. Every atom of CPH4 is like a fixed star blooming with a faint glow. A CPH4 particle is like a complete cosmic embryo. For a while, both Roy and Veronica were attracted by this unique and beautiful atomic structure. Shocking, unprecedented shock. In the materials secretly hidden by Frank Lucas. This CPH4 is a substance extracted from pregnant women and is key to the development of the baby's brain. This substance is indeed worthy of being able to create Sentry, which has the power of 1,000,000 fixed stars, and Lucy, a superbody that is in harmony with the heavens, the earth, and the universe. Even though magical observation has not yet been started, just this atomic structure is enough to make people aware of the infinite energy and potential contained in it. In an instant, Roy and Veronica looked at each other with telepathy. Veronica looked a little worried and said, "Dear, do you want to continue? Activating the magic level observation will increase the consumption of magic power exponentially. Once magic breaks through its limits and increases observation power, it will also have a huge impact on the observer's spirit and soul. Magic power supply is a more stable and efficient way of energy supply than electricity supply. Even microscopic observations at a scale of 10 trillion times can last for half an hour with the magic circle in the laboratory. However, this level of information flow and spatial separation is definitely not something that ordinary people can bear. The experiment has reached this point, and there is no room for retreat." Roy took a deep breath, then nodded and said, "Don't worry, the Truthful Meditation method is absolutely first class in protecting the mind and soul. And I'm confident that I can withstand this kind of impact. I'll be fine." Roy was not quite sure how strong the protection of the Truthful Meditation was, and he could not guarantee it. But the three abilities brought by the Sage system are enough to make Roy confident. The Philosopher's Stone carried Roy's soul consciousness across to this world, and he was reincarnated, born, and grew up safely without any accidents. Could the leap from the atomic level to the quark level be more terrifying than traveling through the world? Magic observation activated. Book spirit synchronization. Multiple observation limits broken. Consciousness leap. Magical halos bloomed throughout the magic laboratory, blessing the entire magic microscope and Roy. Almost instantly, Roy felt his consciousness, spirit, and soul being torn apart. This is completely different from the time travel that was once brought about by the Philosopher's Stone. The line between elemental matter and spiritual nothingness is completely blurred, and everything is distorted. The flow of light is changing in a nauseating way. Roy felt his mind tremble, and his entire consciousness seemed to have arrived in a vast and mysterious place, like the core singularity of the universe, or the rhythm behind an endless black hole. There is no such thing as size and spatial distribution here. Only strange strings of glimmer surround these singularities, forming a concept. Yes, this is like a place of concepts, not any substance, nor any nothingness. Half an hour seemed to pass in a flash, yet it also seemed to have been stretched to a century. When the observation ended, it was as if Roy had never been there. Even Roy didn't know how he got out of there. The world of string rhythm is completely beyond Roy's understanding at this stage, let alone analyzing and studying it. If the time hadn't run out, the laboratory's magic power would have been completely consumed. Perhaps Roy's entire consciousness was lost in that string world. "Dear Roy. Veronica's voice, like an illusion, gradually grew louder and louder, awakening Roy's consciousness completely. Roy suddenly recovered completely. "I'm fine." Roy shook his head first, his eyes gradually focused, and then he showed an unprecedented surprise. He hugged Veronica and said, "Baby, we did it. I swear, I have seen the most fundamental and essential truth of the world, the original truth of everything. The string world exists like a boundless, endless ocean. That sea of melody, flowing along with the laws of the universe, is so beautiful and intoxicating." At this moment, Roy was sober, but he acted like a madman. As a last resort, Veronica could only hug Roy tightly, and then use a deep kiss to ease Roy's emotions. Wait until Roy calms down completely. Roy felt a strong sense of fear in his heart. It turns out that the Philosopher's Stone is not omnipotent and is not safe enough. The existence of that string world has transcended the boundaries of matter and nothingness, and even the boundaries of the multi-universe. It is more like a fluctuation of the original law of chaos. If it weren't for good luck, Roy would be completely lost even if the Philosopher's Stone existed. The fluctuation of the law that is the origin of everything will not harm Roy's consciousness. That is just the most primitive knowledge, a pure attraction, but it is also the greatest temptation in the world. Chapter 42. Facts have proved that the string world is unobservable, and even if it is guarded by the Philosopher's Stone, consciousness will be exiled. That is the ultimate chaos that transcends the multiple gods and connects all worlds. If you want to decipher the secret of CPH4, you don't have to enter the string world at all. As long as you break the limit by 20,000 times at the atomic level and are able to observe the atomic nucleus, that will be enough. At the atomic nucleus level, it is completely possible to see the trajectory of quarks from a macroscopic perspective in a relative sense. Combined with observation records at the magic level, it is entirely possible to analyze the rune structure and operation rules of CPH4. With the rune structure of CPH4, you can obtain the secret of the source of magic. With the operating rules of CPH4, you can carve magic circles, build element pools, and obtain infinite magic power. The most crucial point. This level of limit-breaking observation is not only completely risk-free, but also extremely low cost. However, this level of observation cannot be successful in one go. Even Roy and Veronica have magic books that can record their experiences and observations, verify each other's knowledge, and perform joint calculations. Even so, it will take time to fully analyze the rune structure and operating rules of CPH4. Every time the magic microscope is activated, a large amount of magic power is consumed. Fortunately, there are feasible means of observation now. Next, for the analysis of CPH4, just proceed according to the class. Without a doubt, this is definitely something to celebrate. Coincidentally, after a limit-breaking observation, the magic power reserves in the entire magic laboratory were exhausted, and the magic power supply of the entire Wonderland Manor reached its lowest state. When secondary observation experiments cannot be carried out temporarily, Veronica's watery eyes immediately looked at Roy. For a moment, Roy couldn't help but touch his kidneys. The next morning, the magic circle of Wonderland Manor is still slowly recovering the magic power accumulated within the entire range of the formation. When Roy woke up, Veronica gave him a good morning kiss and had changed into a very beautiful modern outfit, looking radiant. "Baby, what are you doing?" "Honey, Emma and I have an appointment to go shopping on Fifth Avenue." Roy was confused and had no idea when Veronica and Emma got in touch. In the previous 6 months, ever since Roy got Emma, he had thought about flying together with her. The key is the two girls, Veronica and Emma. One guards the Wonderland Manor, and the other guards an outside company, making it like two kings not meeting each other. Roy tried twice but failed, so he didn't think about it anymore. But now it seems that these two women kept me in the dark and contacted each other secretly. Isn't this bullying honest people? Just when Roy was extremely confused, Veronica smiled smugly, and without explaining anything to Roy, she hurriedly picked out a sports car from the garage and drove away. Watching the fiery red sports car disappear into the forest road, Roy also shook his head and went to the restaurant alone to enjoy breakfast. There are some little actions and secrets between Veronica and Emma, but it doesn't matter to Roy. Anyway, the rotten meat is in the pot, and with the magic contract in place, it can't run away. Finish breakfast calmly. Roy had nothing to do, so he just had time to open his system panel. Roy Corleone, Sage System Gender, Male Age, 25 Ability, Sage's Testimony, Will of Truth, Cosmic Synchronicity Divinity, 6 Attributes, Strength 10, Agility 10, Constitution 10, Intelligence 20, Charm 10, Values increase in multiples, Magic Power, Energy 1840-Infinity Rank, Second Ring Magical Specialties, Wandless Casting, Spellless Casting, Fast Casting, Silent Casting, Super Magic Casting Physical Specialties, Guardian of Truth, Unyielding Will, Extraordinary Body LV2 Skills, Meditation on the Will, of Truth LV4, Rheniology LV4, Potions LV3, Magic Crystals LV4, Creation LV3, Creation LV3, Arrays LV3, Combat LV5, Firearms LV5, Camouflage LV4, Driving LV2. Ability Spell, String World Crown of Wisdom, Evidence of Elements / Evidence of Nothingness, Spells, Roy's Ring LV7, Magician's Hand LV6, Oblivion Spell LV4, Ion Cannon LV3, Activation Spell LV3, Lightning Chain LV3, Quintuple Fireball LV3, Seal Spell LV3, Tracking Spell LV2, Expel Spell. Treasures, Philosopher's Stone, Defective / Bound, CPH4, small amount. Equipment, Roy's magic book, simple magic ring, rune gun items. Blue potion, tulip potion, oak potion, a journey through the world of strings. Although Roy's consciousness was almost lost in the endless sea of string light during this process, the benefits of observing the original law up close were also huge amounts of. By now, Roy couldn't even remember what he saw in the string world. But even so, it's only a short time. Roy jumped directly from a first-ring magician to a second-ring magician, which not only made up for his lack of magic power, but also greatly improved his meditation method, various skills, spells, etc. Meditation reaching LV4 means that Roy has almost no bottleneck before being promoted to a great magician. When Roy's magic circle reaches LV7, it means that all of Roy's spells can be raised to the high magic level. In addition, Roy's biggest gain was completing the first level ability spell. Even Roy's divinity was increased by 3 points. According to Roy's guess, these 3 points of divinity were brought by the 3 major ability spells. Ability spells are completely different from ordinary spells. This thing is the key to magician's completion of his own evolution. Normally speaking, every time a magician is promoted, he can construct an ability spell. This ability spell can be a constant ordinary spell, or it can be a passive ability extracted from other creatures. If you are lucky enough to reach the 9th ring level, you can become a god. These 9 ability spells are the core knowledge used to construct godhood. Generally speaking, a magician who aspires to become a god will choose 3 out of the 9 ability spells to build a divine body, 3 to build a divine kingdom, and 3 to build divine authority. Definitely, you might as well be a little smart and take a very strange path. But under normal circumstances, every magician with a legacy would be very cautious when constructing an ability spell. Roy had already thought about it and reserved the ability spell slot. When I have the chance in the future, I will try to gather inspiration and knowledge from superheroes like Captain Marvel, Thor, and the Hulk, and build my own ability spells. Unexpectedly, this accidental entry into the string world automatically completed Roy's first-level ability spell. Chapter 43. String World Crown of Wisdom. Proof of Elements / Proof of Nothingness. This ability spell can be said to be 1, 2, or even 3. It's magical. It is said to be 1 because the Crown of Wisdom, the Proof of Elements, and the Proof of Nothingness all belong to a corner of the string world. The reason why they are called 2 is that in a sense, the evidence of elements and the evidence of nothingness are 2 sides of the same coin. Only with the addition of the Crown of Wisdom do they count as 2. The reason why we say there are 3 is because the Crown of Wisdom, the evidence of elements, and the evidence of nothingness all have their own characteristics. So for the time being, Roy calls these 3 characteristics an ability spell. After all, these 3 together only take up 1 ability spell slot. At most, we can only say that this special ability spell is really very, very powerful. The Crown of Wisdom is just like the almost supernatural intelligence that CPH4 brings to Lucy in the plot of Lucy, giving people unprecedented learning ability. The evidence of the elements, like the nearly infinite power of 1,000,000 fixed stars in Sentry, locates matter and energy. The evidence of nothingness is like the dark side within Sentry's heart, locating nothingness. With this special ability spell, even without the element pool or magician tower, Roy can rely on his extraordinary wisdom to draw magic power directly from the endless material energy dimension or the dark void dimension. This is also the reason why Roy's magic value will be 1840-infinity in his attributes. Without activating the ability spell, Roy only has 1840 magic points. When the ability spell is activated, Roy's magic power becomes infinite. However, whether it is the dimension of endless matter and energy or the dimension of endless darkness and nothingness, they all belong to the string world. With Roy's will, even with the support of the Sage system, the positioning string world will not last long and will soon be lost. Originally, Roy thought that this ability spell was a bit useless, but soon, Roy found a very obvious bug in it. The string world is indeed very scary and can make people lost. But Roy can completely turn on the ability after using up his own 1840 magic points, and then turn it off instantly. The string world, the endless material energy dimension, and the endless dark nothingness dimension can directly replenish the magic power of 100, 1,000, or 10,000 Roys in an instant. Infinite mana replenishment, although there may be some flaws, but as long as it is operated properly, it is infinitely close to infinite magic. Moreover, the string world is the origin law world of Chaos Star Realm. The energy drawn from it is essentially at a very high level. Even if Roy is fortunate enough to become a god in the future, this energy can still be used to replenish his divine power. This ability spell is much more powerful than the characteristics of any superhero such as Captain Marvel, Thor, and the Hulk. Even Mephisto, the oldest dimension, doesn't dare to claim to have unlimited energy. But the Chaos Star Realm is a higher-level existence than the multi-universe and the omniverse, and it is truly infinite. After figuring out the function of your own ability spell, Roy was so excited that he spent 2 whole days experiencing the joy of infinite magic. Magic carpet flight, refining magic tools, alienated plants, magic metals, deducing runes, making golems, etc. At this moment, Roy finally understood why magicians were often called wizards. To be frank, even though he hasn't built his own magician tower yet, Roy can already declare throughout New York, and even throughout America, that he doesn't eat beef. There is no need to cast any magic or forbidden spells, even if it is just a fireball. Roy now dares to confront the American Navy fleet, Air Force formation, Army artillery, etc. head-on. Do you understand the value of infinite magic? Roy's ability to suppress his own impulse to act lawlessly is already a reason for him to respect the Ancient One. The contemporary Sorcerer Supreme is still very valuable, especially the Ancient One, who has been fighting Mephisto from all dimensions for hundreds of years and making them flee in fear. That is definitely not something that can be achieved with infinite magic power. To some extent, the dimensional Mephistos who have their own dimensions also possess infinite magical powers. In terms of magical foundation, spiritual will, and diverse knowledge, I still have a long way to go. I just don't know if the Ancient One will open up the magical knowledge to me if I go to Camartage now. With my current wisdom and qualifications, it should be no problem for me to replace Doctor Strange. Anyway, Ancient One's only need is to find a qualified successor to protect the safety of the Earth. According to the character setting in the movie plot, Ancient One has a very broad mind. However, we cannot pin all our hopes on the so-called movie plots. After all, as far as Roy knows, many of the so-called plots have already collapsed into pieces. We still have to be cautious and wait until the Magician Tower is built. The inheritance of Supreme Merlin is really not much. Especially in terms of space spells, they are extremely rare. In the Magician Tower system provided by the Sage system, at least you can set up something similar to a return point and make a few return scrolls to carry with you, which will make you feel more at ease. In the following time, Roy gradually calmed down from his excitement. After Veronica finished shopping and returned to Wonderland Manor, the two of them once again devoted themselves to analyzing CPH-4 together. Moreover, with Roy's ability spell model, the analysis of CPH-4's characteristic runes is also very smooth. In the Fairyland Manor, it is peaceful and beautiful. The outside natural knowledge group is also developing steadily under Emma's control. However, this calm did not last long. With the expansion of the group's influence and channels, the sales scope of Otia's core products, Oak Life Essence and Tulip Temptation, is also expanding rapidly. In this case, the little supply that Roy and Veronica had accumulated in advance was not enough. While Roy is busy analyzing CPH-4, after getting Emma's reminder, Roy quickly found the time to refine a batch of enchanted protective suits, agile shoes, rune guns and bullets, etc. After John Wick received and distributed them, he led his men to secretly hunt vampires and werewolves. This kind of organized and planned hunting is much more terrifying than those scattered demon hunters in the underground world. Moreover, this kind of large-scale hunting operation cannot be concealed at all. Those werewolves hiding in the underground sewers are nothing special, just a bunch of them, and no one cares about them. But those vampires have a very complete family system. These vampires reacted quickly and began to counterattack against the Natural Knowledge Group. Chapter 44. Wonderland Manor, Underground Floor, Magic Laboratory. With the assistance of the book spirits Timo and Veronica, Roy designed the blueprint of the magic element pool without even looking up. After obtaining effective means to observe the CPH-4 structure, it didn't take long for Roy and Veronica to figure out the rune structure and operating rules of the source of CPH-4 magic. However, in order to transform these things into a pool of magic elements, extremely complex combination calculations are required. Next to the busy Roy and Veronica were Emma and Helen, who looked curious, and John Wick, who looked very upset. At the moment, John Wick was holding a stack of crumpled report materials in his hand, and he read out the things that needed to be reported word by word as if he was having a difficult labor. This kind of thing should have been done by Emma. But now, Emma and Helen were whispering to each other. John Wick glanced furtively at his wife who had just recovered, his expression becoming increasingly conflicted. Oak Life Essence. Low level, no, ordinary, registered, covering 43 states. Tulip Temptation is expected to be released in August, colluding with L'Oreal Group. Two shareholders from the legislative yuan have been added to the group's board of directors. Last month, they divided up the spoils. 40 million new Taiwan dollars in dividends. Listening to John Wick's report is even more uncomfortable than watching AP** in movie with mosaics. After finishing the final stroke on the magic element pool, Roy raised his head and pinched his brows. He glared at Emma first, then waved his hand speechlessly at John Wick and said, "Forget it, John. This is not your job. If your tongue were 1/10 as good as your marksmanship, you wouldn't be so henpecked." John opened his mouth, wanting to say something. At this moment, Helen inadvertently looked towards John. "John, Roy, I gave you a chance, but you were useless." Roy gave John a disdainful look and said, "Let's not talk about the group's affairs. Leave it all to Emma from now on. Now let's talk about those vampire bats." John visibly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yep." Roy was speechless and said, "What then? Do you need me to help you call the wooden man 1, 2, 3? John gave an apologetic smile, uglier than tears, and said, "He's a Death Walker from the Golden Court clan, one of the 13 vampire clans. They are stronger and more advanced than ordinary vampire bats, equipped with a large number of thermal weapons. Within New York, we have official endorsements and magical equipment, so we can suppress 1 or 2. But outside of New York, both the official and other underground organizations are helping those vampires, either covertly or overtly. We lack a strong figure to take charge." After canceling the content related to the group company, John's reports on combat and gunfights, while still stiff, were concise and to the point. Roy raised an eyebrow when he heard that. Vampires have a very complex origin. Take the 13 major clans that still exist in today's era as an example. The oldest of these clans, the King's Clan and the Winter Sun Clan, were descended from ancient times when a saint of the Vatican betrayed and blasphemed the gods and was eventually cursed. The largest clans, namely the Cursed Demon Clan, Shadow Clan, Moonfeast Clan, Soul Hunter Clan, and Jade Blood Clan, were created and transformed from some ancient magicians and black necromancers. The most brutal Blood-Mad clan has close ties with the demons of hell. The most shining Thousand Faces clan is rumored to be the descendants of druids. The Jinting clan was formed when humans were bitten by bats after being infected by a virus and causing genetic mutations. Different from other vampire clans, the vampires of the Jinting clan, even the original ancestor, do not have any powerful supernatural abilities such as magic. The vast majority of members of the clan are not blood descendants, but are recruited from human leaders in power. This clan of vampires may not be powerful in terms of background, but they have a wide reach in human society. Even in modern society, there are often many people in power, tycoons, etc. who are nearing the end of their lives and are closely connected with them. Before the entire natural knowledge group has fully grown its wings, it is not surprising that it will be secretly sniped by various forces close to this vampire after leaving New York City. If you want to deal with these vampires, you must first cut off their tentacles in human society. After a moment of contemplation, Roy looked at Emma and said, "Emma, can't we in the White House move? Vampires feed on blood, but they are the enemy of all mankind." Emma shook her head and said, "I've already asked. We in the White House have received news that there is an agreement between the mainstream human officials and the dark creatures. As long as the vast majority of dark creatures don't hunt humans on a large scale, there will be no war between the two sides. And openly, human officials will not acknowledge the existence of dark creatures." Roy frowned and said, "Then find a way to get the owner of the White House to punish those who help vampires." Emma was helpless and said, "I've tried it. It doesn't work. America is a capitalist nation. In the absence of explicit laws, few local tyrants are afraid of the White House's owner, and lip service is common. After all, those who tend to favor vampires are a bunch of rich, dying old guys." What Emma said is the biggest problem. Becoming a vampire may have countless disadvantages, but its only benefit is enough to cover up all the shortcomings. Immortality, to be precise, is a flawed species of immortality. This one advantage is enough to make those dying old guys abandon all their dignity. Even if becoming a vampire means losing all the privileges in the family, power, and organization, it cannot stop the old guy's desire to live forever. Listening to Emma's words, Roy sneered. A group of smelly bats that can only live in the shadows have become popular. He was just hunting some low-level vampires to make money. But these stinky bats not only refused to surrender, but also dared to resist. "I just want to quietly become a great magician. Why is the road so bumpy?" The design of the magic element pool has been completed, and the subsequent construction will also require a large amount of resources. Since the Jinting clan is so aggressive, we can use this group of vampires to make an example of them and replenish resources. Duh. Chapter 45. With the advent of the Age of Exploration and the Industrial Age, humanity rose, and mythology and the supernatural receded. Powerful dark creatures either hide and sleep, or escape to hell and other dimensions. Those who dare to jump around under the mainstream order of mankind are often those with little background. The most typical example is the Jinting clan. Among the vampires that John Wick led his men to raid and capture in New York, only a very small number belonged to the Jinting clan. But when other vampire clans were shrinking their power and shifting their territory, only the Jinting clan, after being praised by those scattered small vampire families, jumped into the open. With the power of John Wick and the New York branch of the Corleone family, it is a bit difficult to compete with them. But in fact, even if John Wick did not come to Wonderland Manor for help, as long as Emma slightly relaxes the interests of the natural knowledge group, not to mention the official, local tyrants such as dealers in various places can suppress the counterattack of those vampires. However, this will make people see the weakness of the natural knowledge group. Even if you drive away the wolves, there will still be tigers lurking around. This is also why Roy is really angry. In Roy's opinion, this attack by the Jinting clan was not so much a counterattack by vampires as it was a deliberate temptation created by various interest groups in America. But that's what it is. If Roy couldn't finish analyzing CPH4, he might have to make some concessions. But now, since those who are lurking in the dark want to test me, I will let them see my confidence. Winnie, it's time to let your little pets get some fresh air. Are you sure, dear? Sure. I won't talk about it when I don't have enough magic power. Now that I have magic power, and I'm still hiding, wouldn't my research on the source of magic power be in vain? Roy had a look of arrogance and a hint of sarcasm and grievance. Seeing Roy's expression, Veronica also found it funny and laughed out loud. Immediately following, under the gazes of Emma and John, Veronica waved her hand and summoned an exquisite and delicate magic wand from deep within the laboratory. This magic wand, similar to a musician's baton, is straight and slender, engraved with endless rune rings. Only at the top of the magic wand, there is a blue crystal as bright and sparkling as a diamond. During this period of time, although the elemental pool array related to the source of magic power was just completed today, Roy and Veronica had other research results before that. This life staff is one of the research results of the two. It is based on the magic oak heart, supplemented by mithril carved rune rings, and uses CPH4 particles as the core energy source. It comes with a unique spell, activated summoning. This thing is not used to assist in spellcasting, but to assist in warfare. As early as 1,300 years ago, the Supreme Merlin used this spell to help King Arthur conquer the world. As the legitimate descendant of Supreme Merlin, the eldest sister of King Arthur and the Witch of Britain, Veronica made this wand as soon as she obtained sufficient magic power. Soon, Veronica held the wand in her hand and pointed it at the wall on one side of the magic laboratory. The azure magic power, like a waterfall, flows and blooms along the layers of magic patterns. Almost in the blink of an eye, the layers of murals on the wall suddenly formed a strange gate. Roar! Along with the roar of a beast, a lion with brilliant golden hair jumped out from the gate in the wall. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. I don't know where the big door on the wall leads to. In just less than a minute, hundreds of golden lions appeared. Each of these golden lions is more than 3 meters tall and 8 meters long. Their brilliant golden hair shines like silk, and occasionally there are dense runes flowing on them. Then, Veronica came to the golden lion that came out first. The golden lion was clearly an illusory being that jumped out of the mural, but in front of Veronica, it knelt down obediently like a real commodity, allowing Veronica to stroke its head. Tease his obedient little pet. Veronica just took out a bottle of refined vampire blood essence and placed it in front of the golden lion. The golden lion looked up at Veronica and then carefully sniffed the scent of the blood essence. Wait until the smell turns into a bloody mark. Veronica just stretched out her hand and waved it, branding the bloody mark on each of the golden lions. Go and bring back every enemy you can find. The azure magic power poured into the bodies of hundreds of golden lions like a tide. In an instant, the first golden lion raised its head and roared, and the huge eagle wings, sharp claws, and beak on its body began to grow wildly. It leaped up and turned into a griffin and flew up along the launch channel of the magic laboratory towards the direction of New York City. One after another, hundreds of legendary griffins took off into the sky. Wait until this shocking scene is over. Emma was stunned for a long time before she let out a shrill scream. Oh my God! Really? Griffin? Griffin, is this the little pet you were talking about? Are you kidding me? Shit, it's fake. It must be fake. That was actually a large-scale magic trick, right? Bullshit. What on earth did I miss? Emma herself, after experiencing the story between John Wick, Helen, and the devil Baba Yaga, is actually still skeptical about magic in her heart. 3 months ago, after Roy coaxed Emma into bed and signed the contract, he gave Emma 2 choices. One is the general assistant of Nature Group, plus the promise of future CEO. The other is to return to Wonderland Manor to learn magic. Emma, who had never seen the true power of magic at that time, chose to stay in the group without hesitation. In fact, Roy soon fulfilled his promise. Not long after the Natural Knowledge Group stabilized, Roy handed over almost all the power of the group to Emma, allowing her to operate it as she pleased. But now, Emma regrets it. Compared to the magic that Veronica just displayed, the power of the group president is nothing. No, compared to magic, the power of the group president is nothing. Duh. Chapter 46. The activation summoning technique passed down by Supreme Merlin can, to some extent, be considered a large-scale war magic. According to Veronica, at the height of his power, Supreme Merlin, holding the dragon ring, was able to open the legendary dimensional gate and command thousands of epic dragons. He was not at all inferior to the mythical armies of angels, demons, etc. in that era when myths and the supernatural had not yet completely declined. King Arthur was able to rise from the king of a small country on the British Islands to a generation of overlords who conquered the entire European continent. The Supreme Merlin played a vital role in this. As the direct disciple of Supreme Merlin, Veronica is naturally proficient in this spell. Activate summoning magic. On a small scale, activate a few mice and birds to gather information. On a large scale, summon the Titan dragon to conquer the world. This spell is somewhat similar to the golem puppet that Roy originally wanted to create, but it is more flexible. Definitely, this activation summoning technique also has its shortcomings. Firstly, the activation summoning technique consumes a huge amount of mana and does not last long. Secondly, when facing someone who is proficient in magic, it is easy for the magic connection of the activation summoning technique to be cut off. But there is no doubt that this is definitely a very practical spell, especially when dealing with those low-level vampires with little background. This spell is enough to wipe out the entire New York. It took less than 10 minutes in total. As the first griffin returned with its prey, in the following hours, the griffins were like busy little bees, flying back and forth in the Wonderland Manor. Every time a griffin returns, it will always bring 1 or 2 prey with it. In Roy's hands, these captured vampires quickly turned into soul crystals and bottles of blood essence. At the same time, there are a large number of treasure addresses in the light and shadow of the broken souls of those vampires. It was approaching dawn. Veronica's summoning activation spell is about to expire. As the last griffin returned from the sky, before it even landed, a ray of sunlight shone on it, and the vampire prey was directly burned into ashes. Looking at the vampire reduced to ashes, Roy's expression showed a bit of regret. That's a vampire viscount, and it's guaranteed to drop a medium-level soul crystal and a large amount of blood essence. These are all resources. Roy glared at the last returning griffin with some displeasure. At the moment, the griffin had transformed into a golden lion and shrunk into the size of a pug, looking extremely aggrieved. Veronica gave Roy a speechless look. With Veronica's protective wave of her hand, the tide of magic on the staff instantly dissipated. Hundreds of golden lions that were originally frolicking in the botanical garden outside the Wonderland Manor suddenly disappeared without a trace. See this scene. Roy smiled awkwardly in response to Veronica's rolling eyes. In fact, Roy also knew that the annihilation of the last vampire could not be blamed on the griffin's procrastination. Instead, after a night of frantic hunting by hundreds of griffins, almost all the vampires in New York were caught. Occasionally, 1 or 2 were left out, and they were also fleeing frantically. Later on, many griffins even returned empty-handed. The last griffin's late arrival must have been caused by flying a long distance. Forget it. There's no point in arguing with a woman. Roy pretended not to notice Veronica's eye roll and quickly called the book fairy over. He took out a marked map from the magic book and handed it directly to John Wick. John, take everyone with you and retrieve all the vampire treasures marked on the map. No need to hide. No need to cover up. No matter who is trying to stop us, just attack and kill them all. At this time, whether it is the Natural Knowledge Group or the Wonderland Manor, there must be countless forces watching around them. Roy asked John Wick to take back the vampire treasures openly as a deterrent. Overnight, a vampire family swept across New York. Such strength is enough to make the hyenas surrounding it restrain their claws. If there is still someone watching closely, then the treasures of dozens of vampire families will be the beginning of another fishing enforcement. To be honest, Roy quite likes the feeling of fishing enforcement. It was just Veronica who took action last night. Roy hasn't shown his power yet. After deconstructing CPH-4, Roy gained 3 more ability spells: Crown of Wisdom, Proof of Elements, and Proof of Nothingness, and possessed almost infinite magic power. Not to mention, Roy's basic attributes and spells have also been improved to varying degrees. Roy also wanted to find a suitable target force to test whether the 5 fireball technique could rival tactical missiles. To be frank, now, even if he had to fight an army head-on, Roy would not be afraid. But unfortunately, no one gave Roy this opportunity. A full 2 days, John Wick drove his convoy back and forth on the streets of New York time and time again, without even a single force taking action. If Emma hadn't tried her best to stop it, Roy even wanted to give John Wick a card of gold and take him to Hell's Kitchen for a stroll. I can only say that no one is a fool. That night, hundreds of griffins swept across New York, causing a huge shock to people. If all forces had not taken action together, the news of griffins flying on the streets of New York would have spread throughout the world long ago. After a wave of strength display. As a result, the local bosses in various states of America also relaxed their restrictions on the natural knowledge group. What's worse, they even sent someone to deliver the news of the death of an older generation in the family. Those old immortals who had previously openly sheltered the vampire forces committed suicide, died of illness, or had their power taken away. In a sense, Roy even helped many ambitious local tyrants in the Mesozoic era. After losing the protection of the local tyrants and financial groups, even the Jinting clan, which was originally very arrogant, became quiet for a while. No one dared to move until the Griffin's secret was discovered. At the same time, after nearly half a year, Roy met Natasha Romanoff again by the swimming pool in front of Wonderland Manor. However, this time, Natasha Romanoff did not come in secret, nor did she come alone. Next to Natasha Romanoff was a black-haired, black-faced, black-leather-jacketed, dark-faced Nick Fury. In addition, the director of the White House office, the mayor of New York, veteran U.S. military representatives, and others gathered together. Chapter 47. Wonderland Manor, beside the swimming pool in front of the courtyard. The smooth marble is snow-white and translucent, surrounding a guitar-shaped flowing pool of water, which can flow into a clear spring stream in the New York Botanical Garden through an automatic gate. When the White House, New York City government, the old American military, S.H.I.E.L.D, and others arrived, Roy is swimming happily in the pool. The large group of noble people waited by the swimming pool for a full 20 minutes. Roy had just walked out of the swimming pool, revealing his streamlined muscles. He nonchalantly took the towel handed to him by Emma and wiped his body casually. This can no longer be considered contempt, but rather treating the visitor like a cat or a dog. But even so, the people waiting by the swimming pool had no choice but to wait patiently, even though their faces were as black as pots. After deliberately leaving these people alone for a while, Roy had just been served by Emma, and he casually put on a bath towel, leaned on the recliner next to him, picked up a glass of juice, and took a few gulps, then glanced at everyone. "What's up, everyone? Stop standing there. It makes me seem rude. Just sit anywhere. I'm not used to looking up when talking to people. Or are you not giving me face?" As he spoke, Roy stood up slightly and stopped lying on his back. But in this case, if everyone wants to have a face-to-face conversation with Roy, they can only squat. Although everyone present knew from the beginning that Roy was deliberately trying to intimidate them, everyone's faces were still extremely ugly under such circumstances. For a moment, the situation was extremely tense. Especially the most arrogant Nick Fury, his already dark face turned even purple. "That's enough, Roy Corleone. Do you know what you are doing? Enough of your mother." Nick Fury hadn't even finished his sentence. Roy quickly stood up, raised his leg and kicked Nick Fury into the swimming pool. F***KU. UN******R. I haven't even said anything to you yet, and you're calling your mother F***K. I still haven't settled the score with you for sending someone undercover next to me last time. You're a piece of trash. When I ask you to deal with a vampire or a werewolf, you either blow the wind or rain. I haven't shown any benefits yet, and you're the first one to rush in so quickly. S.H.I.E.L.D is amazing. The Security Council is amazing. Where you're standing is private property called Wonderland Manor. In the swimming pool, Nick Fury looked confused. He couldn't remember how long it had been since he suffered such a big loss. And just when Nick Fury was in an endless state of confusion, Roy looked at the others and said casually, "Chief of Staff Hayden, Mayor Nathan, Colonel James, as a typical Italian mafia, I'm a little rude. You can understand. America in 2003 was not that magical, and black people were not that arrogant. As for the United Nations, the Security Council, and so on, let's not even mention it. At this point in time, S.H.I.E.L.D. was far less popular than it was during the superhero era. In addition, Nick Fury often used various excuses to take money from the American officials and often pretended to be other organizations. This style of work is actually very unpopular among all official forces in America. Seeing Nick Fury's unlucky and miserable appearance, the three people who had originally felt very aggrieved suddenly felt that their mood was not so bad anymore. Colonel James, in particular, was in a good mood to joke. I can definitely understand, but next time you'd better not call me a N***********. I feel really hurt. Among the White House, the New York government, and the old American military, the one that hates S.H.I.E.L.D. the most is the military. After all, the predecessor of S.H.I.E.L.D. was the Strategic Science Corps established by the old U.S. military during World War II. It was only in the 1970s and 1980s that the Security Council reaped the benefits. This also involves the ownership of many scientific and technological achievements, such as super soldier serum. The military is the happiest to see S.H.I.E.L.D. in trouble. Hear James' words. Roy suddenly laughed and said, "I'm sorry, Colonel James, this was purely accidental. As an apology, I would like to invite you to taste a secret drink from my laboratory." As they were talking, Emma had already brought people to deliver tables, chairs, drinks, etc. Then, Roy personally opened an oak bottle and poured out 2 glasses of azure liquid. James took the glass, looked at Roy first, and then drank it in one gulp. Then, James's expression twisted, as if he was changing his face. At this time, Chief of Staff Hayden and Mayor Neaton, who had just taken the wine glasses, were stunned and didn't know whether they should put down the glasses. It seems that this secret drink is a bit scary. Just when the two of them were becoming more and more entangled, James also recovered from the unprecedented excitement. He seemed to be high and sat slumped in a chair beside him with a dazed look. A long time. James finally recovered, shook his head, and said, "Please give me another drink. It's so refreshing." "Roy, if you don't mind me calling you that, can you tell me what this is?" Roy drank the secret drink comfortably and said, "This is Life Spa. Our group is planning to launch a popular drink next. It is also a high-end health product. Life Spa and Oak Life Essence are products from the same series that directly act on the vitality of human cells." James nodded and said, "No problem. The name of this thing is quite descriptive. I just felt like I had a spa treatment from the inside out, at the cellular level. It's amazing. Well, it's just too good, a little embarrassing." Roy smiled and said, "It's okay to be like this the first time, but it will be fine once you get used to it." Upon hearing this, James took another small sip, his expression still very rich, but indeed not as crazy as before. Instead, he looked mostly enjoying it. After seeing this scene, Chief of Staff Hayden and Mayor Nathan, who were originally hesitant, simply sat down and drank the Life Spa in the cup. As James said, "It feels great, but it's a bit embarrassing." Fortunately, there is James leading the way and serving as a lesson for others. After this embarrassing experience for everyone, the stiff and awkward atmosphere among everyone disappeared completely. For a moment, Roy and the three of them started talking and laughing. Only Nick Fury had walked out of the swimming pool at some point, standing by, soaking wet. His face was turning increasingly dark purple as he said darkly, "Chief of Staff Hayden, Mayor Nathan, and Colonel James, don't forget what we are here for." Chapter 48. Nick Fury is a top-notch atmosphere destroyer. But even if Nick Fury didn't say it, everyone present, whether it was Roy, Hayden, Nathan, or James, knew the reason for this meeting. It was nothing more than Roy showing overwhelming power during the previous vampire counterattack. Whether it is the White House, the New York City government, or the military, they are all here to ease relations. At the same time, it is also to test, win over, and even attempt to obtain those griffins that can sweep across New York. However, Roy was indeed unhappy with the fact that all parties in America had previously tolerated vampires. So when Nick Fury was kicked into the swimming pool, Hayden, Nathan, and James not only did not stop him, but instead tacitly agreed that Roy was using Nick Fury as a punching bag. Anyway, to the White House, the New York City government, and the military, S.H.I.E.L.D. is just an outsider. Nick Fury actually figured this out pretty quickly. Therefore, even when Nick Fury climbed out of the swimming pool, he suppressed his anger and did not lose his temper. Now, Nick Fury has laid things out in the open. Hayden, Nathan, and James naturally couldn't pretend not to know anymore, and all looked at Roy. For this, Roy acted as if he didn't care. Roy had thought of this long before he let Veronica release the Griffin to sweep across New York. Even Roy had arranged things to fool people early on. After glancing at Nick Fury, Roy quickly put down his glass and waved to Emma next to him. Not long after, Emma took out a silver-white refrigerator from the Manor Villa. Roy casually opened the box, revealing the cool air inside and a blue potion embedded in the center. He said, "This thing is what you want. An unexpected product from the laboratory. I call it the Life Gene Integrate Potion. I assume you are all aware of Professor Connor's research on limb regeneration technology at the Osborne Group. This Gene Integrate Potion was developed by purchasing some of Professor Connor's technology and combining it with the unique plant life research in our group's laboratory. As for the Griffin, it's just an experiment conducted within the group based on mythology. Honestly, this thing is not mature yet." The Griffins that night had all their genes collapsed and disintegrated into slag. The 4 people present believed Roy's words 50%. Before heading to Wonderland Manor, whether it was the White House or S.H.I.E.L.D, they had already thoroughly investigated everything around Roy. Everyone was also very aware of Emma's previous connections in the Osborne Group. Everyone believes in genetic drugs that combine plant life technology and limb regeneration technology. But if they said that this potion was immature and all the Griffins completely disintegrated, no one would believe it at all. However, in this kind of situation, even if the American president came in person from the White House, he would not be able to force Roy to hand over all the technology, data, etc. It's simple. America is a typical country where conglomerates dominate everything. And after the shock of the previous wave of clearing out New York vampires, the Natural Knowledge Group has already established a firm foothold among various financial groups. Roy is already giving everyone face by explaining so much now. After listening to Roy's explanation, the 4 of them looked at each other, and no one spoke first. For quite a while, Mayor Nathan, representing New York, was the most relaxed and spoke first. "Roy, I'm sorry that some bad things happened in New York before. But I can guarantee that no one, no creature, will threaten the Nature Group in the future. At the same time, the NYPD will set up multiple patrol points around the Nature Group." As the mayor of New York, Nathan did not consider as many things as the White House, the military, S.H.I.E.L.D, etc. After learning a certain degree of the Griffin truth, he quickly began to win over Roy. Roy doesn't object to this. The so-called county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. The Nature Group is located in Midtown New York, so there is no harm in having good relations with the New York City government. Then Roy sent Nathan aside. Emma can make the decision on the exchange of interests between Nature Group and the New York City government. Accompanying Mayor Nathan was Chief of Staff Hayden from the White House. The White House is actually a larger version of the New York City government. So similarly, the White House will not pursue any deep strategic cooperation, but will focus more on superficial exchanges of interests with the Natural Group. The remaining James Rhodes and Nick Fury are different from the previous 2. Originally, James was an Air Force colonel who attached great importance to information about the Griffin and wanted to obtain more data on the Griffin's combat effectiveness in order to determine whether to achieve in-depth cooperation. Roy was not surprised by this and even prepared some information early on. Although Griffins are magical creatures, they are not considered to be strong species. At least, this thing is completely incomparable to modern fighter jets in terms of speed, attack power, and many other aspects. At most, this thing only has the advantages of being flexible and having thick skin and flesh. If it were in the era of cold weapons, or to deal with some individual low-level extraordinary people, the Griffin could still be considered a powerful weapon. In modern warfare, the Griffin would seem to be useless. As expected, after getting the relevant data, James immediately revealed a conflicted expression and finally said that he would take the data back to the higher-ups for a decision. In a sense, this is already a gesture of giving up. After all, Griffins are visible to the naked eye and have no strategic significance. At most, the Griffin can still be of some use in modern urban low-altitude combat. But when it comes to low-altitude combat in cities, the military also has a variety of armed helicopters equipped with machine guns and light missiles that can crush the Griffins. If it's about human gene strengthening, the military might be interested. Animal gene integration and strengthening seemed to be meaningless. After James was sent away, only Nick Fury was left. At this time, Nick Fury had also noticed Roy's difficulty and did not speak immediately. Instead, he stared at Roy with a very sharp look. "I was humiliated by Roy before." Nick Fury is obviously very hostile to Roy, both emotionally and intuitively. Same. Roy was also very unhappy with the black braised egg in front of him and directly gave him a middle finger. "Your eyes are so fierce, you want to bite me." Duh. Chapter 49. A cool breeze blows gently across the vast sea of green forest. In the quiet and beautiful front yard of this elegant villa, there was an eye-catching smell of gunpowder between Roy and Nick Fury. He seemed to have noticed the tense atmosphere between the two of them. Emma, Chief of Staff Hayden, Mayor Nathan, and Colonel James, who were not far away, all looked over. But soon, the four of them continued to chat about some related cooperation as if nothing had happened. Now, after the Griffins swept across New York, whether it is Roy or Natural Group, they have already established a firm foothold in New York and America and have become real chables. But the chable is the real master of America. In this case, there is no longer a huge conflict of interest. The White House, the New York City government, the U.S. military, etc. will no longer continue to suppress the Natural Group. Not to mention, S.H.I.E.L.D is affiliated with the UN Security Council and is unwelcome in the United States. Representatives of the White House and other three forces will naturally not support Nick Fury. Nick Fury is a veteran who started out as an agent. He already knew that he had sent Natasha Romanoff to infiltrate the Natural Group and that she was not liked by Roy. So after being kicked into the swimming pool by Roy, Nick Fury was able to calm down quickly, suppress his anger, and remain restrained. But he saw that the representatives from the three parties, including Bai Fangzi, were watching the show without him. Nick Fury couldn't stand it, and his defense was broken. We agreed that we would all come together, advance and retreat together, jointly suppress Roy, and obtain the Griffin secrets. What am I now? A used condom to be thrown away casually? Nick Fury didn't want to bite anyone at first, but after what happened, he really had the urge to bite. Just a moment. Nick Fury's face was black with purple and purple with blue, and was filled with strong resentment, even more mean-spirited than a 30-year-old woman who married an 80-year-old man. Roy Corleone, don't think you can keep what you did hidden forever. I will watch you 24 hours a day, watching your every move without blinking. Without the support of the White House, the New York City government, or the old American military, S.H.I.E.L.D originally didn't have much law enforcement power. Nick Fury was tricked by Hayden, Nathan, and James, so he could only focus all his resentment on Roy. He spoke sharply, pointed at his own eyes, and then pointed at Roy fiercely. This level of harsh words is just average. Roy raised his middle finger and sneered. Idiot, you're not blinking. What are you doing with your eyes? And from what I understand, S.H.I.E.L.D was originally established to deal with various supernatural crises. You actually want to target a successful businessman like me who is legitimate and legal. You are really anti-Tian gang. You probably don't know that America bears more than 50% of S.H.I.E.L.D's funding every year. I have to think about it and apply to the White House for an audit. Director Hayden happens to be here too. I want to report this to you under my real name. I seriously suspect this black sauce egg has embezzled a large amount of funds. Roy hadn't even finished his words. Nick Fury's face changed slightly when he heard the word corruption. Even Hayden, Nathan, and James, who were attracted by Roy's voice, saw this wave. No way. No way. You really embezzled money. Roy was speechless. Brother Knee's psychological endurance ability is not good enough. Oh, by the way, Nick Fury was just an ordinary clerk in the 1990s. It was only with the support of Captain Marvel that he was appreciated by Alexander Pierce. Nick Fury has only been the S.H.I.E.L.D director for a few years now, and is not as cunning and sophisticated as he will be later. At this time, Nick Fury might have just started to embezzle. But Nick Fury soon realized what was happening and returned to his original stern expression. He said, I, Nick Fury, am fair and honest, and I have nothing to lose. Don't even think about slandering me, humph. Director Hayden, you don't believe what Roy Corleone says. He's a mafioso. Hayden narrowed his eyes and glanced at Nick Fury. Damn in asterisk 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 R. He has no sense at all. He just talks empty words. How can I believe him? Check the accounts, and check them thoroughly. Whether it is to control S.H.I.E.L.D or to get a share of the profits, this is a rare opportunity. Then, Hayden's chief of staff said in a formal tone, Director Nick Fury, Mr. Roy is a major taxpayer this year and has the right to make recommendations directly to the White House. I can't make the decision on this matter. I must report to Mr. President. If you have any comments, you can bring detailed information to the White House office and raise them with me. This is no longer a hint, but blatant blackmail. If the information Nick Fury brings to the White House is not substantial enough, I'm afraid the entire S.H.I.E.L.D will suffer. After saying this, Director Hayden said hello to the other three people and prepared to leave. Being hit by Hayden, Nick Fury didn't bother to confront Roy. After glaring at Roy, he hurriedly caught up. At the same time, Emma, Nathan, and James also walked towards Roy. James even nonchalantly teased. Looks like Director Nick Fury is going to get his *** ripped off this time. Nathan also smiled and said, we can only blame Director Nick Fury for not following the rules. But it doesn't matter. The Security Council is lucrative, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is directly under the Security Council, responsible for supernatural affairs. A little loss won't hurt. James also laughed and said, "It seems that next time, Director Hayden will have to treat us." After he finished speaking, everyone laughed. Chapter 50. The arrival of official forces such as the White House, the New York City government, the old American military, and S.H.I.E.L.D. did not cause any waves in Wonderland Manor. When Roy's strength is strong enough, the so-called truth about the Griffin is actually not that important. Roy said that the Griffin was an unfinished test subject of the gene integrate drug, so it was a test subject. No one will delve into it unless the interests of all parties are infringed. If the natural group under Roy is willing to give up a little more of its interests, it will be like Mayor Nathan, who has received the promise of votes, will directly become Roy's licker. Apart from some exchanges of interests on the part of New York City government. During this visit from various parties, Roy successfully established connections with the military. Although Colonel James thought that the Griffin was useless, he really liked the new Drink Life Spa. After reaching some implicit agreement with Roy and Emma, James said that he would do his best to promote cooperation between the military and the natural group. Even if it was not cooperation in arms, at least he would make the natural group a partner in logistics and military supplies. Wait until the future interests are deeply bound together. Maybe Roy will have a chance to try giving the military some coffee cups worth $3,000, screwdrivers worth $70,000, etc. It's about making money. Corruption, bribery, spoils division, false accounting, etc. Cross them out. It's not a bad thing to do if it's just a matter of reciprocity. After a series of talks, Roy, Hayden, Nathan, and James each gained something. It's good that only Nick Fury is injured. In a sense, this is a win-win situation. But just after Colonel James and Mayor Nathan left Wonderland Manor, it didn't take long. A hot figure with her blonde hair tied into a pigtail quietly reappeared in Wonderland Manor and went straight to Roy, who seemed to have expected it in the living room. Natasha Romanoff, in combat uniform and ponytail, looks less seductive and more heroic than usual. When she came with Nick Fury earlier, Natasha Romanoff said nothing. However, before leaving with Nick Fury, Natasha Romanoff noticed Roy's hint. Otherwise, without Roy's permission, Natasha Romanoff might not even be able to find a way to sneak back to Wonderland Manor, the living room of the manor house. After noticing Natasha Romanoff's arrival, Veronica and Emma, who were originally chatting and laughing, quickly became quiet. Only Roy, like a playboy, hugged women on both sides and looked Natasha Romanoff up and down. "This outfit, has a unique flavor. It makes me look like a qualified Black Widow. If Mr. Roy is just doing this to satisfy his own evil taste, then there is nothing more to talk about." Natasha Romanoff didn't look happy when facing Roy. After all, ever since she first met Roy, Natasha Romanoff has never won. No, it should be said that she has never had a good thing or a good mood. Roy was not annoyed by Natasha Romanoff's ridicule. However, Natasha Romanoff's indifference and hidden anxiety made Roy take her seriously. "Take the cigar that Emma lit." Roy then stood up slightly and said, "Natasha Romanoff, don't be so mean like your Black Bride chief. There's nothing wrong between us, right?" Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes, indicating that she didn't want to talk. It's just that, for a woman like Natasha Romanoff, rolling her eyes is still very charming and seductive. Roy smiled and said, "Okay, I just wanted to ask, Natasha Romanoff, have you found your former companions? Those Black Widows who are still active around the world? And yes, Yelena." It's been half a year. When Roy met Natasha Romanoff for the third time, he mentioned the Red House and the Black Widow again, and even Natasha Romanoff's sister, Yelena. The moment the taboo in her heart was mentioned, Natasha Romanoff even had the urge to draw her gun. But soon, Natasha Romanoff calmed down and frowned. "You want to stir up trouble between me and Nick Fury?" Roy snapped his fingers and admitted directly, "Yes, Natasha Romanoff, did I succeed? This person is so shameless, he has no shame at all." Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath and finally managed to restrain the urge to fire an entire magazine of armor-piercing bullets into the opponent's head. After maintaining basic sanity, Natasha Romanoff had to admit, "Yes, if that was your goal, you succeeded." Roy shook his head and said, "No, Natasha Romanoff, I think you misunderstood. In my opinion, Nick Fury is just a toad crawling on people's feet. Although it is a bit disgusting, it does not bite people and is not worth mentioning. From the beginning to the end, my only goal is you." Hiss. Roy hadn't finished speaking when he felt a sharp pain on both sides of his waist. He immediately looked around. Veronica maintains the noble demeanor of a British princess, but hides a dagger behind her smile. Emma didn't even bother to act. Her smile was very fake. Damn, you don't give me face. What I said just now is not what I meant at all. Okay, I was a little greedy for Black Widow's body, but I shouldn't show it. Roy didn't know that women were more accurate in observing men's sexual desires than the forbidden magic spell, the Great Divination. Fortunately, Veronica and Emma also knew that Roy had some plans for the other party, and his little moves were very subtle. However, all this naturally did not escape the eyes of professional spy Natasha Romanoff. I cursed Roy LSP in my heart. Natasha Romanoff chose to ignore Veronica and Emma's little gestures, staring directly at Roy with an increasingly serious expression. You want me to work for you? Let's get down to business. Roy simply stood up, got rid of the two women, and motioned Natasha Romanoff to the small bar next to the living room. After giving Natasha Romanoff a glass of life spa, Roy just continued. Natasha Romanoff, I think you should have come into contact with the Black Widows. It has been nearly half a year since we last met. If Natasha Romanoff hadn't found out the truth yet, Roy might have started to doubt whether the famous Black Widow in front of him was a fake. Natasha Romanoff was silent for a moment, then spoke truthfully. Yes, Nick Fury lied to me. The Black Widows still exist, and Dreykov is not dead. Alexei, Melina, and Yelena are still under the control of the Red House. When talking about her adoptive parents and her sister, Natasha Romanoff's mood was obviously depressed. Roy took the opportunity to ruffle Natasha Romanoff's hair and said, It's just that you can't find Dreykov, and you can't find any trace of the Red House, right? That's right, Roy is quite greedy for Black Widow. But at the same time, Roy also coveted the secret base of the Red House flying in the sky in the plot. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.